Hey, great morning to you. Welcome into the radio show here on a Wednesday, a hump day. It is Chuck and Buck on the Morning Sports Radio, 93.3 KJR FM. Great to have you with us. And when I say us, I talk about Ashley Ryan, who's come with a cap on today. She's got a ball cap on
sure
today.
Do.
Yeah. Bad hair day or
No,
just
it's because I wore
keeping the sun out of your eyes?
Because I wore my American flag sweater again today, and then the hat was white and blue, so it matched.
Yeah.
And so I went with that.
You're just going patriotic.
Yeah.
I see what
we got a big match tonight.
Oh, do we now?
Yeah, have you not heard?
Oh.
It's World Cup time.
Please tell.
Yeah, okay. So there's this thing called the World Cup, which apparently a lot of people really like. And like hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world, they travel everywhere just to go watch their soccer teams. And they're all here in North America to watch all of their soccer teams. And tonight, our soccer team is playing.
What a tremendous breakdown. There you have it, people.
That's it.
That's why they call her the best in the business.
That's the truth.
Ashley Ryan here. My name is Chuck Powell. It's great to have you with us here on this Wednesday. And yes, it is a bit of a historic day here for American soccer, which we'll get into in a moment. A lot of things to cover during the course of the day today. We got what's on tap. I will tune you in here in a little bit as to exactly what we're going to discuss over the course of the next 4 hours together. But you know what? It's interesting because I do kind of want to start with soccer. I was on another radio station yesterday as a guest on a radio station, and I was asked about my relationship with soccer and everything else, and then tie it into how it's going here in Seattle. And I was honest. Like, I'm not a big fan of the sport. I'm not a fan of the sport. Just let's not sugarcoat it. Yeah. I'm not a fan of the sport, but I cannot tell you how cool it's been here in Seattle, how great the event has gone off, how excellent it has been to see those who are soccer fans, even if a little bit, kind of get hyped, and those that are soccer fans a lot of it getting overhyped. And there's just been a great feeling here in Seattle, and I have a feeling that's the way it's been in Monterrey, Mexico, and Los Angeles, and Canada, the cities that are hosting in Canada as well. It's been great. There's no getting around it. It has been a great event to this point. I think North America has shined to this point. I know that Seattle has. I can tell you that firsthand. It has shined. Our team is playing well. All of that. And so you know, those are my feelings. Those are the things I'm saying behind your back. Okay. As KJR listeners, just so you know. But my objective has been through all of this. I'm not going to introduce any sour notes unless forced to. Yeah. I don't want to do that because this is sort of Christmas for the soccer fan. We're getting soccer fans to listen to Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM in ways that they've not listened before because they want to hear Brad Evans talk about tonight's game today at 8 o'clock with us, which is exactly what's going to happen. So I hope we've been a conduit to some degree for your lust for this event. And for those that are not really big soccer fans, but like, yeah, I got to admit, this is pretty cool. Like I've been, then hopefully this has been a good source for you where we're not hitting you over the head with it here in the mornings, but we're also not ignoring it because I think that is malpractice to be ignoring it and things of that nature. And so I got an example of why I wanted to approach it this way, why I have approached it the way I have with soccer since I came to town, for goodness sake, because I don't want to ruin other people's Christmases. From Kirk Herbstreit yesterday.
Oh, gosh.
Who went on a rant just out of the blue, right in the middle of summer. Mm-hmm. This arrogant fool goes off on a rant about Major League Baseball yesterday, which hits home for me. Yeah. It's my favorite sport. But right in the middle of a season, all of a sudden, this talking head who makes tens of millions of dollars at ESPN and does a really good job. He's very good at what he does.
Most of the time.
He's very good. I realize that he annoys people, but he's very good. He studies. Yeah. He knows what he's talking about. He presents it well. I mean, he's very good to great at what he does. But he's really started to annoy people a lot here as of late. And he just decides to send out a random text, which had absolutely no basis for anything about how stupid baseball is, how bad it is. Where's all the athleticism? What happened to the sport I grew up with? Why is no one bunting? Where are the pitchers hitting? He just goes off on this rant. And it was just the height of ignorance, is what it was, because he clearly has not watched the game in a while.
Right.
But he decided to come down from his,
soapbox,
clueless castle on top of Mount Ignorance and then decree to all of the people in the world, you need to hear my thoughts about how displeased I am with another sport that I not only don't cover, I clearly have not watched in a quarter of a century. So here you go. And then spends the rest of his day like defending himself against logical people who are like, where are you coming from with all of this? Number one, why are you doing it? And then number two, could you make it more clear that you don't follow the sport at all and you don't know what you're talking about? And so, yes, I kind of am glad that I've approached it this way, like I've said before, and I don't think there's any other way to approach it, quite frankly. And that is, don't ruin everybody else's Christmas just because you kind of follow the sport and you've got some problems with it.
Yeah.
And yet that's what he decided to do on just a random Tuesday yesterday, kind of showed his ass to the whole world about what Kirk Herbstreit is made of.
Well, and I thought the silliest thing he said was that the game is dying with the youth of America.
It's
I was
dumb.
like, then you are clearly not out in the spring because baseball and softball are thriving.
Yeah, they're thriving again. And the truth of the matter is they're back. Young players are now more choosing I mean, they're not overtaking football.
No.
More are playing. More parents, because of the concussion thing, are saying, you know what, this baseball thing. Yeah, if you really want to get serious, it's longer careers, it's fewer injuries. I mean, if you make it to the majors, the contracts are better. You may want to get on this, Jimmy.
Yeah.
You might want to get on this, Junior. And so we're seeing a shift. So not only is it not dying, it's actually grown exponentially.
Massively.
And grown exponentially in urban communities and grown exponentially everywhere. And the popularity certainly isn't vast on the national scale, but from a local perspective, people just soak it up like a biscuit. They can't get enough baseball in their local communities. And it has its problems like everybody else. And it certainly can be picked on, but to be that big of a face for another sport, because he is the face of college football, and to just pick a random Tuesday to slam another sport and then just come across as ignorant as you could possibly come across about a sport, like saying, where did all the athleticism in the sport? Where did base stealing go? There's been more bases stolen in the last 2 years than in the history of baseball.
That was my favorite. All the people adding the community notes like, no, all of these things you're saying are wrong.
They're all wrong. And you want to come down from on high because college football's been taking some shots, taking some heat.
Deservedly so.
And you decided just randomly during the summer, probably after 5 cocktails, that I'm going to rip on another sport that my network covers.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad I'm not him, to put it that way. And he's richer than me and handsome and everything else, but what a tool bag. And so I'm glad that we've not done that. I'm glad we've not taken that approach during this, because I know how much fun people are having. I have a lot of fun. I'm sitting here on a Tuesday, like, man, I got baseball in front of me. Joy, harmony. I got an entire evening. I got nothing to do but watch Mariners baseball. The Unicorn's even out of town. I just watch all baseball all night long. I'm having the time of my life. Turd.
Yeah, he put it right in your punch bowl.
Right in the punch bowl. I'm not going to be a turd to the punch bowl of so many soccer fans out there, and neither is Ashley Ryan.
No.
And that's the way that we've operated here today.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about regular season soccer, we can be a little turdy, but not on purpose. It's just we don't get.
Yeah, there are a few things.
They're like, I don't understand why there's a season with tournaments in the middle of a season, and I can't follow it, and it makes no sense. Like, those things confuse me. It's not that I'm trying to be a jerk or turd about it. I just don't get it.
I'm not going to get there ever with
No.
that stuff.
No, but World
and I'm not
Cup
gonna,
is different.
And we did a little segment yesterday about unnecessary soccer riving, USWs, I like to call them.
Yeah.
And I'm never going to get there. I think that needs to be faded out. But I don't know. Stretch Johnson told us he doesn't like that either, and he's biggest soccer fan I think I've ever met.
There are a lot of soccer fans who don't like it because it's one thing when a player's actually injured. It's another thing when a player's just like, oh, is the ref coming? Oh, God, it hurts so bad. Like, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
It's in the bone.
Oh.
But anyway, today is a day for joy. Today is going to be a lot of fun. We have the game for you tonight at 5 o'clock, U.S. versus Bosnia-Herzegovina. And on top of it all, Seattle is hosting again today. It'll be 1 o'clock. Aaron was wrong about that yesterday. It's 1 o'clock.
Yes.
So that's the time for the match between Senegal and Belgium today. And so a lot of soccer action. I mean, there was a lot last night. Apparently, Mexico took over cities. Mexicans took over cities last night. Man, have they had a great run through this thing. They have been peerless. They have had 4 matches. They've won them all, and they haven't really been that close. They've outplayed. They've smoked everybody that's come in their vicinity. So they're having one hell of a tournament in Mexico. And the U.S. was kind of right there on the same path until they decided, let's sit all of our starters. We really don't need to beat Turkey. So let's go ahead and sit all of our starters. But hopefully that didn't ruin any momentum because the U.S. was flying just as high as Mexico prior to that loss to Turkey. And now we get into the knockout stage. Pulisic's going to be healthy and ready to go. All those guys that sat are going to be ready to rip and roar. And yet, it kind of feels to me like, Ashley, that we're kind of just counting on this victory here in America. Like, we've already moved past this stage against Bosnia. And that does worry me a little bit. And, you know, we're used to being knocked out of the World Cup. We're more used to not making the World Cup than we are to going deep in the World Cup. And yet, we've gotten a little taste of it. We've had analysts, not just American analysts, but international analysts talking about how great the U.S. looks. And we're sort of built up right now to expect that we're getting to at least the next round. And if we lost the next round, we'll be disappointed. At least that's the feeling that I'm getting from people. And we could be potentially setting ourselves up for a fall because I don't know if anybody's even entertaining the thought of, what if we lose tonight?
I think you're right. I don't think anyone is. I think if we watch that game tonight and the U.S. does not win, it will be just blank stares at a television, jaws on the ground, and massive disappointment. I mean, by the way, I think if you would have said, oh, the U.S. made it to the round of 32 and lost before the tournament started, everyone would have been like, all right, well, we didn't really expect a lot from them. But when you saw them in the first 2 games, everybody immediately got pretty hyped on this team. And rightfully so. And so to now go, I mean, I'm hearing people say, well, if they make it to the round of 8, that'll be a good run.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, we got
to get 2 more wins.
We went from getting kind of getting mocked for picking the U.S. in our green jacket draft to if we make it to the round of 8, that'll be a good run. Not a great run, a good run is what I heard this morning. I was like, I think that would be pretty great.
Yeah, that would be great. I would think.
Yeah.
We certainly would have taken that at the beginning of this process. But now the expectations, and they've earned it. They played really well in the first 2 rounds. And again, I'm not an expert. I'm going to rely on the experts who tell me how impressive the U.S. looked, and not American analysts, but analysts from other countries who are complimenting how well the U.S. has played. And it looks like they might have turned a corner. I think this is the most athletic roster that the U.S. has ever fielded for a World Cup. So I think that could come in pretty handy here as we go. But if I've provided any kind of personal analysis that's worth a damn throughout the course of the last few weeks, I mean, I asked Brad Evans the first time I talked to him, like, people act like that there would be a huge upset if Team A or Team B or Team C lost somewhere along the way. I said, how could it be a huge upset when so many matches are played within a bad bounce of the match going the other way. Hey, so that's a great point. So there we go. Good for me. Made a great point about soccer. But I think that's played out, especially since we've started this knockout stage. I mean, yesterday sort of went as scripted, with France advancing and Norway advancing and Mexico advancing yesterday. But we've already had shocking upsets to this point in the knockout stage. Like, Germany's not around anymore.
Right.
Morocco was, as Anders told us, that might be the best, most even matchup of the entire round.
Yeah.
So maybe that wasn't such a huge upset. But the Netherlands is considered just a powerhouse in this sport, and they're gone. And so I'm not sure you can count on anything in any sport at this level with this big of a stage and this much at stake and how much passion is going to be poured into these matches tonight. But then you put on top of it, most games are played 2-1,
right.
1-0, and a bad bounce or a bad call by the official or an uncharacteristic meltdown by a player that gets a red card or creates a penalty kick in front of the goal, anything like that, and you're done. It's over. This is the knockout stage. You can't hope to get in by points in the next round. You know, this is a lose and you are out. And then we've seen how much stress and pressure is on penalty kicks at the end of the match if you end up tied. So I don't know. I feel like we've set ourselves up for this expectation that if you lost, I don't know. I don't know how devastating that would be to U.S. soccer, to U.S. interests in soccer, because it seems like it's growing by leaps and bounds right now. But another early ouster, especially when people have already convinced themselves we're going to at least the round of 8. I mean, that would be crushing, I would think.
Yeah, and you're playing in your home country, too. So, I mean, just the expectations did pile on there. It is funny because you're talking about the weird bounces and things. Watching that Morocco-Netherlands game the other day when the guy that ended up scoring the winning penalty kick, when he got hit in the eye and was bleeding literally everywhere. And then they walk him over to the side. He doesn't leave the game. He's standing on the side while they fix his eye. And the game's going on without him. I thought, what other sport would they have someone standing still on the field of play getting medically attended to, because obviously he can't leave or he can't come back, right? And the game, so now they're playing one man down while he's getting his eye glued to keep playing. I just thought that was the weirdest thing. I thought, so now what if Netherlands goes down and scores because this poor guy got his head split open?
Well, even worse, what if the trainer scores the winning goal?
Oh, that would have been crazy. Maybe they put the trainer in while the extra trainer, assistant trainer, while his eye's getting fixed.
What if the medic stabs another player?
I don't think that's allowed.
Yeah, with his scalpel.
It's always a possibility.
You always carry a
Soccer's
scalpel
crazy.
out on
Soccer's
the field.
crazy.
All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the show today. All right, here's what we got on tap today. Brad Evans is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning to provide the best preview in town, U.S. versus Bosnia. The match starts at 5 o'clock, and you can hear it right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. We're fully committed to it. Yesterday, Norway, France, and Mexico all advanced, and as long as England gets the job done today against Congo, that's your next matchup for Mexico. Mexico versus England. That's going to be a hell of a battle in the round of 16. Meanwhile, Belgium and Senegal will be played here today at 1 o'clock in Seattle. NBA free agency got underway yesterday, but the only real free agent news is that LeBron James, and it's big news, he is leaving the Los Angeles Lakers to the celebration of Laker fans as they never really did embrace LeBron James. So we'll talk a little bit about where he might end up and Reckless at Breakfast today at 7:45. Kawhi Leonard was traded away for a boatload. Oh, man, was that a stunning amount of draft capital to ship to Los Angeles in exchange for a guy that I don't think anyone, even Toronto, can trust to not just one day wake up in the morning and say, I don't want to play anymore.
I would believe that.
I would too. I mean, he's well past 30 now. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if Kawhi Leonard halfway through the season was just like, I'm just not in me anymore. And the Raptors just gave up a king's ransom to bring Kawhi Leonard back to Toronto. So a big, big gamble on their part. And most analysts are giving the Clippers an A+ on what they got for Kawhi Leonard. WNBA, Alyssa Thomas has called out the WNBA commissioner because after the Caitlin Clark incident, she received a lot of heat on social media, and she thinks that the WNBA commissioner has the power to stop that.
Okay.
And isn't doing her job.
Okay.
Like, you can't keep yourself from choking out the person that is responsible for your pay raise, but you think your commissioner can stop social media.
She needs to learn about social media, I think.
Weird.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that if we get time. Zach Werenski vetoes a trade to Dallas. So how about that? How about when the tables turn? Doesn't that turn the tables?
Oh, my, how the turning tables have turned.
So Zach Werenski might be the best defenseman not named Cale Makar in the world, and he apparently Columbus Blue Jack. Everybody wants to leave Columbus, but apparently everybody that is a star in the league wants to give everyone a short list of, I only want to play for these 2 or 3 teams. That's it. So Dallas apparently traded for Werenski, and that would have been a blockbuster. And he said, nope, I don't want to play for Dallas. And that's not a bad team. That's a pretty good organization right there.
They're playoff contenders every year.
Weird stuff going on. We'll talk about that at 6:45. Serena loses in her return to Wimbledon, but, what? A lot of credit, a lot of respect.
Yeah.
Battled it out there. I mean, how many years was she away? 4? And just goes right back out there and shows she's the best of all time. And finally, Mariners win. I didn't mean to bury it. We actually have joy. So Mariners win over the Angels 8-3 last night. But, of course, we're going to break it down in Mariners Morning After, which is coming your way next. We'll also have ABC's Baseball Brunch and more today. And Hugh Millen will stop by. It's the final Seahawks 1 series installment. Hugh is going to break down Nick Eamon-Wari for us today. It just didn't feel right not to have Eamon-Wari broke down for you in our Seahawks 1 series. So we extended it a couple of days, but this is the last day. We're not doing it after today. Coming up next, Mariners Morning After on KJR.
Now back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
That's why we're playing this. It's for wins. A little cowgirl of you back there.
I feel a little cowgirl-like.
Like you got a little lasso going back there.
I'm riding a winning pony.
I'm going Gangnam style.
Yeah. I've always thought that you seemed like that kind of guy.
I don't know how to take that.
I don't know that anyone's a Gangnam style kind of person.
Hey, good morning. Welcome into the radio show. It is Chuck and Ashley with you. Mariners morning after. It's our daily Mariners post-game show. After every Mariner game, we do a post-game show. We just do it the morning after. Highlight, a soundbite, a preview of what's going on tonight, which is nothing, coming your way here today on Mariners morning after. And the M's trying to make it 2 in a row, trying to get back above 500. It was embarrassing that they ever slipped below 500. They're taking on the Angels, as bad a team as there is probably in the American League. They're also down a Trout. So once you're down a Trout, you're down and out.
That's right.
I have that monogrammed on a pillow. And so they're taking on the Angels and Jose Soriano. And for a while, you wondered, is anyone going to score in this game? Brian Wu rekindled his home magic. He extended his scoreless streak at home to a record number, over 31 innings for Brian Wu. Meanwhile, Jose Soriano looked like the Jose Soriano of April. We couldn't really get anything going against him either. And then all of a sudden, in the bottom of the sixth of a scoreless affair, things turned on a dime. Mariners just started putting together singles, something that Aaron Goldsmith thinks is impossible, that you can score a run without a home run.
Oh, you can do it.
Yeah, I mean,
you can do it.
He was just gobsmacked last night. Rodriguez, a single to left. Naylor, a single to center. Arozarena singles home Julio, who was flying, by the way. I'm like, why are you sending him from third? And he scored easily.
Which is weird because Kirk Herbstreit said there's no speed in Major League Baseball.
Well, there's no athleticism.
Yeah, no athleticism.
Cal walked to his relief.
Yeah, he was relieved by that.
That loaded up the bases again. Then Cole Young battled back from down in the count. He singles to right. Now we're up 2-0. They bring in a new pitcher. They already brought in a new pitcher, Silseth. He throws a wild pitch. Now it's 3-0. And man, we're just living high on the hog at this point. And Weston Wilson comes to the plate. There are 2 outs. We still got a chance for a couple more runs out there. They sure felt handy at the time. And if the bearded Weston Wilson didn't come through.
Inside out, base hit right field. Cal is in. Cole Young races to the plate. Weston Wilson drives in 2 more. And the Mariners taking it to the Angels in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's 5-0.
5-0 at that point. Aaron on the call, Mariners TV last night. Right now, Weston Wilson, without question, is our best performing Wilson in the organization.
Yeah, that's sad. Sorry, Dan.
5-0 at that point, because then in the top of the 7th, I'm not going to get into this right now. I'm going to get into this at 7:05.
This is positive.
I'm just going to say I think he screwed up his bullpen decisions again last night. That's all I'm going to say. I will expand on that at 7:05 this morning. But Brian Wu has his 31-inning scoreless streak snapped because he went back out for the 7th. I'll wait till 7:05. And 2 runs, actually 3 runs scored in that 7th inning, and we were back to a tight game. But the Mariners come right back in the bottom of the 7th to get those 3 runs back, rebuild their lead to 5, and that's how it would finish. 8-3 is the final score. At least he went to Andres Munoz last night in the 9th, who looks fantastic right now. Just fantastic.
Yeah, I was like, when he called on him, I was like, oh, thank God.
Mm-hmm.
Because he doesn't need another day off.
He's gonna get at least 2 if
Yeah,
he didn't pitch last night.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, maybe they're listening. I don't know, but they pitched Munoz last night, even though it wasn't a save situation, and he's just back for all of you that wanted him replaced. Silly people. Brian Wu, though, he is fantastic at home. There's no getting around it, and he talked after the game.
I just wanted to get the off speeds going just a little bit more, either early or late, whatever it was. I just wanted to throw them more. I feel like that was the only thing, was just didn't feel like I was using them enough for how good they've been feeling lately. So just get them more involved in the game plan whenever it was. The fastball's been really good, but I feel like the fastball is good because of the involvement of the off speeds and using them in different spots. Just the constant use of the other off speeds in whatever spots, I think, made the fastball better. So hopefully going forward, there's in every game you have different feels for each pitch, and sometimes they feel good and sometimes they don't. But hopefully consistently moving forward, just a better mix.
You also set the franchise record for most consecutive scoreless home innings today. Knowing the pitchers that have been involved in the history of this organization, the pitchers that you have in the clubhouse, just what does that mean to set that mark?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I had no idea that was a thing until I got done. But yeah, pretty awesome. Pretty incredible honor. Like you said, especially with the guys that have pitched here, currently pitching here, and have pitched here. Like, there's a lot of really, really good names that have come through here. So means a lot, and hopefully just go start another one now.
Well, more importantly, we got to get you fixed on the road.
Yeah, that's all I could think about last night when they were showing even the graphic of the 32 innings or whatever, and it was.
Well, it makes no sense.
And I was like, how is he that dominant at home?
Well, it's always just one bad inning.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm telling you, it's just psychological. He right now expects to run into trouble and not to get out of it when he's pitching on the road. There's no way that you can have splits that extreme. And then coming off that performance, which was, again, one bad inning,
Yep.
come back home, and then all of a sudden you're great Brian Wu again.
It's almost like he's actually twins, and only one of them pitches on the road, and one of them. So it's like Ryan Wu's on the road,
Maybe.
Brian Wu's at home, but we just don't know they're 2 different players.
Can I say that I'm glad I got to talk about this now because I can't forget it. Oh, you tarps off.
Oh, yeah.
Boys, I don't really like the tarps off thing, because we're copycatting it. We didn't start that.
Right.
It started in St. Louis, and I don't really like that it's a thing here.
Yeah.
But that chant you started with him,
Yeah.
I don't like going around the diamond. It was fine for one night, and I like that our players kind of acknowledged and waved, especially JP's. That was a really cool, yep, waiting for the pitch to finish. But that's a Yankee thing. We're not going to take that. The Yankees fans have been doing that for 25 years. So we're not 30 years. We're not stealing that either. We're going to be original. But when you started the roll call with Wu, and there was just this guttural woo, 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 woo.
Yeah.
Oh, that works.
It just gave me chills again.
That works.
Yeah.
Fellas, that works. Mariner fans, if you're paying attention, get in on that.
Yeah.
Because we build that up by the time you get to the playoffs.
Whew.
By the time you get to the playoffs, can you imagine how cool that would be? Just 45,000 fans gutturally, woo, woo, woo.
Okay, you got to stop doing it. You're giving me chills every time.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that works.
Yeah, I like it.
You half-naked weirdos, you have stumbled upon something here. Scrap everything else.
Yeah,
Keep your
stop
shirts
copying
on.
everybody.
Yeah, keep your shirts on and don't go around. But when Wu's on the mound in a big moment, if we could get as the season progresses, everybody to do that chant. Oh, that's special.
Yeah, I like that.
Let's
do that.
That's gonna work. All right, no game tonight. Very strange that you don't have a Wednesday game, but because of the World Cup, not just hosting here in Seattle at 1:00, but the U.S. plays at 5. Just the decision made, well, why don't we just play on Thursday instead of Wednesday? So that's what's going to happen. So the series is interrupted by a day, strangely enough, and then the same two teams will pick it back up on Thursday, and we will actually have a Thursday night game. It won't even be a day game.
Yeah, that's the crazy part.
Be a Thursday night game against the Angels. So chance for you to soak up all the soccer you want to soak up today and tonight. All right, coming up next, man, I don't know if they had a meeting or what, but hockey stars have decided we don't want to be traded. We'll talk about it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. All right, headlines coming up at 7 o'clock today. Plus, I will get into that Dan Wilson stuff that I was biting my tongue over during Mariners Morning After. So that's coming your way. Brad Evans today at 8 o'clock. Our final Seahawks 1 series. I mean it this time with Hugh Millen today. We had to extend it because I wasn't going to do the Seahawks 1 series and not have one of our experts break down Nick Eamon-Wari. So we put our best guy on the job. So Hugh Millen on Eamon-Wari coming up today at 9 o'clock. But strange thing going on. Oh, one other thing I want to mention. We are going to do our grill giveaway. I'm going to tell you exactly when we're going to do it. 8:45 today. 8:45 is when we're going to have our contest today.
We going to give away a grill.
Yeah, from Riches for the home. Let's talk hockey here because there was a big story last week, and a lot of us here in Seattle took it personally for various reasons that Jason Robertson turned down a trade to come to the Seattle Kraken. The Kraken took it personally. The Kraken got right on it. We're not the only ones, that he turned down. And so that was a big story last week, and some people had some fun with it, and some people blamed it on taxes in Seattle, which, who knows, maybe it played a part. I don't know. I'm not in the Jason Robertson household. I don't know what played a part in it. Some people said, well, we're just not a winner. He wants to play on a winner. Everybody had their different reason for why it hurt, because even your anger comes from a place of hurt. I can promise you that here in Seattle. Well, I think that what's happening in the National Hockey League is these guys are trying to control their own destiny. And, yeah, there's an element of that in every sport. But obviously these guys put together contracts where they can't just be traded somewhere else. They've got to approve the trade. They are working that into their contract. And by working that into their contract, yes, they have the right to veto. And they have a right to choose. They put it in their contract for a reason. Right. That's important to them. Where they play, what city they live in, what state they live in, what taxes they pay, what political climate surrounds them, whatever the case might be. So it's been important enough. And it's obviously a trend because Dylan Larkin already has it in his contract. Jason Robertson already has it. And even if it's not the case, the refusal to, you can trade for me, but I'm not going to re-sign with you, obviously that's going to send a team running for the hills as well. We're not going to give up all of this if you're only going to be here for 1 year.
Right.
So whatever is going into this, these players have huddled up. They've gotten together, and they have determined we want to choose where we play, not just for a short period of time, but for the long period of time. And last night, it was Zach Werenski of the Columbus Blue Jackets, one of the best young players in the National Hockey League. Apparently, everybody wants to leave Columbus, but they want to choose where they're going to go. So he turned down a trade to the Dallas Stars. He doesn't want to play for the Dallas Stars. He wants to choose his own destination. So now, does it make a little more sense? Do we not take it as personally here in Seattle that Jason Robertson turned us down? I mean, that we've now had a series of players that have said, nope, you will trade me to one of these 3 teams or I won't accept the trade and I'm not going to sign an extension. I mean, there's obviously a movement taking place with young stars in the NHL, and the Kraken weren't the only victims of said movement.
Yeah, and I don't think, nobody should have taken that personally. They even said he turned down 3 teams all within 24 hours and came out with a list of where he wanted to go. Mm-hmm. And all 3 of those teams were in California. Yeah. So he had a
clear
target.
Had an agenda.
Yeah, wanted to go back to California because he's from there, right? So, it's I think, good for these young players for being able to choose their own destiny. It's weird to me to have, that they have that opportunity to say, yes, I'll be traded, but only to these teams. And there are certain, we talk about it with baseball, with Byron Buxton, who says, I don't want to be traded. I don't want to be traded. If I'm going to be traded, I'm going to decide where I'm going.
And he definitely worked a no-trade clause into his contract. Yeah. I think Robertson's situation was, I'm not going to sign that extension. Yeah. So the Kraken were like, well, we can't trade all of this if you're only going to be here for a year. We might not even be ready to win this year.
Right.
So that's his decision. I don't know what went into Werenski, but he told the Dallas Stars, which is a fine organization.
Yeah.
I don't want to play with you.
Yeah. So
obviously there's this movement amongst young players that what leverage I have, I'm going to use to get where I want to play my hockey going forward. And I don't really blame them for that. I don't think that we should blame them for that. No one likes trades more than I do. But I also, if I'm that big of a star and I'm that high in demand, I also want to if I've earned free agency, I want to pick where I want to play going forward. So,
and
it's not
to me.
It's not like he turned down the Blue Jackets. No, He was trying to keep the Blue Jackets from sending him somewhere he didn't want to go. So it's a trend. It's going on in the National Hockey League, and the Kraken weren't the only victims.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, headlines plus. I still just don't think Dan Wilson got it right, even in a win. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
shoot down the line. Fair ball! Julio and Randy score. And Colt Emerson gets 2 runs back for the Mariners. That looked like hot dogs from heaven dropping down in left field. 7-3.
Hey, great morning to you. It is a Wednesday hump day. It is Chuck and Ashley with you as we get started with hour number 2 here on this hump day. Lot to cover. Reckless at Breakfast comes your way a little bit later on this hour, plus our Seahawks 1 series recap as well. Coming up later on this hour, plus more on last night's victory over the Los Angeles Angels. 8-3, the final score. Mariners TV with the call. Colt Emerson, that was one of 3 hits for Colt on the day. That a little bit of a bloop shot. And we're starting to get some of those little bloop shots that we weren't getting earlier in the year. That all averages out. Yeah. So we're not going to apologize for getting them now. That's for
Not
sure.
even a little bit.
Not 1 ounce. 13 hits for the team last night. No home runs. They had 12 singles, which just doesn't happen for the Mariners all that frequently. Maybe they're getting going offensively. What is that? 5 runs, 6 runs, and 8 runs in their last 3 games after having gone 13 consecutive with 3 runs or fewer.
Who knew we could get more than 3? That's fun.
Thought it was a rule.
Yeah, I didn't think we had a chance.
8-3, the final score last night. A big 5-run explosion in the 6th, and then when the Angels came back with 3 in the 7th, the Mariners counter in the bottom of the 7th with 3 of their own, regain that 5-run lead, and then close it out by a final score of 8-3. So they are a game over 500 again at 44-43. They will not play today. They have a day off. The World Cup takes over today in Seattle, and tonight a lot of people will be watching the U.S. play at 5 o'clock, so baseball decided why go up against that. They're going to give these 2 teams a day off in the middle of the series, and then they will play Game 3 Thursday night. More on that a little bit later on. World Cup, U.S. Bosnia tonight at 5 o'clock. Brad Evans will join us at 8 o'clock to cover that. Norway won yesterday. France won yesterday. Mexico won yesterday. Mexico's making this thing look easy.
Yeah, there was something weird, though. So I put it on TV last night, and it was halftime, and then there was the thunder or lightning delay. And the game just never came on the channel I had it on. So I just was waiting. We were like, how is this game not coming back yet? And then the next thing we know, they're doing the national anthems and starting all over. So somehow we missed the entire second half. Because they never put it back on the channel the game was supposed to, or at least on ours. I don't know what happened. We were so confused.
Really? I watch baseball. England versus Congo today at 9 o'clock. Belgium versus Senegal today at 1 o'clock. And then U.S. Bosnia at 5. NBA free agency is underway. Norman Powell just signed a contract with the Chicago Bulls. Man, just going back to Illinois. That's all. Just another Powell.
Just another Powell
Just
going
another
home.
Powell.
Home to roost.
Going back to Illinois. LeBron said yesterday, I'm not going to be a Laker anymore. You can move on without me. And Laker fans rejoiced.
They really did.
Reckless at Breakfast comes your way today. We're going to talk about that at 7:45. Kawhi Leonard was traded for a boatload of trade compensation. He is 35 years old and has played more than 3/4 of a season twice in the last 10 years.
Yeah, that's what I can't understand why.
Woo.
I was like, okay, why? How do you ever know he's going to be healthy? I wouldn't trade anything for
How
him.
do you know he's going to be healthy? How do you know he's even going to care tomorrow morning? He's the type of guy that could wake up after scoring 44 points and a big win over the Knicks on Wednesday night national television basketball and just says, I'm not going to come into work today. I'm going to go backpacking in Luxembourg.
Didn't he not even want to be in Toronto the first time he was there?
Yeah, but he loves it now.
Oh.
He said it's the only place he would have.
Oh, okay.
He would even consider a contract extension.
Interesting.
That's part of why they gave up so much for him. But it doesn't change the fact that he's oft injured. He's 35 years old and he's
Yeah.
unreliable.
Yeah.
Even though he's a great player and a champion, no
Yeah.
question about it. But Very strange that Toronto, that's a go-for-it move like we've rarely seen. Serena lost in her return to Wimbledon yesterday, but was very competitive, which I think is a victory in and of itself. Yes, we will continue with our Seahawks 1 Series extended edition today, the final episode with Hugh Millen today at 9 o'clock as we break down Nick Eamon-Wari. So there you go. Those are your headlines. They are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. All right, so Mariners win it 8-3 is the final score. And good for them. 13 hits, unorthodox victory for them, 12 singles, back-to-back innings of putting up crooked numbers, very crooked numbers, en route to the victory, and then had a chance to sort of put feet up on the desk, bring Munoz in just to get some work in the 9th inning. So nice win. Hopefully they're on track. Brian Wu clearly has not lost it. He's still excellent. Whatever is happening with him on the road, I think, is completely between the ears right now. He's getting psyched out when he gives up undesirable traffic that he doesn't feel earned its way on, and then he ends up having a bad inning. So there's nothing wrong structurally with Brian Wu. There's nothing wrong with his stuff. And there's nothing wrong with Brian Wu other than the fact that he's got some sort of psychological hurdle he needs to clear on the road. It's nice to see that Andres Munoz, there's nothing wrong with Andres Munoz. He wasn't getting enough work.
Right.
And it's very clear that now that they've started to get him more work, now that they're not giving him, I mean, he could have had last night off. It wasn't a safe situation. And then he would have been forced to have tonight off. And then you don't ever know what's going to happen on Thursday. We lose 11-1. There's no reason. Could have been on another week without Andres Munoz pitching. And so the next time that he shows up on the mound and gives up 3 runs, I wouldn't want to hear anybody crack on Andres Munoz. It's very clear. He's made it clear. We've made it clear. He needs to pitch consistently. Not every night, certainly. But he needs to pitch no more than every third day.
I was going to say every 2 to 3. That's it.
Yeah, and that's when you're going to get the best version of him. So I think that's one less thing we've got to be worried about. Mooney looks back on his game, and that's fantastic. So a lot of things to celebrate last night, but Ashley, I just can't help myself.
Uh-oh.
I think Dan Wilson screwed up the bullpen again last night. So at least you know I'm just not reacting. We lost. It's Dan's fault.
Yeah.
We won. It's Dan's fault.
Well, and it was 2. This is 2 days in a row, 2 wins, and you're questioning the decision. I questioned it yesterday. I'm curious what your solution would have been last night.
And I admit that I'm nitpicking a little bit. I mean, there's not one way to do this.
Right.
I'm just saying, I just don't think, and as I'm playing armchair manager, that he's making the right decisions even in victories. Mm-hmm. Not even the big picture decisions are the right decisions, which is usually what cost him trouble, is that he's thinking more big picture rather than what's most important in the moment. And I'm sure that's Jerry and Justin's influence and a lot of the rules that they've given him for how to use his bullpen. And I just think that he's like a piece of rope in a tug-of-war with what he feels he should do and what he wants to do, and it ends up just puking all over in the mud. Like, he's playing tug of war and he's ending up in the mud.
Okay.
Even in victories, I think he's ending up in the mud. And so here's what I would have done differently last night.
Okay.
You're through 6 innings. Brian Wu's had a fantastic bounce-back game. Not that this matters, but he's got this scoreless streak going on, which is great. I mean, it's not what's important, but it's great. And he's at 90 pitches. And that's usually when Dan takes starting pitchers out of the game. If you finish the previous inning between 85 and 95 pitches, he usually takes you out. That's how he's operated. I think that's one of the rules from on high that he subscribes to. So Brian Wu's at 90 pitches at that point. Well, then the Mariners have a 5-run bottom of the 6th. They saw 42 pitches that inning. Mm-hmm. They saw a pitching change that inning.
Yeah.
They sat on the bench. Brian Wu sat on the bench for 45 minutes. And by the time it was time to go back out defensively, you were up 5 runs. I'm taking Brian Wu out of that game. On a chilly night, let him finish on the highest of high notes. My offense is built for me the rare 5-run lead. And now I'm taking him out of the game. I'm not going to put him back in after resting for 4. What for? Like, the moment he gave up a base runner, you were thinking about taking him out. But you weren't committed to him getting through the 7th. So why send him out there at all? Just to try to steal an out? Or 2? Or maybe he has a 10-pitch inning? Because you weren't going to... You get uncomfortable the moment a starting pitcher goes over 100 pitches. So you normally take starters out after 85 to 95 pitches when they've completed an inning. And then after a guy sits for 45 minutes, we're going to go back to him on the mound. That was your perfect time to throw a Mike Rucker in the 7th, up 5. Now let's throw Rucker out there.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to go to one of your high leverage guys because a 5-run lead is not considered a high leverage situation. Plus, and this is very important to the equation, the problem I had with Mike Rucker was that you used him in the 8th on Sunday. And you had used him when you didn't have Ferrer and had already used Bizzardo for 1 out and Spire. So you had no safety nets left. Your only safety net left was Andres Munoz on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, you had all your safety nets. Ferrer was even warming up. So you had Ferrer, you had Spire, you had Bizzardo, and you had Munoz. So if you throw out Rucker in the 7th, get Wu out of the game, throw Rucker in the 7th, maybe we rebuild Rucker's confidence a little bit after that ghastly outing on Sunday. And if he gets into any trouble at all, then I can go to one of my 4, probably Ferrer, frankly, to get me out of the inning there in the 7th. And then I've still got Bizzardo, Spire in the 8th, one of the 2, and Munoz for the 9th if I need him. So to me, that was the opportunity to use Rucker to start the 7th inning. And if he got into any trouble, you had all 4 of your safety nets available to you. And I mean any trouble, because you don't blow that game. You don't blow that 5-run lead last night. So I think that's mistake number 1. Then or actually 1 and 2. It's mistake number 3. You're bringing Bizzardo in the middle of an inning again. He is not even a good middle of the inning guy. He's a very good reliever. He's very reliable. I like him a lot. The breakthrough he made a year ago was fantastic. Shouldn't have been him on the mound against Springer, but he made a breakthrough a year ago, and this year he's been just as good. I don't think better, as some people are characterizing, but just as good. But he's not really a middle-of-the-inning mop-up guy. Middle-of-the-inning mop-up guys that come in with traffic and get you out of the inning, are guys that strike people out. He averages less than a strikeout per inning. Or induce a ground ball. He is in the lowest, he's in the bottom 11 percentile of ground ball inducement in the entire sport. He's a fly ball pitcher. That's the last guy that you bring in. Well, not the last guy. There are a lot worse guys. But of the 4 at your disposal, he's the last one I would choose to pitch you out of traffic. Now, Matt Brash is the best, but we don't have Matt Brash right now. So it's as if they just said, well, we don't have Brash, Bizzardo's the guy. But are you even looking at the data? Are you even looking at the numbers? You seem paralyzed by the numbers.
Right, I was going to say, which seems so odd considering that's their big focus.
So I want Bizzardo, if I can, I want my relief pitchers to start with a clean inning. That's why I think Rucker was the choice in the 7th. And if he gets into any trouble, I've got all 4 of my safety nets to get him out. And then I still have Bizzardo or Spire to work from scratch in the 8th and then Munoz in the 9th. So I don't even think that is right. So even in victories, it just feels like, and then not to mention, once again, you're not getting, if you're struggling getting through a series with bullpen and you're wasting, like if Wu would have gotten Josh Lowe out instead of giving up the single, you were going to take him out anyway because he was up to 105 pitches. So once again, you're going to be traipsing Bizzardo out from the bullpen to get out 1 out. And then again, you've wasted resources, a valuable resource, because you weren't going to let him pitch the very next night. So even in victory, I just don't think he's got his finger on. I'll give him this. At least he went to Munoz in the 9th inning, because that's one thing I've been preaching on this show quite regularly. So at least that's soaked in. But I still don't think that he's managing this, even in victories, the way that you should. And frankly, I think that there's a lot of hypocrisy that's involved in it. Stuff that you swore by just yesterday, and now today we don't live by that rule anymore. So I think he's caught in between. I don't think he's got a real good feel for his bullpen management right now. And even in victory, I don't think he's making the right decisions.
Well, and yeah, that's what I was going to say when you're, setting up all of these scenarios and why Wu shouldn't have gone back out. I mean, that is 100%. You're not taking into account the feel of the game and what's actually going on in the game and how long Wu sat out and does it make sense for him to go back in? I mean, those are all the things that the numbers aren't going to tell you, right? That's just what's going on in the game, what is going on around me. And it seems like he can it doesn't seem like he can do that. It just seems like it's almost like who do I have available? Okay, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm going to go with Bizzardo.
I think he's turned Bizzardo into his guy to get him out of the inning, which is of the four, the last guy that I would choose because he's not a strikeout
right.
guy.
No, and your numbers on his strikeouts and your numbers on his ground balls, that's ridiculous.
That's suddenly what he's become for him.
Yeah.
So that's what we do now. That's what we do now. We send our starting pitcher out to try to steal another out or two, even though he's, by your own standards, maxed out his pitching limit.
Right.
So we're going to go send him out there. We know we're not going to get him through the inning. And yet we're going to try to steal an out or two and then waste an out or two from Bizzardo. That does not make sense to me.
I agree.
And I don't know if you saw the graphic, and I don't know if it was done strategically by one Aaron Goldsmith, who I think questions Dan's pitching decisions as much as I do. He's just not as loud about it, for obvious reasons. But they flashed up that graphic. Number 1 in baseball and fewest innings pitched out of our bullpen. Number 1 in all of baseball. And yet I think we struggle more than any other team to get through a series and trying to figure out who pitches when and where and how much.
It sure seems like it. Seems like that's our biggest struggle. Besides from offense.
How is that even possible?
Yeah.
And it's because we're acting like we're so thin in our bullpen when we're not. And then we commit acts that fly in the face of fearing that we're thin. We're trying to steal an out from Brian Wu. Then Bizzardo, we waste 2 outs from him that he could have given us that night because we're going to use him to get out of the inning. And we do that same thing with Spire. And then we got to get Rucker used to this because right now he's the guy we trust 5th most on the team. And then that was a great opportunity to kind of reintroduce. And he ended up pitching the 8th, walked the first guy, but got out of the inning with a double play. But 7th was the time to use him with the bases empty. Every pitcher wants to come in with the bases empty. They don't want to inherit somebody else's mess, and they don't want to blow Brian Wu's scoreless streak because they couldn't get out of the inning. So I don't know. It just feels to me like this is our biggest issue on this baseball team. This is the way that we're acting. This is the way we behave. This is how he manages. Well, what could I do? I was out of pitchers. And yet, our relief pitchers have thrown the fewest innings. Our bullpen there aren't a lot of teams out there that have 4 reliable guys. We have 4 reliable guys even without Brash. This should not be this difficult.
I wouldn't think so.
Even things like last night are making it more difficult to manage the very next game. It's as if we're always thinking about the big picture and not winning the game, but then the things that we do don't even address the big picture. I mean, I don't mean to do a 15-minute rant on bullpen management after 2 straight wins, but I also don't want to be the guy that just picks at a scab after losses.
Right.
I mean, to me,
if it's still an issue, it should still be an issue.
2 nights in a row, he's made the wrong decisions with his bullpen. Even a night when George Kirby gave him 8 innings, I don't think he did the right thing in the 9th.
Yeah. No, he should have put in Munoz.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm done ranting.
I mean, everything you said, it makes sense that the reasons of why he shouldn't have taken or put Wu back in, why he shouldn't have brought Bizzardo in, all of that, and why Rucker should have gone. All of it makes sense. I don't understand why it seems so complicated for the Mariners.
Boy, they seem just like, oh, what can we do?
Yeah.
We're painted in the corner. What?
Because it all seems, everything you just laid out right there makes perfect sense.
Well, I hope I'm making sense.
Makes sense to me. So
Yeah.
I don't know why it would be difficult for people whose job it is.
Yeah, I don't either. Seahawks 1 series recap comes your way next. You got to hear Greg Bell's breakdown of the Big Cat. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
KJR FM.
All right, Chuck and Ashley with you here this morning. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Reckless at breakfast at 7:45 today. And Brad Evans is going to join us to preview tonight's U.S. match against Bosnia-Herzegovina at 8 o'clock today, plus your cash contest. Seahawks 1 series concluded on Friday. Yeah, we were ready to wrap it up. We had a big party and everything. Sent everybody home with gift baskets. We were ready to move on until 2027. And yet it dawned on Ashley and I, how can we go through the Seahawks 1 series without breaking down Leonard Williams and Nick Eamon-Worry? So we decided to extend it to a couple more days this week. But today is the final day. Hugh Millen is going to join us at 9 o'clock to break down Nick Eamon-Worry because no one chose him in our month-long Seahawks 1 series. And yesterday we had Greg Bell on, our Seahawks insider, so he doubled up for us as well during our Seahawks 1 series so that we made sure we talked about the big cat, Leonard Williams, what an impact he has made on the Seattle Seahawks since putting on that uniform 3 seasons ago, 2.5 seasons ago. And so we'll replay for you the portion where I asked Greg, not about what it's meant to the Seahawks to have Leonard Williams, but I asked him, what is being a Seahawk meant to Leonard Williams and his legacy?
He's had, you could say, a Hall of Fame type career. I know he doesn't have a first-team All-Pro selection, which usually is the way into Canton, or at least the quickest front door way in. But he's now playing 12 years on a defensive line. 2 of his last, I know Pro Bowls come as dime a dozen selections these days, but these 2 of his 3 career Pro Bowl selections have come in the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
He's the father of he's like the dad of the locker room and the defense. I know DeMarcus Lawrence is older, but he's got 6 kids, so he's too busy being a dad at home. Mm-hmm. Lawrence is something of a father to everybody else, and he embraces that role. He's a culture setter. He's a guy that McDonald leans on heavily on his veterans leadership committee on deciding team issues and what teams do and when they should travel, how much they should practice. Should they take a day off? Should they be not in pads today? Leonard Williams is the sounding board guy for that. He's a commanding presence because of his longevity in the league and his excellence and pedigree in the league. Guys listen to him. He has that personality. He's a very integral piece to what McDonald does. McDonald's system, the locker room culture we talk about all the time that the Seahawks say they won the Super Bowl because of, it doesn't work unless the players are empowered to be the voice and to lead.
Yeah.
Leonard Williams is probably one of the chief leaders of those voices in the locker room. I often don't know what Mike McDonald's defense would look like without him. I'm not sure what the culture would look like without him. And having said that, he just turned 32, going on 33, and he's into his dozen years in the league. His contract ends after this year. He's got a void year after the new deal they gave him a couple years ago. So they have a decision, something of a reckoning with him as he gets older. Do you keep him for another go-around beyond this year? I think they're going to see how he holds up playing 73+% of the snaps like he did last year. He was the most played defensive lineman, even more than Lawrence and Reed and anybody. And Murphy, at his age, I'm not sure he can play 73% of the snaps again this year and still get the same production. That's what they're going to try to do. But I know McDonald, as it stands right now, would love to have him as long as he can coach and as long as Williams is willing to play. He's that important.
Greg Bell, our Seahawks insider, joining us yesterday for our Seahawks 1 series extended edition to break down Leonard Williams. I don't know. Maybe it's a little hyperbole. Maybe you could go back all the way to the JSN draft pick. But I did make the statement with Greg yesterday. The most important thing that has happened that turned the Seahawks back into a champion to me was Mike McDonald. Adding Mike McDonald. But I think there's an argument that you could be made that the move in the right direction, well, is probably the draft with Witherspoon and JSN. That's probably when the great decisions began.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I think, that's probably where it began. But that championship sort of culture, when they traded for Leonard Williams 2.5 years ago, it did seem to change because Pete was still here. Mike wasn't even here yet.
Right.
But that draft and then that decision at the trading deadline to bring him in, and at the time I liked the move, but I didn't think it was going to be as impactful as it's been. I certainly didn't think getting a defensive tackle in his early 30s who had underachieved a little bit based on the hype that he came into the National Football League with. I'm like, well, we're getting a good player. I don't think we're getting anything beyond that. And what we've gotten is a great player.
Right. Who's actually still been kind of under celebrated, I think, in the NFL.
Certainly was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
When he wasn't even named to the Pro Bowl,
Which
for
is
goodness
ridiculous.
sake. I got named to the Pro Bowl 2 years ago. And Leonard Williams didn't. But, I mean, he was first-team All-Pro that year. He was candidate for Defensive Player of the Year that year. And then was very good. Maybe not as good, but that was such a high bar. It wasn't as good last year. But the 2.5 years of him, I mean, it's right at the heart of this transition from a team that was, kind of stuck in mediocrity to, in 3 short years, became world champions. And a lot of great moves have been made over that time. A lot of great moves. Mike McDonald's hiring the best.
Yeah.
But this is right up there.
Yeah.
And these moves that John's made at the trading deadline each of the last 3 years. And John's been making great moves at the trading deadline since I got here. I mean, John was making great moves at the trading deadline before other teams even participated in the trading deadline. Now we're seeing teams from across the National Football League being very aggressive at the trading deadline. And I wonder if John's bothered by that. Like, no. This was my little thing that I did. You guys didn't want to do that, remember? You didn't want to sacrifice future assets to pick a player up mid-season, introduce him to your system. That's my thing. It works for me. You can't steal from me. Don't you dare steal from me. So they're going to even the playing field a little bit on him because now teams understand how valuable that can be. But you're starting to see, as Greg and I talked about yesterday, teams saving cap space. They would always spend up to the cap space and have a hard time getting under. And John always left himself cap room. Well, now other teams in the National Football League are starting to copy that a little bit, leave ourselves a little space in case we want to pick up a missing piece at the trading deadline. So John's going to have more competition to be great at the trading deadline, but I think he's just got a leg up on everybody else. No one does it better than he does. And it goes before Leonard Williams. He was doing it before Leonard Williams, but this 3-year run of Williams, Jones, Shaheed, man, nobody's having the success at the trading deadline our guy's having.
Yeah, and I think it's actually unfair that other teams are copying it. Like, do your own thing. Come up with your own ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What is this, a copycat league? Oh, it is? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of
okay. All right. Well.
All right, we're going to get reckless at breakfast next. What would be the most interesting place for LeBron James to land? Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. right, Brad Evans at 8 o'clock. Can't wait to hear what he has to say about tonight's U.S. matchup against Bosnia. Also, we got your cash contest coming up, too. But right now, we're going to get a little reckless at breakfast here on Chuck and Buck in the mornings as I'm going to dip into the LeBron James waters here this morning. Where would it be interesting that he land? Where would it be most interesting that he land now that he is a free agent? He's getting ready to turn 42.
That's crazy that he's like, yeah, I still got more in me.
He's definitely got more in him.
My
He put
24th season in the NBA.
He took a back seat to Luka and still was like 21, 7, and 6 his averages this year. So he's still got a lot. He's still rated a top 20 player in the entire world. And that's after having taken a back seat to another player for the first time in his career. So he's got a lot left, and this Brian Windhorst, and I know that Brian Windhorst is his guy. That isn't lost on me. But he said that the demand is through the roof of teams wanting LeBron to come play for them, particularly since LeBron has said now for the first time in his career that money will not be a factor. I'm going to go where I want to play and play with who I want to play with. That's going to be the motivating factor. Finance will not get in the way. That's really big of you to say, billionaire. All right, so
Money is not an object.
I will put. I'm gonna pretty much put every single one of the teams in the NBA in a category. First of all, he's not going to Brooklyn, not going to Utah, not going to Portland, not going to Sacramento, not going to Phoenix, not going to Memphis, not going to New Orleans, not going to Dallas, not going to Charlotte, not going to the Clippers. And all for the same reasons. Like, there's no reason to keep playing if you're not going to try to add to your legacy and try to win another championship somewhere else, and none of those teams are ready. None of those teams are a LeBron James away from contending for a championship. So not going to, the list is pretty long. I would also say there's a list of you can't go here. And one of those teams is Boston. Like, Laker fans, if you want to have any kind of love with Laker fans,
Yeah.
and apparently you're leaving with a really strained relationship, but apparently he also wants his number retired there. Well, you want to get your number retired, promise revoked, is go from the Lakers to the Celtics overnight. So, no, I say you can't go to Boston. You can't go to the Knicks. For a long time, the Knicks wanted you to take them to the promised land. Well, another guy did it. Jalen Brunson did it. So there can only be one Moses.
That's right.
And Moses has already spoken, and he's 6 foot tall and 4 foot wide. So you can't go to the New York Knicks. You can't now just jump onto a championship bandwagon. Say, I'm here, New York. Celebrate me.
I'm here to save you.
I finally made it here. You've been waiting for 25 years, and I'm here.
You want to have a parade after a championship? I'll give you that. Oh, wait, what? You had that last year. Oh.
I also say, because of, I would assume, your respect for Cleveland, you can't go to any teams in their division. You can't go to Detroit and try to win a championship against Cleveland. No. You can't go to Indiana. You can't go to Milwaukee. Not that you would. And you can't go to Chicago. Not that you would. So I say you just can't go to any of those teams, and you can't go to the Knicks, and you can't go to the Celtics. Now, a list of interesting teams, Denver Nuggets. Oh, yeah, I'd like to see Jokic and LeBron for a year. I'd like to see how that dynamic worked. That's pretty fascinating. They're looking for a shakeup right now, probably going to move on from Aaron Gordon, probably going to do a couple of things in the offseason. If LeBron's not needing money and just wants to be a piece, that'd be pretty fascinating. That's two of the best team players, at least on the court, maybe not for headlines, we've ever seen in the NBA. The Atlanta Hawks, they're not that far away. They gave the Knicks more trouble than anybody, not the San Antonio Spurs in the playoffs this past year. And so they're not that far away. They're young and promising. What could a LeBron James do for that young team that doesn't know how to get over the hump? Maybe he's got a trick or two. The Orlando Magic, I'd love to see Paolo get some LeBron tutelage to kind of take him to the next level. And LeBron's already learned to take the back seat with Luka. I think he'd be a great asset for Paolo. I think that would be interesting. Toronto, does he want to play with Kawhi now that the Raptors are all in on trying to win now? That'd be interesting. Him and Scotty Barnes and Kawhi Leonard on the same team, maybe. Minnesota, I don't think Ant is willing to give up any of his spotlight. I don't think that would work, but it would certainly be interesting if he went to the Timberwolves. Oklahoma City, Philadelphia, maybe good guard play. A big man, solid big man, if he stays healthy, they could use a LeBron James in Philadelphia. I think it would be interesting at the very least.
Oh, yeah.
That would be an interesting matchup. But the five most interesting, I will rank in order.
I'm
Number
ready.
5, Miami. Going back to Miami, it doesn't have the same heartfelt feeling of going back to Cleveland, but he does have a history there. He goes back to Miami. They are cap-strapped, and yet they've gone for it with Giannis. If he's not looking for a big salary, what a fine addition to Bam and to Giannis LeBron would be at this stage in his career. So I find that the 5th most interesting landing spot for him. The 4th most interesting, San Antonio.
Really?
I mean, I think they're going to be able to do it without him. They don't need him. But in terms of like a final piece, again, somebody that has already said, I don't need to be the number one. Wemby can be the number one, but maybe there are a couple veteran things. I mean, you wouldn't kick him out of bed for eating crackers if you're a San Antonio Spurs fan for what he can bring to the table. I think that'd be fascinating. It might seal the doom of Oklahoma City, especially if he takes very little. For the next 2 years, a LeBron James added to the San Antonio Spurs might be an unbeatable force. Number 3, Cleveland Cavaliers. Still would be interesting. I mean, what a way to kind of round it all out. This wild, crazy Mr. Toad's wild ride you've gone on and taken us through, that if you finished it off a 3rd stint in Cleveland, they're not that far away. Maybe you could provide the difference to get them over the hump, at least in the East. And then who knows what could happen in the NBA Finals. That said, when they extend James Harden, that guy's never going to win a championship. So I don't think it would work out. I don't think he would go there. But in terms of just like putting a bow on this career of LeBron James, I think Cleveland would be pretty interesting. Yeah. Number 2, I'm going to say the Golden State Warriors, which is the biggest rumor out there. If all the old heads got together to try to stymie the new powerhouses in the NBA, a dream team of old farts would be rather interesting. Steph, LeBron playing together once in the NBA and not just for Team USA. Add Anthony Davis if you could work it out. That'd be interesting. And Draymond Green, that would at least be very interesting. I don't think you'll get it done, but I think that would be very interesting. And then finally, maybe the most interesting place he could land, the Washington Wizards.
Oh.
You want to compare yourself to Michael Jordan?
Oh, gosh.
Put yourself ahead of him by going to Washington for the last 2 years of your career and actually making it look successful.
Yeah, actually having it be decent and not something no one wants to remember.
But Dabonsa and Anthony Davis are there, and Sarr, who was the number 2 overall pick a couple of years ago, and Trae Young. I mean, there's some actual talent there. Go to Washington and be a success in your last 2 years. That's one thing Michael Jordan has never done.
That is very interesting. I like that. I like that tactic.
All right, Brad Evans next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. As a matter of fact, our USA giveaway of $2,500 this hour and our cash contest, there could only be one word today. It is America.
That's right.
Enter that at 93.3 KJR.com. Do it the American way for your chance at $2,500 of American cash. That's right. USA giveaway. Happy birthday, America. Let us celebrate it with a victory on the pitch tonight against Bosnia, who are not Americans.
Darn right. They're the opposite.
Joining us now on the program, American Brad Evans is with us here today. He's been with us throughout the entire World Cup, joining us once per week to talk some soccer. And it is a pleasure and an honor to have him back again this Wednesday. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. I'm in Lake Chelan. It is sunny as could be.
Oh, really? Why are you there?
Yeah, it's amazing.
What are you doing
family vacation.
Oh, okay.
Every year, family vacation over here, yeah. Around the same exact time, and 20, 25 people get together and just cause havoc.
Lovely. Are you going to have a television to watch tonight?
Of course, yeah. Everyone's going to be glued tonight. And you said it, every week I've been coming on, and I'm just hoping to extend it another 2 weeks beyond this to keep the U.S. in this thing, right?
Oh, you're not getting rid of us. We're going way beyond the World Cup. Now you're in our blood now, Brad. Now you've got to join us for the rest of your life.
We're in.
Look at that. You were easily convinced right there. Didn't even want to negotiate a fee.
Also probably thinking, oh, crap, how do I get out of this?
I'm now tonight I'm going to be picturing the family get-together and you guys all huddled around the TV rooting on America against Bosnia. And so let's talk about this team and the state of this team. Does that loss to Turkey in any way slow down the momentum that they had through 2 matches of the World Cup?
No, not at all. A perfect opportunity to rest guys. And an important stat came out today, actually, that I didn't even realize. But every game, every player throughout the World Cup and every league in the world wear GPS units that tracks your running. The USA in those 3 games had run the most of any team in the World Cup. So when you think about resting players, they were obviously thinking of that. So the team in total ran 75 miles over 3 games, right? And so when you run that much and put that much effort into a game, a perfect opportunity to rest your starters, give them a break, an extra game off, and now you have them fully revved up. And that, I didn't know that was going to be part of the DNA of the team. Yes, historically it has. The USA has always tried to outwork their opponent, but I didn't know to that extent. So when you kind of look at the stats and where this team lies, it makes sense that the group sat those guys. There was still, some continuity issues are always going to be there when you put together 8 or 9 guys that really have never played together. And then you add on top of that, it's a World Cup game. But to score 2 goals in that game was important. You keep the goal scoring streak kind of alive in the tournament. You rest guys, and now you get an opportunity to play against a Bosnia team that's going to provide its own challenges.
Before we get into Bosnia, because it seems like the natural question now to ask, the way you finished that answer, as an aside, you talked about 75 miles, running 75 miles as a team in a match, and yet this is the time in the World Cup where a lot of soccer critics come out and say we shouldn't have penalty kicks. Why don't you just play until you score another goal like they do in hockey? What is your answer to those critics?
Well, it's just not possible. It's 75 miles cumulative over the 3 games, right?
Okay.
So as you start to advance in this tournament, the load that gets put on your legs, if you were just to play until you couldn't play anymore, you're just going to pick up unnecessary injuries, right? We push our body to the max at high intensity. The risk for injury is just too high. And the only way to solve that is penalty kicks. And yes, there's a lot of pressure, but that's part of the game, right? We won our first MLS Cup with the Sounders in Toronto. We didn't have a shot on goal in the game, but we were defensively tight, sent it into penalties in Toronto, and then we win an MLS Cup. So it's also about mental fortitude. And when you talk about Germany just got knocked out, right? One of the perennial teams in the world. Historically, they've had a real good opportunity to win this World Cup, some people said. And now it's starting to come out that the coach couldn't even find anyone to raise their hand to take the 6th penalty kick because there was so much pressure. And at the last minute, the center back steps up and says, okay, what's he do? He sends it over the bar, and they're on a flight the next day. So it's a mental game at that point, right? You can equate it to a last second free throw that's going to win the game in the NBA Finals. It's that same exact thought process. There's pressure. Yes, you've done it a million times before in practice, but until you're in that moment, it's got to be the ultimate pressure situation in all of sports. I love it. I never miss a penalty kick taking one.
I was going to ask, who are you in that moment? The first guy to raise your hand or the last guy to raise your hand?
It didn't matter to me, really. I'll take the pressure at the end of it. I kind of liked being like number 3 because if the first person misses, you make one, and then you make another one at 3. You hopefully keep yourself alive. At the MLS Cup, I took the first penalty kick. Coach Schmetzer said, we want a sure thing to start this thing off. So you go in and you put your best penalty kick taker first. But other teams, other players have different. But for me, it didn't matter, right? I mostly took them in-game situations, only 2 or 3 times in penalty kick shootouts. But I love the pressure. Stick with your spot. I always say like a good long run up because you want pace behind the ball, in my opinion, just in case a goalkeeper gets a finger on it. It'll come off the finger and hit the back of the net. But for me, there's just no other way to solve the issue.
Okay. Brad Evans is with us, former Sounder great, and has been with us every week throughout the World Cup, not just talking about Team USA, but also the entire World Cup tournament, which we'll get to in a moment. But let's get back to tonight's match. You were on the verge of discussing what makes Bosnia-Herzegovina dangerous tonight. What are those things?
Yeah, height, power, speed, pace, and determination. They're not necessarily the most skillful team, but what they've shown throughout this tournament is that they're willing to fight and battle. They're not going to play like a Paraguay or Colombia, Argentina. They're going to play more like the opponents that the USA has already faced, similar to Australia, powerful, big. They'll wait. They'll sit and wait for the counterattack. Edin Dzeko, who's 40, 41 years old, is their big target striker up top. So they're a team that's not afraid to play a long ball. But they do have some skillful players, a couple young players, one that actually could have played for the U.S. men's national team but decided to play for Bosnia. So they're a prideful country. I actually played in Bosnia with the USA team 10 years ago. We ended up winning 4-3, and it was an absolute battle. As soon as we thought we had it in the bag, they would come down, swing a ball in. Edin Dzeko gets up for a header, and it's in the back of the net, and we're chasing. So we faced it before in the past, and it will be no different tonight. But in saying that, Christian Pulisic, healthy, I think. That is the X factor. Serginho Dest on the other side. This USA team should be able to find some serious moments of success. And you've already seen Canada advances. That's a host country. Mexico advanced last night. That's another host country. If the USA doesn't win tonight, they're going to be looking left and right at Canada and Mexico saying, what if? It's all about finishing your chances tonight, using the crowd and doing what they did in the opening game. Same energy. Run until you can't run anymore. Bring someone off the bench, and hopefully that's a game changer if the game's tied. You just really don't want to see this one go into overtime and penalties, because as these games start to add up, like we said, they've put some serious miles on their legs. You'll start to get tired later in this tournament. You want to be as fresh as possible.
It's funny you brought that up. That's how Ashley and I started the show today, was the conversation about, has anyone considered that we might lose? Because this thing here in America has gone from, this is not really our sport. I mean, if we get to the 8th, that'd be a phenomenal run, to all of a sudden global analysts, not just American analysts, are singing the praises of our U.S. team and talking about how dangerous they look, how fast they look. And I think it's talked the American soccer fan, especially the novice, into having much higher expectations than we had just 2 or 3 weeks ago. I don't know if anybody's really considering what happens if we lose tonight, how big of a crushing blow that would be to all of the hype that's been generated here.
No, you're right. If they don't win tonight, you kind of just kick the train off the railroad tracks. There has been so much hype, every commercial, what this team can accomplish, the miracle on ice stories in every commercial, equating it to something like that. it wouldn't be a disaster, I would say, because all these players are going to go on to have amazing club careers and work towards the next World Cup. But the USA has been given a gift here. They didn't have to qualify for this tournament as a host country. Same with Mexico and Canada. You're automatically in this tournament. But they're not necessarily playing with house money right now, but they did. They found their way into a tournament that in normal years they had to qualify for and fight and scrap. But what they've showed in the first 3 games is that they can do that in a high-pressure situation. Another caveat, the U.S. hasn't beaten a European opponent in the last 10 games. All losses, pretty much. So there's a lot stacked up against this team that within the group, yes, there's a lot of hoopla on the outside, but they're feeling pressure on the inside. Can they kind of right the ship? The story is set up perfect with the press. 0 wins in the last 10 games against European opponents. It's a great opportunity for them to flip the script. And I think you're right. I think if they don't win this game, a massive disappointment. And I think that they know if they do advance and at least make a good run in the quarterfinals, that would be a huge success. We can talk about winning this tournament all day long. It takes a lot of luck to win a tournament in general. Us as Americans, we think that we deserve everything. Every sport has to be the best. We have to be the best. Why aren't we the best? And the reality is the whole world plays this sport and has been doing it way longer than we have. So we have to temper expectations, but also it's time to go. It's time to push and take this sport to the next level. Selfishly, that's what I want to see.
Yeah, you're going to be in Chelan. They're like, our lake's the best, our wine's the best, our cheese is the best. That's just the way we are in Americans. We just want the best around us, right?
That's right. That's right.
Brad Evans is with us, Sounders legend, soccer legend, and he's been our go-to guy throughout these World Cup here on Chuck and Buck to break it down for us, and we'd greatly appreciate it. All right, so let's talk about the entire tournament before finishing with U.S. Bosnia and the Keys. Man, how good does Mexico look? I mean, has anybody had an easier and better ride through this thing 4 matches into the tournament?
Yeah, they've been phenomenal. But a lot of questions were asked early on, even in Mexico, about the style of play. Historically, you've seen the Mexican teams very skillful, willing to push in attack. And in the first 3 games, and even Coach Aguirre had been criticized in the Mexican press saying, are you actually going to play this game or just sit back and defend and try to counterattack? Because it's not what Mexico usually does. And even after the games, he said, yes, we won, but we haven't played well. But last night, they played amazing. I mean, Ecuador's a team that qualified in the South American qualification, 2nd place, even after getting docked 3 points. So that was no slouch of a team. And what I saw in Mexico last night was the Mexico of old, the Mexico that continues to pressure. They're playing with passion every single tackle. They've got the little nuance to the game where they're slowing the game down, trying to take fouls, commit fouls when it's appropriate. They just really, really looked good. And yes, they're playing at home. They're playing in Mexico City, in Azteca. Historically, that is, one of the meccas of soccer throughout the world. They used every advantage last night. And, at this point, they could make a deep run in this tournament as well, using that home field advantage. Because people don't know, the casual listener, when they come to the U.S. and play against the U.S., it's 75% Mexican fans. I've played in the Rose Bowl against them, 95,000 fans, and there was maybe 15, 20,000 USA fans. The rest were all Mexican. So even playing in the U.S. is a massive home game for the Mexican fans, and they know that. So this tournament, it's a good path for them if you talk about home field advantage, whether or not it's in Mexico or a game in the U.S. But yeah, they're off to a flyer and really impressed by them last night.
What's been the biggest shock so far in the knockout stage? Germany, the freaky deaky Dutch losing, or something else?
Yeah, both of those.
Okay.
I mean, both of those games, Germany and the Netherlands, historical powers. The Netherlands, I thought, were world beaters in this tournament watching the first few games. And they just playing against a really, really good Morocco side. Morocco, we don't realize, but they won the Under-17 World Cup, Under-20 World Cup. They did really well in the Olympics, African Cup of Nations champions. people slept on them a little bit. Even though they did make a deep run at the last World Cup, they've continued to bring in young talent. They have a young 18-year-old that'll be a $100 million transfer at some point in the next year or two. He was fantastic. They have really invested in their youth, and they're reaping the rewards of that right now. And I'm excited for them. This could be the World Cup where we kind of flip the script and like we said, tilt the axis of the world powerhouses. Brazil just squeaks by Japan, Netherlands losing, Germany losing. I hope it's that way, that we get a first-time World Cup winner in this tournament. I hope it's that setting. But those two teams, Germany and the Netherlands, really surprised that they haven't advanced out of the first round.
Give me somebody other than Pulisic who is key for the U.S. tonight.
Weston McKennie. Honestly, you could, with this team, you could run up and down the roster. It's that good. Weston McKennie plays at Juventus in the Serie A. Key piece for them. He was fantastic this year at a club level. And when you watch him play, he's big, he's bulky. He's not necessarily fast, but his ability to cover ground in the game and get out of tight situations is fantastic. Serginho Dest on the right-hand side is the most skillful with the ball, most technically gifted player for the U.S. team, and he combines really well with Weston McKennie. And then Tyler Adams plays in the Premier League. He's your defensive midfielder that has to lock everything up tonight. When you talk about Bosnia, if they're going to sit back, they're going to look for the counterattack, play long balls into Edin Dzeko. Hopefully our center backs get up and challenge. Then it's Tyler Adams' job to win the second ball and then go forward for the U.S. and catch them in the attack. So there's a lot of key players to this one. But for me, it's really that midfield 4 or 5, Tillman in there as well with those guys. They're going to be massive tonight if the U.S. has to move the ball quickly to get, 4 or 5 opportunities on goal. And they've showed that they can be lethal. So give them chances in the game. That's their job. And then Mulligan hopefully gets 1 or 2 once again.
All right, so who advances? U.S. Bosnia, Belgium, Senegal, which will be played here in Seattle. Who's going to meet up in the next round after tonight?
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. should advance out of this game for sure. If you're talking about world rankings, quality of player, where they're playing in their club teams, Belgium has underwhelmed. They kind of squeaked out of the group a little bit from what I saw, my professional analysis. They didn't look like world beaters or matching their ranking in the FIFA rankings. But you can't sleep on Belgium with Kevin De Bruyne and Lukaku. I mean, these guys are seasoned veterans. I still think Kevin De Bruyne is the best passer of the ball in this entire World Cup. And Senegal, though, on the flip side, is going to be extremely athletic. They're going to be fast. They're strong. And that'll be a fun game today to watch. But it's all about the U.S. today. I don't care about the other games. It's just really all about this U.S. men's national team and getting that result and coming back up to Seattle for that round of 16 game, which will be absolutely electric. Crossing fingers.
What are we eating tonight? Apple pie and hot dogs, or what are we doing to cater this party tonight?
Last night we kind of blew it out. My, I guess you call him like a second cousin here. He fishes in Alaska, so we had salmon and ribs that had been rubbed 5 or 6 times over the past 10 days. Everyone's still reeling from that one. But it's Chelan, so we got apple pies being sold out of the back of the car here. We're going to keep it as America as possible.
All right, well, have a blast, man. Thank you very much for joining us. Excellent stuff, and we'll talk to you again next week. I'm sure of it.
All right, guys. Cross your fingers and toes.
All right.
Here we go.
Brad Evans joining us right here on Chuck and Buck in the mornings. And if you can't make it to the match here in Seattle today, or you make it to Santa Clara to watch the U.S. Tonight, and if you've not been invited to Brad Evans' family get-together at Lake Chelan, there is another phenomenal option for you. Tulalip Resort Casino and the DraftKings Sportsbook. It's waiting for you. Tulalip Resort Casino. You can watch the match on the big, gigantic screen. that they have. They'll probably even put baseball over there on the side, even though the Mariners aren't in action tonight. But get there, enjoy yourself. I mean, when all you want is everything, Tulalip Resort Casino is there for you. And the DraftKings Sportsbook, if you're a sports fan, is a must-do at some point in your life. Might as well do it tonight.
Yeah, if you're on the east side of the mountains, go see Brad and his family and crash their barbecue.
Just crash the party.
Yes, but if you're on the west side of the mountains, there's no other option.
Coming up next, we'll give you that address. And and we also will have brunch. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Resort Casino, when all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
We're ready to play. We're learning the way to do it right. With a baseball bunch, we're gonna go far. We learn from the stars. We are the baseball bunch. We're having fun while we're learning to run and hit and throw and catch that ball. You can learn too. We're waiting for you. We got a hunch you'll love the baseball bunch.
Yes, Mariah Carey was the lead singer, little young
Was she?
Mariah Carey.
I could hear her vocals.
Yeah,
I bet
yeah.
she had her finger in her ear and she was like,
Yeah.
baseball brunch.
Everybody knew she was a talent
Everyone
right then and
knows
there.
I love to hit and catch.
Good morning. It is Ashley, Ryan, Chuck Powell with you, and it is time for brunch. That's right. It's baseball brunch. We had a hunch you'd like it. A recap of last night's Mariners game as the Mariners took on the Angels, tried to make it 2 in a row, tried to get back over 500. Oh, the shame of having to slip back under 500 again since we just experienced that Sunday, and it sucked. It was really bad.
It was. I actually don't want to think about it.
It was a really terrible feeling. So
It sucked.
don't want to have to feel that again. And the only way to avoid it was to win last night against the Angels. And things were tight. They were tight. Jose Soriano looked like April's version of Jose Soriano. And Brian Wu, of course, at home. Well, there is a guy that likes his home. You don't have to talk about that Happy Gilmore. Brian Wu, you don't have to tell him to go home. He loves his home.
He's not too good for his home.
He is great for his home. And he set a record last night, 31 consecutive scoreless
32.
innings. Was it 32?
32, yeah.
Okay, 32 consecutive scoreless innings for Brian Wu out at T-Mobile. Now, the road, that's a whole nother story. But last night, we got home Wu, and he got the job done with 6 shutout innings. And in the bottom of the 6th, the Mariners finally got to Jose Soriano.
On the ground, and it's into left field. Julio's coming home. The throw to the plate, cut off. Mariners take the lead. Randy puts them in front of the 6th inning.
First 5 guys of that inning got on base, and the next thing you knew, you were up 5-0. It started there. I thought that it was a little aggressive to send Julio around third because Mustache Boy was picking up the ball just as Julio was getting to third, but Julio scored easily. That's called scouting. They knew that Meckler, even though he's got a big mustache, weak arm.
Well, and they also, apparently it's also called athleticism and speed.
Oh, athleticism and speed. Oh,
Yeah, I didn't know
think
baseball had that anymore.
Yeah, Herb Street thought that kind of flies in the face of his theory.
Yeah. Oh, but that can't, because he's got to be right.
Oh, he's so wrong. He's the
wrong.
wrongest person of the day. So 5-0 at that point. Weston Wilson became a Mariner last night. He contributed with a 2-run single that put him up 5-0 and kind of needed that to happen because Brian Wu got into a little trouble in the 7th. I don't think he should have been in the game, but they sent him back out there for the 7th. And then Bizzardo relieves in the middle of the inning. Again, another error. And Bizzardo didn't have it last night. So the next thing you know, it's 5-3. But the Mariners respond in the bottom of the 7th. They get those 3 runs back. Colt Emerson with a big 2-run bloop single down the left field line. And the Mariners go on to win by a final score of 8-3. They had 13 hits last night, 12 singles and a double. Didn't even need a home run to score 8 runs in a game. This is a team that for 2 weeks couldn't score more than 3, and now they've gone 5 runs, 6 runs, 8 runs, and not just because they're waiting around for a home run. Last night, they actually put together just one at-bat after an at-bat with guys getting on base, and it resulted in scoring. Colt Emerson had 3 of those 13 hits, and he is our featured guest today on the Baseball Brunch. He spoke after the game.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen that, but yeah, I mean, Soriano's a good pitcher, and there's a lot of good sinkers. Everything's really going down, and we fought today. You know, we played a full team game. It was super cool to see. A lot of great at bats.
You guys kind of started this in Cleveland, stringing a bunch of hits together, but to be able to catch them consistently, again, without relying on the homer, what can this kind of
Yeah, we're just building momentum, and even in the games in Pittsburgh and Cleveland, like a lot of balls hit hard, a lot of great at bats, just things just weren't going our way. But yeah, we're starting to see the results come through, and we know our process. We know everything we're doing is going to lead to wins. So I think you're just now seeing the results, and it's cool to see a lot of guys are working super hard behind the scenes. A lot of guys are staying committed to their plans, and it's cool to see, and a lot of great at-bats tonight. It was such a good game.
Is that just the conviction in it, knowing that if you continue to stick with the process, that eventually you're going to have a night like that?
Yeah, that's what makes baseball so hard. You could hit 110 right to center fielder, but at the end of the day, it's still an out. So that's where you can't get down on yourself. Just going out there and being consistent and staying convicted. We have a lot of meetings every single day about our process, conviction, and things like that. And all of our guys are fully committed, and it was great to see that come through tonight.
Take your bloops. Take your bloops when you can get them.
Yeah, and then every once in a while you can hit a blast.
Mm-hmm. I love how he comes across like, yeah, we just stuck with our process. It's nice to see after the long grind that it's coming together now, and the boys kept their chins up. It's like, dude, you're 6 years old, and you've been on the team for 4 minutes, and yet you sound like you've been through the wars.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, gosh.
But he had quite the eventful day. Committed an error, even though I think Josh Naylor's footwork was pretty bad over there at first base on that. He and Cole Young are getting pretty slick at that double play. They turned one of those. Weston Wilson, I don't know what this game turns out if Weston Wilson on that diving attempt, if the Angels base runners don't get confused, because they seem to have all the momentum at that point, and you ended up getting a force out at second base on a strange play. But enough. They did enough. They did enough all night long, pitching, hitting, base running, defense. They win it by a final score of 8-3 over the Angels. So they have now won 2 consecutive games and are back over 500, and hopefully will never look back to 500 again. We shall see. So what did we learn today, kids?
Oh, what did we learn?
We learned that Woo likes his home.
Okay. He really likes his home.
Yeah, and I don't think he should have ended up having to give up any runs last night, but Woo definitely likes his home. We learned that Colt and Cole are starting to get that young chemistry going already. I don't. Do you think they know when they now cross each other and slap 5 whenever they cross each other after a double play? Do they know? We better get used to this. This is us for the next 10 years. This is our life. We are more important than any woman that we date for the next 10 years.
I wonder if they've thought about that yet. It's a great question. I wonder if, the first time they did it, if they were like, oh, wait a minute. That was the first of a lot. Or if they still haven't realized it yet, and they're just like, man, this is really fun. Can't wait to play the next game.
I don't know. But this is like meeting a college roommate your freshman year and knowing that you aren't going to be able to move out for 10 years.
That'd be a long time at
you
college.
You better like each other.
Yeah.
We also learned today, I learned it. We didn't really share it, but JP should not be leading off.
Yeah.
You are making a decision. Shohei Ohtani leads off. The decision you make in modern day baseball is, of all the guys on our team, who do we want to get the most at bats today? That's who leads off. It's not J.P. Crawford. I learned that if no one else did. Also, I want to point out before we wrap up the baseball brunch, Cade Anderson, Ryan Sloan were both named to the Futures game today. I first saw the press release come out, and I'm like, did they both get called up?
I thought the same thing, and I was like, oh, Futures game, okay.
So they'll participate in the Futures game during All-Star Weekend. All right, so there you go. There's your baseball brunch. 8-3 victory for the Mariners. They do not play tonight. And an oddity, because of the World Cup conflict, the Mariners and Angels are taking the night off. They'll probably get together, go dancing at Pike down at the market.
Down at Cowgirls Inc.
Yeah, why not?
A little line dancing.
Yep. So they've got a rare Wednesday off, and then they'll finish the series tomorrow night. So There will be a third game. We've already won the series, but at this stage, get the damn sweep.
Yep, please.
Get the damn sweep. All right, coming up next on the radio program, we've been doing this all week long. We will continue it today. We've got a grill to give away from Riches. And so we'll play our little grill movie game next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Grills, do 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 do. All I really want is grills, do 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 do. And in the morning it's grills, do 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 do. 'Cause in the evening it's grills, do 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 do. I like the way that they sear, do 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 do. I use them all throughout the year, do 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 do. A nice excuse to have a beer, do 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 do. While I cook up a chunk of steer, do 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 do. Grills, do do grills, do 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 grills, do do grills, do 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 grills.
How did that not win?
I know, it's so good.
That was our second place finisher?
I think so. I can't remember. It was a long time
good.
ago. There's so many really good ones.
I know. We could only pick one last year.
I know.
Yes, last year we did this epic contest. We asked you to take a song that had girl in the title and then just flip it to grill. So, my grill, talking about my grill, my grill. I can't do the high part now. I was on the wrong range. So everybody not only did that well, they went the distance. They went further. They went beyond our expectations and made up songs like that. So it was fantastic. I would have liked nothing more than to do the exact same contest, but we would have just had a bunch of repeats.
Yeah.
Or copycats.
Yeah, people stealing other people's stuff.
Yeah. So we've been given from Riches for the Home another Green Mountain pellet grill. We're going to give one away before the end of the week. And keep in mind, we don't work Friday, so you're just 24 hours away from finding out who wins this year's grill from Riches. And so we're doing it a little differently. We'll celebrate the arts, but we're doing movie clips here today. So Ashley's going to play for you a clip from a movie, and you have to not only guess what the movie is, but you also have to text us at 49451 and make sure you change girl to grill, because girl will be in the title of the movie. So you must change girl to grill. If you can't follow that instruction, you do not qualify for the drawing to win today's qualification, because that's all you win today. You qualify to be one of 4 qualifiers to win the grill tomorrow.
That's right. We got one from Monday, one from Tuesday. You will be our Wednesday.
There you go. All right, so let's play our clip.
Cool girl. Men always use that, don't they, as their defining compliment. She's a cool girl. Cool girl is hot. Cool girl is game. Cool girl is fun. Cool girl never gets angry at her man. She only smiles in a chagrin-loving manner.
I'm guilty. I do like Cool Girl. I don't know what movie that's from. This is the first one I haven't known.
made it hard. Yeah, I made it hard today.
All right, 49451. What is the movie? And make sure you abide by our one rule, and that is change the word girl in the title of the movie to grill. And then of all of those, because we'll get more than one person that gets this right, we'll have a drawing. And then that person will be one of our 4 qualifiers for the grill that we give away tomorrow. So there you have it. There you have it.
There you have it.
Okay.
Hopefully that wasn't too hard for people. But we don't have rules against Googling. You can figure it out.
We've been talking about girls, and I got a little bit of time. I didn't think I was going to have time to discuss this today. But let's talk about boys for a second. Can we talk about boys?
Yeah,
We've been talking about girls all week long. Let's talk about boys. Because there are a lot of good things. Man, I could give you a great list about guy things.
Yeah.
I really could. I think that there are just some guy things that we do just so well that women don't even appreciate how well we do them.
Mm-hmm.
And we do, as a community of men with wieners, we kind of appreciate some of these things that we feel go unappreciated by females. And of course, females have their own lists of things like, why doesn't this get appreciated more?
Yeah.
We're really good at this. And it's a valuable contribution to society and the way that the whole mechanism works. And yet we don't ever get any credit for being good at this. So we all have our lists. I just know men a little bit better.
Okay, makes sense.
Having been one.
Yeah, for a while at least.
Yeah, and I want to point out, I'll give you an example of like something that I think we're really good at. I think men are great with grocery store etiquette, especially compared to women. If you watch, like on a grocery store aisle, the man is always, he sees somebody coming, he'll always herd the children, like, and make sure, hey, we stay on this side so that the other person can pass. Women, forget about it. Their kids will be strung across the aisle, and they give you this look of like, I'm not moving my kids for you, and you better not touch my kid. They give you that look. And meanwhile, they're like swinging from the rafters and everything else. So that's one thing about guys. They have great grocery store etiquette compared to women.
Okay. All right. Congratulations.
Yes.
I'll give you that.
But I'm not here to point out something good. I'm here to point out something bad about guys. Because we are terrible about, number one, like loud noises. Fireworks are getting ready to be shot off. There are so many guys that are like, I can't get any good attention any other way, so I'm just going to be the loudest person right now. Whether it's you're souping up your car so that it backfires strategically on the road.
And sounds like, and then everyone thinks they're getting shot at.
Yeah. And there is no way you like that. The only reason that you seem to do that is so that people will look at you, because they won't look at you otherwise if you don't make a big noise to attract them to you.
Except they're looking at you like you're an idiot, which is a bummer for you.
And yet that doesn't seem to enter into the equation. They're still looking at me, and that's
true.
all I care about.
True.
And you'll see loud guy at the bar too, who's not funny, but he's just louder than everybody else, and he's getting attention, and he thinks it's working.
Yeah.
So that's another negative thing. But the worst thing that guys do, and we need to get better at this, like we are just sloppy. Just sloppy. In the kitchen today, we just leave out, we just spill coffee right on the table, and then don't leave it to somebody else to clean up. You saw our restroom yesterday. I took you in there.
Yeah.
So that you could see the disaster. A women's restroom will never look the way our restroom right now looks in our building.
I will say,
the men's side.
Women can be slobs, and it's shocking to me in a public restroom, but nothing will smell as bad as your bathroom smelled yesterday. It smelled like we were in a downtown Seattle alley before the World Cup cleanup.
It's like an unkempt zoo is what it smelled like. Like the lion's den, somebody let it go.
It was, It was like,
oh, I forgot to clean that this month. That's what it smelled like in there.
Like, oh, whoops. I guess the hippopotamus does need its water drained.
That would never happen in a women's bathroom. As bad as you think your women's bathroom could get.
No, because a woman would have cleaned it up already.
Yes.
Because we would not keep going in there.
We're terrible at this, fellas. We got to be better at this.
We'd have a candle burning in there. We'd have air freshener, poopery in every stall if ours smelled like yours.
We need to be better at this, fellas. We need to be better at cleaning off the messes that we make in the kitchen and not just leaving them for somebody else. And we need to be better at cleaning up behind ourselves in the bathroom so that it never resorts in that.
Also, how does a urinal get clogged?
Aren't you
only doing one thing in there?
It's a great question. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Maybe things that get spit in there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like tobacco spit. I don't know.
I don't know. But that's the baffling thing. And I thought about that after I left there yesterday. He said the urinal was clogged.
It's the guys. It's the guys. It's guys. That's our problem. I can't defend it.
No, I get it.
I got no defense for it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I can defend us in a lot of areas. I think we're a pretty cool gender.
Yeah.
One of the top two.
Also to all our texters, no, the movie is not Cool Grills. I'm just gonna say I didn't just put it in a quote where the title is said 50 times.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. If he didn't know, he might as well guess.
I know, but I like it. Yeah. Cool Grills.
Cool Grills. I want a cool grill for my house. That's what we're giving away. All right, coming up next, Hugh Millen's going to join us. We are going to have the final Seahawks 1 series installment. Yeah, nobody picked Nick Eamon-Worry for 4 weeks, and Ashley and I were not going to stand for that. So we've put pretty much our best dude on the job. Hugh Millen's going to break down Nick Eamon-Worry for you next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
very close to second base, you'll say, wait a minute, a ground ball near first or third base is going to be a sure base hit. Well, that's where football differs from baseball. You have to guard the middle first and then react to the wide stuff. So imagine Eamon Wari lining up as a first baseman, almost near second base, but he's got to cover all that ground to the first base side. So the scheme of this, when we take, his athletic profile, his length, and then we say, all right, we want to be number one in the NFL in cover 4 and cover 6. That's where we're reducing the number of defenders we have near the line of scrimmage. Well, who does that tax? If you just ask me before they even draft Nick Emanori, throw me up on a whiteboard and say, draw cover 4. And I say, okay, what formation you want? A 3x1 or 2x2, whatever. And I'll draw you all the alignments that the safeties have to have and what have you, and the responsibility for the Sam backer. And essentially I say, well, the Sam backer, he's got to match the final number 2. What is final number 2? That means the second guy counting outside in. Well, why'd I say final? It might be the running back. He who aligns as the initial before the ball snapped, number 3, again, counting outside in. So you tell Eamon Wari, you got to match number 2. Well, you got to line inside in number 2, and you got to match final number 2. So let me put it into a practical terms. They're playing the 49ers. Eamon Wari, he's on the wide hash. He's aligned inside and over the slot receiver. He's got to give ground. He's got to redirect so that slot receiver doesn't have fast access. Now the 49ers create McCaffrey in a final number 2 even though he lined up in the backfield, he's out in the flat. They throw the ball to McCaffrey. Now, boom, freeze the tape. You're going, whoa, that's a lot of space for Eamon Wari to have to bring down McCaffrey. Well, he flies like he's got a turbo button to the wide side of the field, inside out, beautiful technique, comes in. It was a flood concept, and quarterback checks it down. And it's like a 2-3 yard gain with a brilliant tackle in open space. But it's him using that athletic profile that he showed you at the combine, the length, the long arms, the ability to make tackles, even if he doesn't get a clean hit on you, beautiful open field tackling. And then all of a sudden you say that scheme works because you got a freak who is the Sam linebacker. Because what did we do in this coverage? We took one guy away from line of scrimmage, put him in the back end to stop the deep pass. That put the burden on the Sam backer. That's what I would have drawn up on a whiteboard with you before they even drafted Eamon Wari. So when you talk about Kyle Hamilton for the Ravens and you talk about Eamon Wari doing this stuff, he's able to make these plays. And oh, by the way, he had 15 passes defensed. That was tied for 14th in the NFL. I looked at the list. Every one of them above him was a cornerback. Every single one. He had more passes defense than any safety in the NFL, and he missed 3 games.
Now I get why.
And he's a rookie.
Yeah, now I get why you compared him to Margot Robbie. No matter who you match him up against, he's always going to look like the better one.
Yeah, Margot Robbie's a little dated. Like my kids would throw food at me and say, "Come on, man, that's so 5 minutes ago." But
well, let's talk about Nick Eamon Wari.
Yes, it's man, this is DB porn right here. Yes, yeah, you got me going. Thank you. Yeah, Eamon Wari. Yeah, what else we got?
All right, well, let's talk about him, the pass rusher, because I have a feeling if Pete Carroll would have used him like Jamal Adams was used, he'd have had 40 sacks in a season. So what does he bring to the table as a pass rusher? Let's get beyond his coverage skills and talk about that extra element that he brings to this defense.
He had 62 pass rush snaps. He had a 29% pressure rate. I didn't know this until I did some studying for this segment. He was number 2 in the NFL in pressure rate. Now, they're generally linebackers, and there's a little bit of an asterisk because Drake Thomas is number 9, and I filtered and watched the entire tape of all of his pressures, and that's a lot of scheme stuff. Again, Drake Thomas is number 9 in the NFL, and it kind of makes sense because what did I say? I didn't say total number of pressures. I said pressure percentage. The highest, Miles, to put it into context, Myles Garrett and Aiden Hutchinson are tied for 17.5% of their, because they just have a lot more snaps. right? But Eamon Warry's 62 pass rush snaps, and probably my favorite pressure that he had in the 49er Week 18 game. The Seahawks, they ran a zone pressure. Ultimately, they disguise it, but it ends up as a just 3 deep, 3 under, 5-man pressure in a zone pressure. And Eamon Warry, it's his job. He lines up like a middle linebacker over the ball, but it's his job to go slam the left guard of the 49ers and then have Leonard Williams loop around. So it's like a pick in basketball, right? And but a very aggressive pick because Eamon Warry is going to slam that left guard. Well, in the process of the 49ers, not to get into details, their communication wasn't good, and they didn't handle the pressure well. Now all of a sudden, Eamon Warry's unblocked. So from that position, he has a starting and his acceleration is just insane. And when we talk about a 43-inch vertical being the highest of anybody over 200 pounds, that speaks to your explosion. What it was explained to me in the UW weight room that these, the vert and your power cleans, that's strength over time. That's power. And so to be able to get your body at 43 inches, that just shows the explosion that's in his body. Back to the play against the 49ers. He finds himself unblocked, and now he accelerates, and it's like he got shot out of a slingshot. And he just, in about 4 steps, it seems like he's going 75 miles an hour right into the chest of Brock Purdy. I mean, just a wicked hit. Mm-hmm. And this was on 3rd down, and Purdy dirts it over on the sideline, 5 yards, bounces it, punt 49ers. And that, those type of plays, that ability, from scheme, to be able to confuse the 49ers, but then that closing ability and with all that strength, he has the chance to be lethal and really just even create more. He only had 2.5 sacks, 4 quarterback hits, but I think that there's opportunities to really up that.
He was just great last year.
And by the way, on the coverage piece, I mentioned, how the Seahawks, I touched on it in zone. Let me backtrack for a second, Chuck, if I can, about it allows them to play those 2 high safety structures that we call cover 4 and cover 6 and his role. In man-to-man, the way they would just put him in an alignment, and it didn't matter who it was. It was generally the tight end, but he covered Christian McCaffrey several times on option routes, and they didn't even throw to him. He had a pass defense in the NFC Championship game. He had 3 passes defense. He's the only rookie, he and Craig Woodson there's only 2 rookies in this entire decade that had 3 pass defenses in a playoff game. But Eamon Warry had it against the Rams. He had one against Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. And earlier in the year, he had a pass. These are all in man-to-man situations where the Seahawks, they put him on on Justin Jefferson. He gets a pass defense, and he's all mad he didn't get an interception. So his versatility as a quarterback, I'm looking at, there's a play against the Rams where Eamon Warry's lined up on the tight end in the slot. And then the tight end, he shifts outside. Well, Eamon Warry, he aligns with the tight end. Well, normally you say, well, if the defense bumps that zone, if they match the way they did, that's man to man. If I'm a quarterback there, if I'm Matthew Stafford, I'm like, okay, that's a man indicator. But then they play Eamon Warry. It looked like it was going to be a man. They disguise the snap of the ball. 2 safeties run back, and now you got Eamon Warry, what's called cloud coverage, where he's the zone in the flat. And for any quarterback would have said, well, that's a man indicator. No, it was a cover 2 zone. It was almost the opposite of man. So he's got pass defenses against the best receivers on the planet, and the versatility he has, it allows him to do this. Now, I heard some chatter that they had played him at defensive end. I can't remember if it was the Viking game or the Colt game, but whatever that chatter was, I went back and watched I said, no, I don't remember that. I would have remembered that. He didn't play it down at defensive end. Now, he played a lot of linebacker. He had outside linebacker. He had 58 to the right side and 59 snaps to the left over the course of the season. But that's not a defensive end. And by the way, in this NFL stat portal where I'm getting all this stuff, I line it up and I go, all right, just defensive end, show me the snaps on defensive end. 0. There's nothing. So as versatile as he is, let's not get carried away. He's a Sam linebacker that can cover and match anybody in the slot, no matter whether it's Devontae Adams or Puka Nacua. And so there's incredible versatility there. He's got the strength to play hardball in the middle with the soft cover with the 2 safeties back, and they can stop the run. He can run to the flat because he's such a great athlete and his length. The way he takes on blocks on bubble screens and on the wide side. He took Kyle Juszczyk, who might be a Hall of Famer. He's the best fullback of his generation. Juszczyk was standing on the 40-yard line. Even where he came up and cracked him, and Juszczyk's heels went back to past the 38-yard line, knocked him 6-7 feet back. So he's got a physicality using that explosiveness in his body. So I'll talk all day long about his versatility, but in the context that I'm describing. And he may be a defensive end in the 2026 season, but he wasn't last year.
All right. Well, as we get ready for 2026, I'm already like 2-3 minutes over. So I need a quick answer on. Yeah. How good is he going to be this year? How much better could he be?
We were talking about right after the season. I said, take a bet on Eamon Worry to be the NFL Defensive Player of the Year. Now, it's probably not going to happen. I'm not forecasting that, but I said it's 60-1 odds. Well, Softy, he bought $100, so he wants to know how does he get his $6,000 on his $100 bet based on that. Well, it's got to be splash plays, and I'm reading right out of the portal of the NFL. Player defensive splash plays. That's their term, not mine. He had 28 splash plays, which are 9 tackles for loss, 15 pass defenses. I said 4 quarterback hits, 2.5 sacks, 1 interception, 0 forced fumbles. He's going to have something on those charts. He's going to have to up his splash plays somewhere. More sacks, more interceptions. Like he only had 2.5 sacks and 1 interception. So even though he was first in safeties and 15 pass defense, one of those stats has got to raise. One or more of those stats have got to raise. People are going to talk about him because it's Seahawks defense. They're defending champions, and everybody knows they're the best defense on the planet. At least they were in 2025. And so he's going to have that going for him, but he's going to have to show some numbers in those categories.
All right, man. Great stuff. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
I love it.
All right.
Okay.
Hugh Millen joining us.
About pumpkin pie next time. I'll talk anything fun. All right.
There he is. Hugh Millen joining us to wrap up, and that is it. That's his final Seahawks 1 series. We had to get Eamon Worry in, and turns out Hugh was the right guy to assign that job to. All right, coming up next, ABCs of the M's on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
EmeraldQueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by the Sunset Auto family in Sumner and Auburn. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
Blank, blank. All right, time for the ABCs of the M's here on this hump day. Chuck and Ashley with you. We allow the alphabet to be our guide through a daily Mariners segment. Doesn't necessarily have to have anything to do with the game last night, but maybe it will. Last night, the team did win 8-3. They had a 5-0 lead, nearly blew that, and then answered a 3-run Angels 7th with 3 runs of their own. So a 13-hit attack last night, 8 runs scored, and a moderately comfortable victory over the Angels to push them back over 500 on the season at 8-3, the final score. But we'll see where the alphabet takes us. We left off with the letter G. G is for Greg Maddux. Greg Maddux, this is what he was famous for. He was a master. And there was, at the height of his career, and you can go look it up, like he had hitters so in the palm of his hand as a pitcher that he would go stretches of games where hitters would swing at all of the balls that he threw, the pitches outside of the zone, and take all the strikes.
What?
That's how messed up he had hitters, that they were sure that the balls that he was throwing, the balls that he was intentionally throwing outside of the zone were going to be strikes, and then they would float out of the zone. And then the guys, the ones that they were sure were going to miss outside, they would cut back and cut into the strike zone. I mean, He didn't do it every pitch. He didn't do it it wasn't anything like that, but he did it so regularly to hitters that sort of became his MO. Now, let's bring this back to the Mariners, because this is a Mariners segment. I saw a really G is for gross moment for Cal Raleigh last night.
Oh.
Because he had an at-bat that was the anti-Greg Maddux. He was the hitter who check swung at a pitch that was hittable but outside of the zone. Then he swung out of his ass on a pitch that wasn't anywhere close to the strike zone. And then he took for strike 3 a pitch right down the middle.
Oh, man.
So the point is, Greg Maddux, he had you on a string when you were swinging at the pitches he was throwing outside of the zone and taking the ones that he was throwing inside the zone. So as a hitter, what is the opposite of that? When you see your best player, your MVP runner-up last year, your 60-homer hitter last year who can't get out of his own way, this season, stuck on 8 home runs, stuck in the 160 batting average range, and you think that he's starting to make progress. You have Ryan Healy telling you on Tuesday, I see progress. It's going to start clicking soon. And then he has an 0 for night last night, and he has an at-bat, which is an anti-Greg Maddux at-bat. I'm worried about this. I'm really worried about this. We're not going to be able to get where we want to go if this guy doesn't get on track.
I would agree with that.
And he has certainly not been to this point in the year. And last night's game looked like a backslide for him, back to old habits again. So I'm a little worried right now about Cal, and we need him. He needs to be good, at least G is for good. Even if he never reaches G is for great this year, he needs to be G is for good at the plate. Otherwise, we might not be able to pull off the season that we anticipate.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely fair to be worried. I'd think that he's probably worried about it because it's very uncharacteristic of him. I mean, even before he had his 60 home run season, he wasn't having a season like this.
Yeah,
So,
never. Not even
Yeah.
back to his rookie season as he had a season like this as a
Exactly.
hitter. All right, H is for hell yes. You tarps off guys, you're a bunch of copycat weirdos, and I think you really just want people to see your nipples. I think that's your motivating force behind what you're doing. And so I don't like the tarps off. I don't. I think it's a copy of what the Cardinals have done this year and started. I don't like roll call.
Yeah.
Yankees fans have been doing that for 40 years. Let's not start doing that. That's Yankee territory. Let's not be copycats. You didn't come up with anything original. But what you did accidentally stumble upon as you were showing off your nips last night was the potential for a phenomenal chant that everyone should adopt this moment forward. Can you imagine how much the woo chant could grow by the end of the year? Take a listen to this.
Got a new chant going on here? Oh, here it is. We got the Tarps Off guys with the Norway chant going on up there.
Nope.
That's not what they were doing.
chant?
They were starting the roll.
Yeah.
They were starting.
Oh, it's a woo chant.
Yeah, it's the woo chant. They were starting the roll call, and they started with the pitcher. Now, abandon the entire roll call. But, I mean, think about the noise that generated last night in the broadcast. And that was just, 40 shirtless teenagers, up in the upper deck.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if we start doing this when Woo is in big games, ahead in the count, 2 outs, 2 strikes late in the inning, and all of a sudden the entire crowd starts building woo, woo,
I love it.
woo, like guttural, and we got 45,000 people doing that during the playoffs. That'll be the most intimidating thing that's ever happened to a hitter. I say we embrace this one. We got to give the half-nude boys credit for this, even though they stumbled upon it, and Aaron didn't pick up on it.
Well, the Norway chant has been taking over.
Yeah, but I think this is what I think we got to take. We got to run with this one.
I would
I
agree.
want to see this thing build and grow during the regular season, and I can't imagine what kind of noise it will create in a stadium come playoff time.
I mean, picture how loud it would be. 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the 6th at T-Mobile Park in a scoreless game.
October.
Oh,
Imagine it starts in the very first inning.
yeah. It
And
should be
then-
every time he's got 2 strikes.
And then all of a sudden it just builds throughout the game.
Mhm.
And then the later the game gets, the stronger it gets.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
I'm in.
I think we're on to something
Yes,
here.
we are.
Yeah. So I'm all in, Tarps Off, guys. You may have come up with some, and you did it purely by accident, but I'll give you credit for the rest of the season if this takes off, because the woo, woo, woo chant could end up being special.
I would agree.
All right. Coming up next, one last thing. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. These Brits are going quite balmy.
They do go bonkers. I mean, lots of fans go bonkers over soccer. Just not us.
They're down 1 goal and they're losing their ever-living minds.
Losing their noggins.
Yes.
Yeah, well, they'll drink later and they'll
Their
get over it.
brains are out for tea.
Give them some scones. They'll work it out.
Final segment of the show today. By the way, 1-0. Congo's up on England. That's why they're going flat balmy. We have one last thing to close out every show. What do you got, Ashley?
So Wimbledon, as we know, is going on. And Rory's there.
Rory, he's a Brit.
Yeah. And he is wearing his Masters green jacket. And a lot of people have a lot of mixed emotions about it.
Oh, why is he doing that?
Well, I mean, why not? You're at
seems
another
inappropriate.
massive sporting event. Why not show it off? After Bryson DeChambeau won the U.S. Open, when was it, last year, 2 years ago? He took that trophy everywhere. So you get a jacket. It's your, I mean, I guess it's better than taking the trophy
It
with
was
him.
quite some time ago. You're not supposed to wear it like as
He's wearing it like a
Like an
jacket.
outfit?
I wonder if he lost a bet.
maybe that was it. Maybe he finished last in his fantasy football league.
And they're like, you got to wear a Masters jacket to Wimbledon. But yeah, some people
I don't
are
like
like,
it.
some people are like, well, that's terrible. And other people are like, that's awesome. I didn't have one thought one way or another. I was like, all right, cool. He's wearing his Wimbledon or his Masters jacket.
I don't know if I'd go as far as terrible. I'm gonna go tacky.
I could see
Maybe
that.
bawdy. Like, I'm gonna go with that. I think it's closer to terrible than it is cool. I'll say
Well,
that.
they are, yeah, he's not the only one there. Justin Rose is there. Tommy Fleetwood is there, and he is in his green jacket, and they're all smiles.
That is strange.
Someone said it feels like emotional abuse for Rosie because poor Justin Rose.
I mean, did Matt Leinart take his Heisman Trophy to dinner?
Probably would have.
Would he?
To the hot tub.
That's true. Maybe a bad example.
Yeah.
Would Eric Crouch take his Heisman Trophy?
Probably would
To
have
a
because
party?
it's the only trophy he's going to get.
I don't know. That seems a little tacky to me.
Yeah, I
Does
hear ya.
Michael Phelps wear his gold medals out on the town?
No, but I mean, you do see like people go on TV shows or make appearances and do things, and they
Okay.
wear all their rings
Sure,
or
sure,
their
yeah.
medals. They bring
Well, that's
that.
different.
So, but maybe they said like, hey, we're going to give you these seats. Will you wear your Masters jacket? Maybe they said that.
Somebody called Jack. Jack is the guy that would know protocol here.
Yeah.
Like, is that in bounds or is it out of bounds? Is that a
I think that's, yeah,
mulligan
that would be
here?
good. That would be a good one to. Yeah, Jack would know.
He would know.
Jack knows.
And whatever Jack says goes.
I think they have those bracelets. WWJ. What would Jack do?
I think there's a call to Jack, like say, okay, just for the future of everybody wondering if they should wear their green jacket somewhere.
Yeah.
What's the rule, Jack? You make the rule.
Maybe he'll start a trend. I mean, you think when a team wins the Stanley Cup, when each player gets that trophy, they take it everywhere.
What if he spills ketchup on his?
I think they've
On
got
it.
dry cleaners for that. I don't think. Also, there's not a lot of ketchup use in
What if he
England.
snags it?
Well, there's a tailor for that.
Oh man, I think it's a
Yeah.
mistake.
Yeah, I hear you, but
I think
I
that's a
don't mind
mistake,
it.
Rory.
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me either way.
I'll tell you what does bother me. My one last thing.
Okay.
Like, who's the person that put the foot down on the piggyback thing? Not that I'm sad that the piggyback's not around anymore, but who decided to go to the 6-man rotation? Who's the person that threw the fit? Who's the person that in a meeting, was it Jerry? Was it Justin? Was it Dan? Was it Pete? Was it
a player?
Cal? Who made the decision that what we're going to do? Because I don't mind that I understand that there were problems with the piggyback.
Right.
But there have been a lot bigger problems with the 6-man rotation.
Yep.
I mean, the 6-man rotation was the only thing that we got terrible results from. We had to not use our bullpen for 2 straight days in Baltimore because of the 6-man rotation.
Correct.
So I want to know what happened to it because it certainly got brushed under the rug. It's not been explained. I just had Ryan Healy on yesterday and asked him about what we're going to do going forward. And he's on Mariners TV. He's like, what happened to the piggyback?
Yeah.
I'd like to know the answer for why we're not using it, why it was scrapped. Again, I don't have a problem that it was scrapped. I realize it wasn't a perfect solution. Nobody ever tried to play it off that way, including Jerry and Justin. But for them to just decide Saturday,
Yeah.
we're not doing it anymore. Bryce and Luis, sorry. You had to do it 4 times each, but we're
Yeah.
not going to do it anymore. And now there's not even any mention as to why we've gone back to the one thing that wasn't working before. Seems to be working fine now.
Right.
Like Logan was okay and George was great and Brian was great last night. So seemed to be on a little bit of a roll with it. But where was the explanation as to why we're scrapping something and going back to something that was worse and less effective?
Right. And that's the thing that I don't understand is that you were on the day of, all of a sudden they were just like, oh, yeah, we're scrapping the piggyback today. Logan's going as normal. And then Emerson Hancock the next day instead of piggybacking them. And it was so what I heard. So Logan doesn't get out of rhythm, which makes no sense. Logan was the starting pitcher. He wouldn't have gotten out of rhythm, I wouldn't assume, because his rhythm stays the same. He's still starting.
Well, I think they were saying he's been so good 4 starts in a row, we don't want to mess with that. And I understand that.
Yeah.
But then we go Emerson, and then we go George, and then we go Brian.
Yeah.
And
Either everyone's going to do it or everyone's not going to do it.
you better never make Bryce do this
No.
again.
Then that would be ridiculous if all of a sudden they decide to bring it back. You got to just pick something. I just assumed the only time we scrapped it would be when they figured out someone was going to the bullpen. But I think I
kind of thought that's what the plan was. We're going to do this piggyback, and then when we get done with the piggyback, then we're going to decide somebody's going to the pen.
Yeah.
But instead, we went back to the 6-man rotation, which was far worse or far less effective than the piggyback ever was.
Yep. I don't get it.
Weird. All right. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow, or maybe we'll just keep it a mystery. All right, that'll do it for us today. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. We'll crack the mics again tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Greg Bell is coming your way next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Well, Mariners did something last night they hadn't done 4 years. They scored 8 runs without any of them coming from a home run. It never happens. 8-3 win over the Angels. 13 hits, 3 of them by Julio Rodriguez. His team best 25th multi-hit game of the season. He's now got a 7-game hitting streak. 3 hits for Colt Emerson, who'd been struggling all June. 2 hits each by Josh Naylor and Randy Arozarena, if you count that generously scored double out of the left fielder's glove in the 7th inning. That was the game's only extra base hit. Brian Wu set a Mariners pitching record by throwing his 32nd consecutive scoreless inning at home. He ended the 7th inning, and that streak ended in the 7th inning when he gave up a run, departed with 2 men on. The M's win the series over the Angels, day off today for the World Cup, and then tomorrow the series finale against the Angels at the Yard in Soto. Wait till I tell you later how the Rangers won their 6th straight game to remain a half game up over the A's in first place in the division. Dominic Canzone, Luke Raley still hurting. Both would have started last night against Angels right-hander Luis Soriano. Weston Wilson had to start in right field, batted 9th, only his 4th Mariner game all season. So, of course, he had a 2-run single, made it 5-0 Mariners in the 6th. Like I said, a very un-Mariners-like win.
Let's
World
go.
Cup.
8 runs?
8 runs, no home runs.
6 runs, 8 runs.
That's right, 14 runs in 2. That's a week's worth. That's a 2 weeks' worth for the Mariners. That's right, Jess.
I'm loving it.
What the difference the Angels make. World Cup. The entire globe right now is watching upstart Congo, noticing they're leading world power England at the half, 1-0 in Atlanta. Their keeper is making unbelievable saves. They've had one cleared off, England shot cleared off the line. Congo scored in the 7th minute, and what would probably be the biggest upset in decades in the World Cup if that happens in the knockout stage. I'm down here at Jimmy's on First at the Silver Cloud Hotel because across the street at 1 p.m. here in Seattle, Belgium and Senegal at Lumen Field. Then at 5 p.m., the U.S. and Bosnia and Herzegovina in Santa Clara. The winner of those 2 games, Belgium, Senegal, U.S., Bosnia, will play Monday here at Lumen Field in Seattle at 5 p.m. Erling Haaland and Norway second half scored late yesterday. Got a key save in the final minutes to beat Ivory Coast to advance to the round of 16. France routed Sweden. It doesn't look like anyone's going to stop France. Killing Mbappe 2 more goals. Mexico absolutely dominated Ecuador last night in Mexico City. No more quinto partido. That's the curse in Mexico because this is the first time since 1988 that Mexico will play a 5th game in a World Cup. 5th game, quinto partido. It'll be Sunday, 5 p.m. in Mexico City. Mexico's going to play the winner of this England-Congo match. NHL Norris Trophy winning defenseman Zach Werenski of the Columbus Blue Jackets rejected a trade to the Dallas Stars, ESPN reported. That's interesting, of course, because here in Seattle we're still stinging from Dallas star Jason Robertson rejecting the Kraken last week. Now Werenski rejects the Stars. NHL players have all kinds of say where they go. NBA free agency began yesterday. NHL's beginning today. In the NBA, the Clippers are reportedly trading Kawhi Leonard back to the Toronto Raptors for his 2nd stint in Canada. And Jessamine McIntyre's Washington State Cougars have a historic $8.43 million partnership with the Colville Tribes. They're going to be jerseys on all of the Cougars team's sports gear. It's the largest annual sponsorship agreement in WSU athletics history.
Go Cougs.
They need it, right? Any outside income they can get.
I mean, we're rebuilding the Pac-12 right now, and
yes.
Cougs were one of the 2 left behind. So anything helps, but a huge part of that helps.
The agreement also includes a $250,000 contribution by the Colville Tribes to the Cougar Athletic Excellence Fund in its first year. Now on with the Wednesday show. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Happy July to you. Oh, man. It's the first day of July already, Jessamine. Jessamine McIntyre, great
It
moment.
is?
Yes.
I don't know what world I'm living in right now.
Yeah, my summers are going to end in 3 weeks. That's all I know. 3.5 weeks. I'm not looking forward to that.
Back to school in August.
Back
Here we
to
go.
school in August. Here we go. Greg Bell, News Tribune. Jessamine McIntyre with you as we are every weekday, 10 a.m. to noon. I'm at Jimmy's on First in the Silver Cloud Hotel right across the street from Lumen Field. Why? Because Belgium, Senegal are going to play in the round of 32. The knockout phases have arrived here in Seattle, the fifth of the 6 matches of this World Cup at Lumen Field. And there are fans already massing here in Soto, and there's a watch party across the street from me at the Hatback Bar and Grill in the Victory Hall across the street from the Mariners Park. Belgium's national party with the Red Devils banner. It was pumping at 8 a.m. this morning, and music coming out of there. It's just like every other of the first 4 World Cup matches, a lot of jerseys of all kinds of teams around the world. A lot of Mexico jerseys and flags after their big win to advance to the round of 16 last night. Belgium, mostly Belgian fans. The Senegalese, native Senegals, you cannot, if you're a native of Senegal, the current administration in the United States won't let you fly into the country. You have to be a direct family member or coach or player or staff member of the Senegal team to travel into the United States for this World Cup. So it'll be on to the locals of Senegalese descent or Senegal fans in the Pacific Northwest to support their team today. I was reading about the Seattle Times. There'll be about 1,000 fans they expect from the Senegal community in the Pacific Northwest coming this afternoon at 1 o'clock to Senegal. Should have won the African Cup. They had a win on the field, and it was overturned by a bunch of very controversial tribunal and a bunch of things that Morocco ended up winning the African Nations Cup. But that's how good Senegal is. It's a dangerous game for Belgium. It has not played well, not up to their 10th in FIFA world ranking coming into this tournament. It's an aging roster. Kevin De Bruyne, and they got 30-year-olds all over the pitch. Lukaku hasn't played every game in its entirety to try to preserve him for these knockout rounds. So let's see if Belgium turns it on now that the games are knockout phase today against Senegal. Again, the winner of this match here today in Seattle will play the winner of the United States against Bosnia and Herzegovina. That match starts at 5 o'clock our time in Santa Clara. The winner of those 2 matches will play on Monday here in Seattle. There are reports and rumors that President Trump will be here if the United States wins and will play, and he would come to the match.
So will the same thing happen
Monday.
that happened in the Knicks game? So, like, if we don't already have gridlocks downtown with the road closings and everything, yeah.
This has been, it would be about my 10th or 12th sporting event with a president in attendance. And yes, it adds layers and layers of time and security and time.
Yes.
Security.
So if that happens and you're planning on going to the match, everybody just be prepared.
Be prepared to come super early. Yes. I mean, the Secret Service requires often that you come 3-4 hours early before something like that. Normally, the World Cup gates, for the World Cup matches here in Seattle, the gates open 3 hours before the match starts. That could change if the president comes in on Monday.
Or downtown will be a good place to be early so that you can get in as soon as the gates open.
Exactly.
You know, hopefully he would come early to appease that.
He won't come early.
No, he won't.
He'll fly in right when it starts and leave before it ends. Actually, most presidents do that for security reasons. On the show today, we're going to talk about how the Rangers beat the Guardians last night in something I don't think I've ever seen in Major League Baseball, even minor league baseball for that matter. Kept the Mariners in second place. You're not going to like how it happened in Cleveland. Brian Wu set a Mariners record last night. He went big off the field, too.
Woo!
Yeah. Brian Wu, I really like him. When I've talked to him, he's very earnest. He tells you what he thinks. He doesn't seem to be hiding anything. Seems a very genuine guy.
He's a cool dude.
And then what he did yesterday.
I interrupted the record. I'll let you explain what it is. Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about the scoreless streak of home innings, but bigger to me was what he did off the field yesterday. He absolutely violated a Major League Baseball superstition, and we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the scenes down here in Soto heading into Senegal and Belgium, a 1 o'clock kick. Masvida Mariera of Cascadia Sportsnet, Fox 13 Seattle Television World Cup analyst, probably going to join me here in Jimmy's on First around 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, we'll also have a keyword for your chance to win $2,500, as Jessamine and I do every day at 11 o'clock, and then we do every day at 11:30. Your chance to be a part of the show, 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. Or as Jessamine likes to say, make sure you also put in the talkback on the
Oh, yeah.
iHeartRadio app.
Touch that little red microphone. Give me your best 30 seconds.
We had one yesterday.
We did. Chris Burian is very consistent in his contribution to the shows.
Jessamine will play those back if we get any at 11:30 as well. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day.
Oh.
For those of you
Listen,
who
I grew up a
celebrate.
Mets fan, okay? That is the smartest thing I've ever seen someone do. It was before all the talks of this deferred payment, you know?
Right.
It was before that was a popular option.
Bobby
And-
Bonilla and his ex-wife celebrate Bobby Bonilla Day. I, can
I
tell
would
you
be
that.
too. I'd be on a cruise somewhere. I'd be on an island.
For those of you who don't know what we are talking about, not this Mets fan, Jessamine McIntyre is still smarting over this. Bobby Bonilla, he gets 1.9, I'll just spell it out for you, $1,193,248, and don't forget the 20 cents.
That
He gets
20
that-
cents is really what breaks the Mets.
He gets that today from the Mets, who he hasn't played for since, get ready for this,
Yeah.
1999.
It's amazing. It's a 30-year deferment, I think, or
35 year. They
35
cut him. They cut him because he stunk for them.
Mm-hmm.
But his age, this is how Major League Baseball is so different than the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
This is why Major League Baseball players don't want anything to do with a salary cap because they've been living large like this for so many years. For 35 years, Bobby Bonilla gets a payment on July 1st of every year for $1.19 million for stinking for the Mets. I grew up in Pittsburgh when he was with the Pirates. He and Bobby Bonds, Andy Van Slyke. I was a Bobby Bonilla fan. Then he goes to New York and just is terrible. But he got his mammoth contract that has all this deferred money. Now, Shohei Ohtani's going to get this, too, with the Dodgers.
Yeah, but
gonna be
he's still good.
Well, right. He's at least not stealing the Dodgers' money from them. So Bobby Bonilla today is going to be in Baltimore for an Orioles game. He's going to be a guest for one of the Orioles sponsors. And the sponsors, I think it's called Navina, they're going to have him talk to people about how the Mets' deferred payments are giving him lifetime income from not doing anything. And get this, he divorced his wife a few years ago. She gets 50% of that payment every July 1st. She gets $600,000 for not being married to Bobby Bonilla, who's not playing baseball for the last 26 years. It's
Wow.
unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Wow. Man, she's celebrating July 1st right now, I'll tell you that much.
That probably wasn't too hard for her to agree to do.
This is like, when you win the lottery, you can choose a lump sum or, X amount of money over X amount of time. That's what it reminds me of.
Yes.
Because you don't do anything and you still get the money.
$1.19 million per July 1st every year for 35 years. He's going to get this till 2035. Speaking of matrimony, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are getting married this weekend, Jessamine tells me. And
I don't know. Is it this weekend?
Well, it's reportedly going to be a really low-key affair. The rumors are it's going to be in New York inside Madison Square Garden.
Right.
It's supposed to go Friday afternoon through 4 a.m. Saturday.
You're right.
Till July 4th. 4 a.m. Saturday is supposed to end.
That's New York for you, though. That's when
Yeah.
bars close.
Exactly. That would match my wedding day, by the way, if it lasted into July 4th. Wendy and I got married on July 4th.
Oh, nice. Well, a week before me. I'm July 12th.
Yeah. And we did it because all our Army friends from around the world could get there on the holidays.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and they did. They
Nice
came
thinking.
from Germany. They came from Panama. It was awesome.
I did mine during the All-Star break, so kind of same thinking there, making it convenient for everyone.
So you tell me that there are prop bets, Jessamine?
Oh my gosh. Yes. Okay. There's prop bets for style of wedding gown, outfit changes. What time will the vows be exchanged? Will Kelce and Swift exchange nuptials inside the castle? Is there a castle in Madison Square
They're
Garden?
probably building one.
Okay.
for
Anyway,
Taylor Swift.
well, whether one of them will be left at the altar. Even odds on that one, so I don't understand the bet there.
Even?
Yeah, it's minus 120, minus 120. I don't get that. Anyway, I don't get it. Will it be a shotgun wedding? Swift must have a baby within 8 months of July 3rd to qualify as it goes on and on and on and on. There's tons of these. So what I would do, because these two are a fun-loving couple, is I would go ahead and do everything that has the best odds of winning. Like, you're looking at what style of wedding gown will she wear? Sheath plus 700. I would go ahead and make idiots rich just for the fun of it. Like, every single thing on here. Let's see. Some other odds. Will Brittany Mahomes be a bridesmaid? Yes.
Make her one.
Yeah. So no is a resounding favorite. I would make her a bridesmaid. I would do all this stuff. Patrick Mahomes be a groomsman. No is the underdog there. So sorry, Patrick, just join us later. Okay, just like don't be. Kittle is in there. Will Kanye West attend the wedding? Yes, is the best odds there, plus 300. I'd go ahead and invite him. Hey man, could you just like stand at the altar or it's just at the wedding? Can you just stand in the back and then you can bounce?
Just come in the gates.
We'll fly you in. I just think that this is how many pieces of wedding cake will Andy Reid eat? Over under is 2.5. I would just be like, Coach, we need you to do this. We need, I don't know. It just could be fun with the ridiculousness of what it is. Like, it's so stupid to me. Which will happen first? Kelsey announces his retirement or Swift announces pregnancy. That one I'm not even touching because they're two very personal things. What weight will the first baby be?
Oh.
Dude, they're not even married yet. Anyway, there's these, I just find them absolutely ridiculous. And if I were in that position, because I'm a fun-loving person too, I would go ahead and mess with those so bad. I would just mess with everyone on them.
Did you have odds and bookmakers on your wedding?
You know what? Not to my knowledge, but I would have worn red if that was, a really good odds. I would have made someone really happy. Yeah, no odds on my wedding.
In Cleveland last night, on to sports again.
Yes.
The Rangers and Guardians were tied 2-2 in the top of the seventh inning. Cleveland rookie left fielder Cooper Ingle was camped under a routine fly ball. There was a Texas runner at second base. I'll let the Cleveland Guardians television commentators explain what happened next.
Is going to make plays of the week. Here's one to left. Cooper Ingle tracking. 2 outs.
Oh, no. Now what? Well, that's a mistake that I promise you will not happen again from Cooper Ingle. And kind of unfortunate in a lot of different ways, but he thought there was 2 outs, already made the catch, threw the ball into the stands, and that is a 2-base error. And I saw it kind of happen. He starts running in, and everybody started screaming. Yep, that's a tough one. There's no two ways about it.
And that just gave Texas a 3-2 lead.
That's rough.
Kind of unfortunate, the color analyst says.
That's rough.
That cost him the game. It was 2-2 in the seventh. He catches the ball, and he just starts jogging off and tosses the ball into the side left field seating down the left field line. And the pitcher, everybody's grabbing their hats, yelling at him. Oh. And the runner gets the score from second for a 2-base error. The ground rules are you throw a ball in the stands, it's 2 bases.
You could tell he was going to do it, too, because he started running in.
Right.
And so everybody's, no.
Oh, my God.
Oh, you know what? If we want to go back in the Wayback Machine, I dated a baseball player way back in the day who actually did that. And it was he did it in college. He played at Clemson. And it was that was his lasting memory. Wow. He did it he was an outfielder, did it on an outfield catch, and he just threw it into the stands.
Did he stay on the team? My son was asking us, do they send this guy down, a rookie, back to AAA?
Well, he was in college at the time, so it's not like he got cut or anything, but it was his legacy. And I feel really bad for him.
Today, if you do that, your NIL money would probably get cut or something. But
yeah, seriously.
We'll see if Cooper Ingle stays in the major leagues after pulling that last night. It became a 3-2 game, and the Guardians ended up losing 4-2, and that has kept the Mariners back in second place, a half game behind Texas. Thanks to Cleveland, huh? Also, I wondered about the Seahawks. Remember, I told you that they're off, pretty much gone, and Leonard Williams is judging dunk contest at Hoop Fest in Spokane, and guys are all over the place. This is gone fishing time of the NFL season. But the training camp will begin on July 25th. The veterans report on July 24th. The rookies report from Mike McDonald in Renton at team facility on July 17th. So we're only 16 days away from that. One of the best players in the NFC West is Arizona Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, young up-and-coming star. The Seahawks have a hard time with him when they do play the Cardinals. He was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, same podcast we played a couple days ago with Sam Darnold, talking about his disappointment, how he played personally in the Super Bowl. And this is what Trey McBride had to say when they asked him what he likes least about the NFC West.
Who in the NFC West do you dislike the most, and why is it the 49ers?
It's actually, to be honest, I think it's a Seattle, man. That's a tough place to play. Their defense is a bunch of talkers. They have a really good team too. So I feel like every time we go to Seattle, it's such a hostile environment. Lumen Field's such a cool place to play, and they've gotten the best of us the last couple of times. So it'd be nice to get back on the winning side for sure.
Seattle, that defense locked you up pretty good.
I don't know about locked me up. I went for like 130, but we lost. Whatever happened. But.
Yeah, Trey McBride's a problem for a lot of teams, Seahawks included.
130, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, he's not alone in thinking that way. And let's face it, Lumen Field before last year was not Lumen Field of the previous decade.
No,
because the teams weren't as good, and they were losing games home and away.
Well,
but
and then the
especially
fans, kind of followed in suit because they weren't as excited. They weren't as, the team's not that good. Lumen isn't Lumen.
And then ticket prices go up, so of course they were selling to fans of the visiting team. So I don't blame them. But now last year it turned it right on its head, and that was one of the priorities Mike Macdonald had at this time last year, going into training camp 2025. He talked a lot to his players in meetings and to us in the media about reestablishing home dominance. That was their number one goal for last season, is to make people not want to play in Lumen Field again, and they did. And at the end of the season, it was all the difference in the world to beat the Rams twice, playing them both at home, including the NFC Championship game. But Trey McBride offering that he doesn't like coming up there either. It was many years before Arizona. I mean, they were losing for years and years in a row coming up here for a while, the Cardinals, for a long time. Trey McBride from the Arizona Cardinals. Again, training camp for the Seahawks will begin July 25th. That's open to the fans. You can go to the Seahawks team website to register for your chance to watch them and get autographs at the bottom of the berm at the end of practice. Mike Macdonald's big on that, too. He makes sure every player, rookie, veteran, starters, reserves, go to the fans after practice to sign autographs. Up next here from Jimmy's on First, right across the street from the World Cup match at 1 o'clock of Belgium and Senegal. We're going to talk about Brian Wu setting a Mariners record last night and winning big off the field, too, by violating a long-standing Major League Baseball tradition for starting pitchers, and it worked. That's next. Masvita Merari has just sat down next to me here at Jimmy's on First to talk about the World Cup. That's coming up, too, on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Greg Bell, Justin McIntyre with you on 93.3 KJR FM. I'm at Jimmy's on First Silver Cloud Hotel right across Occidental Avenue from Lumen Field, where fans are already starting to walk in toward the stadium of Belgium and Senegal. They meet in the round of 32 elimination match here in the World Cup in Seattle, the 5th of 6 World Cup matches. The 6th will be on Monday, as in July the 6th, 2 days after this holiday weekend, 1 day after the holiday weekend, at 5 o'clock. The two teams will be in the round of 16 playing in Seattle Monday. Will be the winner of this match today in Seattle between Senegal and Belgium against the winner of the United States and Bosnia-Herzegovina. That game is at 5 o'clock tonight in Santa Clara. The winners will play here today. The biggest story of the World Cup is brewing in Atlanta right now, where the Democratic Republic of Congo is leading world power, 4th-ranked England with 30 minutes left in the match. They're in the hydration break, even though it's an indoor stadium. They have hydration breaks, for commercials in the U.S. But in the second half hydration break, England is trailing 1-0 to Congo. Of course, Mexico had been presumed after winning last night to play England, but now they might play Congo in Mexico City for a chance to be in the round of 8 in the quarterfinals. That would be loony if Congo holds on and beats England. Their keeper is making just unbelievable, dramatic, acrobatic saves off headers, diving, jumping.
I love watching the acrobatics of goalies in the world. You know what? This is like obviously the highest stage that you can play soccer.
Right.
And so that is the cream of the crop when it comes to their ability.
Right. And this guy for Congo is just saving them, literally saving them. Last night, Brian Wu saved the Mariners from really many more bullpen decisions again. That's 2 nights in a row. The starting pitcher has just taken the intrigue out of a close game out of the hands of manager Dan Wilson and President Jerry DiPoto. Brian Wu, though, I mean, we need more players and people like Brian Wu, the pitcher and the person. There's a tradition in Major League Baseball, and even in minor league baseball, college baseball follows it because the pros do it, that the starting pitcher the day of a game, when he's starting, doesn't talk to anybody.
Nope.
Doesn't talk to media.
You don't make eye contact.
Right.
Nothing.
The players, his own teammates don't even talk to him. They don't make eye contact. They leave him alone for his pre-game routine, and they keep him in the mental zone, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday, Brian Wu said, bump that. He brought children from patients from Seattle Children's Hospital. And I have mentioned to you, my wife has worked there for 25 years, and some of the toughest cases and saddest stories you could ever see are in Seattle Children's Hospital. Serious stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's a specialty care hospital that people from all over the world and the West Coast come to. My wife has patients from China. I mean,
it is one of the best in the world.
And the cases there are really serious. And
yes.
The children that are in there are often very sick. Well, Brian Wu, for the second consecutive year, invited Children's Hospital patients, those that can leave the hospital, which some can't, to T-Mobile Park. And yesterday before the game, before Brian Wu's start, he hosted these kids for a reverse signing day. Instead of signing autographs for the kids, which they did a few of too, the Mariners.
Of course.
The kids signed autographs for the Mariners for Brian Wu.
So awesome.
It's so cool. And the Mariners were putting out the videos of Brian Wu signing autographs, or kids signing autographs and handing them to Brian Wu and to his teammates. But knowing baseball players like I do and covering it when I was a beat writer, you're right, Justin. You can't even look at a starting pitcher on the day he pitches.
I'm in that clubhouse a lot, and I just get scared when they walk by. I'm just like, stare at the ground. Okay, let them walk by. Like, do not even say hi.
And the teammates do the same thing.
Of course they do.
They all honor it. So Brian Wu said, forget that. I'm bringing the kids in. I don't care. It's my day to start. This is the day the kids are coming from Seattle Children's. So he does that, and to show you how just superstition it is, and there's not much merit to the superstition, Wu just goes out and shoves, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? We talked about his personality last segment, and that is just a perfect example of that. I'm in the zone. Don't worry about it. The kids are more important than my zone, and by the way, I'm still in it.
Right. Goes pitching scoreless into the 7th. Career high 106 pitches. All of a sudden, the Mariners, Dan Wilson and Jerry DiPoto are letting their pitchers throw 100 pitches, and their arms haven't fallen off yet.
Why now?
106 pitches last night, a career high. But great for him. And more than the game, of all the things people could give to and time to, and Children's Hospital is up there. I mean, it is such a fantastic cause to do that. I see firsthand the patience that my wife has on what these things and what they've done. I've talked about Russell Wilson and the Blue Tuesdays they still to this day have at Children's Hospital because of him. One of the reasons that Brian Wu set the record for 32 consecutive scoreless innings, broke Felix Hernandez's record for scoreless innings at home last night, was what happened in the fifth inning. Angels had first and second, nobody out. Logan O'Hoppe was squaring the sacrifice bunt the runners to second and third. I don't know if you noticed, Jessica, if you were watching the game.
Yep.
Did you see how close Josh Naylor came to defend that bunt? Ran up on the bunt
Yes.
on O'Hoppe. He could smell the bubble gum that O'Hoppe was chewing.
Yeah.
I mean, he was like from me to Maz, feet away from him when he squared the bunt. Now, you don't see major leaguers do that because of the possibility that the guy will say, "Oh, if you're going to play me this close, I'm pulling the bat back."
Yeah,
and I'm swinging
exactly.
away."
Yeah,
Your
no, he's
head
got the
taken off.
instincts of a bloodhound. Like, he's got it. He can sniff stuff out.
That takes guts to go
Yes,
that
it
close. The closest Naylor did last night. So what happened, O'Hoppe sees Naylor that close, so he decides not to bunt to first base, which is what he looked like he was squaring to do, and he angled his bat other way to third. But in switching his bat, he got crossed up and ended up hitting the ball too hard. He bunted it too hard, right to J.P. Crawford, who didn't even have to charge it from third base. Crawford fielded the bunt so close to third, he just walked over and made the force out at third. Naylor's charging from first base forced O'Hoppe into a bad bunt right to third base, and the Mariners get the force out at third. Why was that important? Because the next batter hit a line drive to pretty deep, I'd say medium deep center field to Julio Rodriguez. Pretty sure the Angels, especially in the season they're having, would have challenged Rodriguez and tried to score from third on a sacrifice fly on that ball. But because of what Naylor did to force O'Hoppe to bunt into a hard bunt, force out at third base, there's no runner at third. Runners don't advance on the deep line drive to Julio Rodriguez, and the Wu gets the next out on a soft ground ball to first base.
Ooh, what
So-
just happened, Greg? We got some screaming in the background.
The special of Jimmy, the breakfast special just came out. No, actually, England just tied, finally. After trying and trying, they finally beat the Congo goaltender in the 75th minute. England won, Congo won in Atlanta. I think it was Harry Kane yet again. And there are people in the England fans in the stands, Fox Television, showing them crying. The stress relief of Harry Kane in England finally scoring in the 75th minute of the knockout match against Congo. So that's 1-1. Of course, remember, in World Cup matches now, in the elimination stage, if it's tied after 90-plus minutes, you go to extra time for 30 minutes, 2 15-minute periods, and then a shootout, penalty kick shootout, if it still remains tied after that. So anyway, the point is, if Naylor hadn't charged so hard, O'Hoppe wouldn't have bunted hard into a force out at third, would have been a runner at third, and the scoreless streak would have been over in the fifth inning. I think, at least the Angels would have challenged, I think, and attempted a sacrifice fly on the fly ball to Rodriguez with one out. Scoreless after 5, he takes scoreless in the 7th, and then Mariners end up winning, pulling away 8-3. But it's just that ball within ball game, the little inside ball stuff like Josh Naylor did. And Josh Naylor's been in the news a lot this week for ticking off Cleveland, and Austin Kearns yapping at him from catcher after Naylor got hit by a pitch without really getting out of the way of it. But Josh Naylor, that's a ball player play to do that in guts, like I said. So Brian Wu now, he just passed Felix Hernandez's 30 scoreless innings in home games, and now he's 32. It ended in the 7th inning. He got charged a run, and then the 2 inherited runners he left when he left the game also scored in the 3-run inning for the Angels. Wu now has thrown 6-plus innings in 21 home games since the beginning of last season. That's the most in the major leagues. Why are we talking so much about Wu at home games? Because he's 6-0 in a 2.10 ERA at home, and that's including a 6-run start against the Royals at T-Mobile Park. He's got a 2.10 ERA even with that. On the road, though, he's 1-6 with a 6.38 ERA. And he talked openly in Pittsburgh after he lost the other day last week on the road trip how he has to figure that out. And sometimes it's just a mental block.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's just but let's face it, right, Jessamine? It's a pitcher's park, and Seattle. And
Yes, yeah,
helps a lot.
it has been since its inception.
Right.
This is also a note from the 425. Did you guys see his cleats too? Because the kids
Yes.
painted them. Yeah, I love
There were,
that.
I think it was 3 different kids
Mhm.
painted the cleats that he wore last night. I think he'd been wearing those cleats for other starts too, from other kids that paint them. And you don't think that the parents and the families and the kids themselves get fired up over that? Think about it. If you're a parent, or don't think about it if you're a parent, because this is scary, but if you're a parent who has a child in Children's Hospital, there's not a lot for you to look forward to. Your friends are all
Right.
running around outside, or they're going to school, or even worse, they're holidays, they're at Christmas, and you're in Children's Hospital with IVs and in your arm and scared to death with machines beeping. When players do this and community members do this, it's something that it changes their lives, honestly. It
It
gives
does.
them something to look forward to. I've seen it. I've been in there. It's just an amazing transformation. The anticipation of the event coming. They know well in advance that they're doing this, and it's transformational. It really is for the families, for the staff there. My wife included. She said yesterday she knew about Brian Wu, and they've been talking about it. The kids and the staff at Children's Hospital had been talking for weeks about June 30th. They were going to go to T-Mobile Park and get to sign autographs to the Mariners, not from the Mariners, but to the Mariners.
Yeah, that's so cool. I love that.
Yeah, it's really cool. So 49451. Hopefully you haven't had experience of your child in Children's Hospital, but if you have, I think you know what I'm talking about. And I've said this and written this before, but we can say what we want about Russell Wilson, his legacy, how he left here, how messy it was. That guy's a Mount Rushmore Seattle athlete for what he did at Children's Hospital, not even counting the Super Bowl that he won, the second one that he took him to, that helped lead him to. What he did at Children's Hospital was legendary. I don't care that he published it on social media and TikTok. So
And it
what?
didn't start that way either. You know, he started doing that before he was Russell.
Do you know when it started? I think you do. I've said this before. It started the week he got here
Yes.
as a rookie in 2012 at minicamp in May.
Yeah, with Matt Flynn slated to be the starting quarterback.
Exactly. And he showed up the first day in May at Children's Hospital on a Tuesday, the first full week he was here as a Seahawk after getting drafted in the 3rd round. And he walked into Children's Hospital's front desk and he said, "I'm Russell Wilson." And the front desk security guy said, "Who are you?" Who's Russell Wilson?
Right. Hey, this is a really good note from Ashley Ryan, who produces our morning show. She said her friend's daughter, Charlotte, painted one of the pair of cleats. They said it was just amazing presenting him with the shoes. Thank you, Ashley. That's a really great note.
Good on Charlotte. Good on Brian Wu for wearing Charlotte's shoes. I hope Charlotte does well with whatever she's doing
Me too.
at Children's Hospital. But thanks, Ashley. And yeah, that puts me. I'd put Brian Wu an all-star in my book, and know what impacting that is. So hats off to him. Hats off for the Mariners for doing that yesterday, and they won. And Brian Wu shoved. So
There we
forget
go.
that superstition. I'm talking to Brian Wu the next time I see him on a pitching day.
I wouldn't go that far.
No, I would probably not in their lair, not in breaking that. Up next, World Cup Daily. We'll talk about the recap around the World Cup with Masvidal Marrera. He's sitting next to me. He's from Cascadia Sportsnet and Fox 13 Seattle Sports Television's World Cup analyst. England and Congo are 1-1 and heading to the 80-plus minutes in Atlanta. What an upset that would be in the World Cup. Maz and I will talk about it next on 93.3 KJR FM. and philanthropic fundraising. It's the foundation that they have there and the money that's raised for the causes there. It's incredible. And the impact that any athlete, the University of Washington is really good at this, to just go up the street and maybe it's 6 from the women's soccer team or Heather Tarr's softball team. And when I was working at the University of Washington, I saw that all the time. And maybe those college kids don't understand just going for an hour or two of what it does to those families and those children and even the staff there. And this is all in the context of Brian Wu, of course. If you missed it earlier, last night he had a reverse autograph signing for Children's Hospital kids going to T-Mobile Park. And Brian Wu, on the day he pitched, which is a superstitious day in Major League Baseball and all-pro baseball that you don't talk to the starting pitcher the day he pitched, he hosted these kids and traded autographs with them at the park yesterday, then went out and threw a shutout into the 7th inning against the Los Angeles Angels. So thank you for the talk back, your heartfelt feelings about that, and I know what you're talking about. I've seen it. I've lived it with my own children and with my wife living there. So hats off to everybody around the Children's Hospital community and those who give their time and money to it.
Agreed. All right, let's move on.
Hey, Jerry DePoto here. Well, another win last night gets us closer to that 54% threshold. And the fan base, we're doing them a favor. They should thank me. I played Rucker last night and shut out 8th inning. I tightened the puppet strings for Dan Wilson. He listens to what I say or I get out the paddle. And the fan base better be thanking me. I'm the greatest GM alive. And Rob Rushnider will be back soon. He is the savior.
At $6.25 million. Thank you, Joel. Not Jerry DePoto. Thank you, Joel. Appreciate that. Here's another one, I think, right?
Oh, hey, Dave Mahler here, Greg Bell. How you doing there, baby? I don't know, just watching the World Cup here. I don't know, man. I don't know, it's hard to understand. They'll stop its time in soccer or they'll piggyback the Mariners are doing, baby. I'm down here frickin' Montlake on my way to Jimmy's. You better be out of my seat, pal. I don't know what you think's going on here. That's the Mahler Cafe, baby. Anyway, go USA, go Dogs, go Hawks, and hell with it. Go Greg Bell, baby.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, it sounds loud like Dave Mahler at 10 or 11 a.m. Thank you for that. On the talkback, you go to the iHeartRadio app. There's a red button at the bottom of it. You can leave a 30-second voicemail. Jessamine McIntyre is the queen of that. She's happy to collect those and play it back. On the text line, the 206 is asking me, have I seen what's currently going on in New York City at the Empire State Building? A 253, actually, from Pierce County area. Yo, G. Bell. You see the couple on top of the Empire State Building. Craziest thing I've ever seen. There are 2 people. Have you seen this, Jessamine?
No.
Right now, as we speak, there are 2 people on top of the spire, which is on top of the Empire State Building.
Oh,
Somehow,
my gosh.
I don't know how they climbed. First of all, you can't climb usually above the observation deck. But then above the observation deck is the top of the spire, and above the top of the spire, there's some radio towers and all kinds of metal. They're at the top of that. And there are drones and helicopters flying over the Empire State Building, filming these 2 people that are at the very, very tippy top of the Empire State Building. I think it's like 1,800 feet off the ground, maybe more than that. Yeah, that's loony. Jeremy from the 425, I hope Softy isn't listening because he would lose it about how many times Greg has said Lumen Field instead of Seattle Stadium. I hope that's a joke. FIFA has mandated that all the stadiums be called by just their city designation and stadium. Dallas Stadium, for instance, is actually AT&T Stadium, Jerry's World, in Arlington, Texas, not even in Dallas. The stadium the United States is playing in tonight, Bosnia-Herzegovina U.S. match at 5 o'clock. It's Levi Stadium. We all know it as. The Seahawks won it there in the Super Bowl in February. Well, it's known as San Francisco Stadium, even though it's like an hour and a half from San Francisco. So, yes, FIFA wants us to call it Seattle Stadium. Nobody listening to this radio station knows it as anything other than Lumen Field.
Yeah, I mean, it's more for the international travelers who aren't familiar.
And the fact that Lumen didn't pay FIFA
exactly
right money.
That's actually what it comes down to.
425 said it's like talking to the soup Nazi on starting pitcher day from Seinfeld fame, yes. 425, we did see and we did mention, did you guys see the cleats too from Brian Wu that he wore last night? The kids from Seattle Children's Hospital painted his cleats and he wore them last night. So awesome. We did see that, yes. yeah, I can't say enough good things about what Brian Wu did on a pitching day.
Yeah,
That's
and
really cool.
shout out to Ashley's friend too. Her friend's daughter Charlotte, who was one of the ones who painted one of the pairs of cleats. That's pretty special. And
Yeah,
she said it was just so uplifting for the kids to present them to him.
That's the thing. The effect it had. Now, those kids will talk about that the rest of their lives.
100%.
They're not going to talk about, I was in Children's Hospital for X number of weeks or months. Or they're going to talk about the time that Brian Wu wore my shoes. And, yeah, I mean, that's the effect for sure. Yeah, that's really cool.
It certainly is. And
Keith from the 2-5. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, as you said, he broke the cardinal superstition rule, if you want to say that, by actually talking to people on a day that he was pitching, and it didn't matter.
Right. Are you a Spinal Tap fan, Jessamine?
I have watched it, but years and years ago.
My wife loves Spinal Tap. I don't get into it nearly as much as she does. The 206 says, I hope Jess realizes she's currently in the equivalent of the drummer's seat for Spinal Tap.
Remind me what that is.
Well, it rotates quite a bit.
That's what I thought. That's what I was getting at. I was like, I'm pretty sure I recall that.
There's a reason it rotates. It's not good. But
well, thanks.
She's alive and well.
Thanks, 206.
Yeah.
I will drum away while I'm here.
She's alive and well. No, thinking of Christopher Kidd, we talked about that earlier this week. Yes, he's no longer here at iHeart, no longer employed by iHeart. Nothing he did was the cost-cutting move in the Seattle market with the producer slot, and that's what happened. So those of you that have been asking, that's what happened. 425 said, so good to hear Dave Softy Mullen in the talkbacks again. Laugh out loud. Thanks to Joel. He did that with your show all the time. Yours and Ian's show all the time.
We're going to have him continue to go to Ian for that because he is an Ian staple there. So, Joel, save it for Ian's show. I know we love having it on here, but that is definitely an Ian thing. So, thank you, Joel, though. You can send in different
Joel,
ones to us.
Bring it to us, too.
I think that Joel can bring a different life to this show.
425 asked me, Greg, do you have a nickname for the Angels like you do for Houston, a.k.a. the Trash Can? That's my buddy from the U.S. Coast Guard and O'Day High School grad. I don't, because to me, I don't hate the Angels nearly as much or at all compared to the Trash Cans. I mean, the Trash Cans just flat out stole a World Series, cheated, banging on trash. For those of you who don't know why I call them the Trash Cans, it should be pretty
come
obvious.
on. Everybody knows that story.
Yes, they actually got away with cheating on stealing signs and banging on trash cans when there were certain pitches. Fastballs were banging on trash cans. And
John Boy broke it. Because he's like this mega lip reader, pays attention to every little detail that's going on, and he noticed it.
And baseball didn't do anything about it. Didn't strip titles. They still won the World Series, beat the Dodger fans, as great as they've been recently, still mad about having a World Series cheated out of them. I mean, teams steal signs, yes, but the Trash Cans did it so overtly that there will always be the Trash Cans to me. I wish you could bring trash cans into T-Mobile Park, because I would do that when the Trash Cans play the Mariners.
Well, that reminds me of Japan's, not trash cans, but Japan's tradition of cleaning up after themselves after a World Cup match.
Yep.
And I just have to say how much I respect their respect for the stadiums here. It's just not like America. I could just say that. I've been to several stadiums after the fact, and it is not spick and span.
You know who else does that is the Army. And
I believe that.
I learned that at West Point. The Army football team is famous for that. They played Oklahoma a few years ago, and they went into Owen Field and left it cleaner than you found it. And that's the Army standard, cleaner than you found it. When I coached high school baseball, the varsity baseball team, cleaner than we found it. Dugouts, ferries, Dairy Queens, Ezels, cleaner than we found it.
Well, you're representing more than just yourself in that situation.
Exactly. And, that was one of the Army ethos that stuck with me from being an Army officer. But, Japan, yet again, that's just another example of the World Cup. There are scenes from Atlanta just a few minutes ago of the England's players walking over to the line, right behind the goal, to the English fans in one end zone there in Atlanta, and singing Wonderwall from Oasis at the top of their lungs after they won and advanced to the next round of the World Cup. Just in full chorus. And you watch the World Cup matches, and both teams are on the field belting out their national anthems, screaming it from the top of their lungs. And that's the World Cup. That's what it is. Those of us that are enthralled in the coverage of that. The World Cup is back in Seattle today. People are walking right past me here on Jimmy's on First, down Occidental Avenue into Lumen Field / Seattle Stadium, what FIFA wants us to call it, for Belgium and Senegal. That match begins at 1. There are people all over the place, including people right around me here, and Jimmy's wearing the U.S. Stars and Stripes team jersey because the U.S. is playing today, too, at 5 o'clock in Santa Clara against Bosnia-Herzegovina. Again, the winners of those two matches will play Monday, 5 p.m., here in Seattle in the round of 16 for a shot in the quarterfinals, something the United States just doesn't do. But Canada's in the round of 16. Mexico's in the round of 16, playing England on Sunday in Mexico City. The United States will try to do that today in Santa Clara, starting at 5 o'clock. Up next, Ian Furness, the mayor of Maple Valley. I think he's probably back in the Elliott Bay studios by now. He's going to tell us what he has going on at his show next. We'll talk to him a little footy as well about England's escape against Congo just a few minutes ago. That's next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Greg Bell, Justin McIntyre with you. I'm at Jimmy's on First, right across the street from Lumenfield. We're Bosnia. The text line 206 said, please pronounce, this is all caps, by the way, please pronounce Bosnia correctly. It is killing this Balkan brother. Bosnia, not Bosnia. The O is pronounced O-H, not A-H. It's so American and it's brutal. Okay. Well, there you go. I guess I'm not the only one, but Bosnia.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different, like Turkey is Turkey. Yeah, there's a lot of different ones.
The
4 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, 5 Ks. They go for a sweep tomorrow. They're off today because of the World Cup situation downtown Seattle. Bryce Miller will be on the mound tomorrow afternoon. After trading for Mackie Samoskevich last week, the Kraken have now signed him to a 3-year, $3.85 million per year contract extension. NBA former Knicks center Mitchell Robinson signs a 3-year deal with the Celtics. Lakers acquire Walter Kessler from the Utah Jazz for unprotected first-round picks. Damn, crazy. Big trade there. And in the World Cup, and that's what matters today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, England comes back to win over the DR Congo. The Congo was up. The Democratic Republic of Congo was up 1-0 until midway through the second, actually late in the second half. Harry Kane scores 2.
He's good.
He's really good. Belgium-Senegal kicks off in about an hour's time here in Seattle. Winner face the winner of the U.S.-Bosnia game tonight as well. And that game, by the way, 4:30 pregame, 5 o'clock kickoff right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
The Ian Furness Show is presented by Snoqualmie Casino. Text us at 49451 and hit the talkback mic on the iHeartRadio app. This is the new Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Here we go. Game day for the U.S. Free agency starts for both the NBA and the NHL. Mariners are off today, but they did win the last 2 against the Angels. Good for them. That makes things a lot better in Mariner land. But you're going to take a back seat today, baseball. You got a lot of stuff going on. And it starts with Anders wearing that jersey in there.
Let's go, baby.
How fired up are you, fella?
I am very fired up for multiple reasons. The game in Seattle, I think, is actually a really good game. Belgium and Senegal, 2 good teams playing against each other, both looking to get to the round of 16 and face the winner of the U.S.-Bosnia match, and then, of course, the United States. I have nervous energy right now.
Yeah, I don't blame
very
you.
much nervous energy because up until this point, I've been super confident with the U.S. and their approach with the World Cup and their results as well. This would be the thing that kind of derails it all. It would suck if they were to lose this one.
I think we saw, and we'll talk to Peter Fewing, is going to join us at 12:20 today. Seattle U coach, national champion, former pro, and a guy that is part of our broadcast here on the iHeart Network across the country.
He coached me at Seattle U.
Yeah, don't worry, that's on the list of questions. We'll get to that, but yeah, he's going to join us, and we'll preview tonight. Listen, it's massive. Like, however you want to cut it, it's huge. The U.S. has an opportunity tonight on home soil to do what they've already done, but build on what they've already done. That's just captivate this country and build on that momentum. You mentioned it. We'll talk to Pete about this coming up at 12:20, and you as well, Anders. Knockout stage is terrifying.
Look at what England went through today.
For people that, if you're listening to the station or maybe just tuning in, but if you're listening, you probably weren't watching or listening to the game, but I was, as was Anders, and England was flat out on the ropes in a tournament that's already lost Germany in the round of 32.
And the Netherlands.
And the Netherlands in the round of 32. 2 teams that are, world powers. And Anders can tell you what he thinks of the FIFA ranking systems.
Not my favorite.
But in that situation, those 2 teams out, and England was on the ropes. All I was thinking the entire time was, I want to see England-Mexico on Sunday.
Oh, that's going to be such a good game.
In Mexico City.
Are you kidding me?
In Mexico City. I want to, selfishly as a sports fan, I want to see that. Honestly, that's kind of why I want Germany to win. Like, I know the
Germany,
upset.
France.
Yeah, listen, the upsets are great. But don't give me a dud in the round of 16. Give me a matchup of 2. And listen, there's teams that we don't think of as being powers that you've told me already, guy, like Senegal. Good team, right?
Yeah. You'd rather see Duke versus Purdue, not Fairleigh Dickinson versus Duke.
That's a great point. I'm glad. Phenomenal point. Here's why. Because we've done the research. Yeah. Others have done the research, but we've done this, and we've talked about this every year during March Madness. The thing with March Madness is first-round upsets are awesome. What's not awesome is what you just said. When you roll into all of a sudden the Final Four or the Elite Eight and you've got Fairleigh Dickinson playing, like, that's not fun.
No.
People want to see great matchups. It's a reality of the world we live in. Okay, that's why these NCAA, that's why our college, they're building these super conferences, because that's what people want to watch, unless it's your team. The lowest rated
Final Four forever. I don't know if it still is. It might have been, when they're in the bubble the next year after in 2021. But one of the lowest rated Final Fours was when George Mason was in it, right? So that's just, Florida Atlantic, cool story. Andy Enfield gets a hell of a job and futters out at USC. But you want to see the marquee matchups, but what we've already seen is upsets can happen, and soccer is so fickle.
It's so fickle.
God, I think you forget about it's one goal can make every bit of difference, and England they were puckered. Woo! They were puckered. So we'll get to that coming up today, 12:20. I mentioned Mariners, good for them. Got to win. They've scored runs. Listen, credit where credit's due. They've won the last two, and they've put runs on the board.
Yeah.
Reality is it's one of the bottom 3 or 4 teams in baseball that they're doing that to. You should do that. I thought it was an interesting column this morning. I love the I'm going to point this out again because it doesn't seem like people are able to figure this out, whether it's pitchers that now don't want to talk to sports radio reporters. And there's a Mariner pitcher that did that yesterday. I'm not talking to sports radio. You lump everybody in together. That's probably why you're a baseball pitcher, because intelligence isn't a part of your repertoire. But the whole, Jerry or Justin Hollander, sports radio. Oh, okay, really? Well,
the lunatic fringe,
that kind of stuff. I say that because I'm not going to lump all columnists together from the Seattle Times. I thought it was a really interesting column today that on the heels of, I thought it was really interesting, on the heels of Matt Calkins writing a glowing endorsement of Dan Wilson and all things Mariners, the most fluff piece I've ever seen. That guy doesn't write fluff pieces. And that's not what he does. He's the guy that usually has the stones not to, but somewhere along the line, he turned into company guy and writes that, just embarrassing. Really? Dan Wilson needs more time? Don't blame Danny. Well, not all columnists are created the same, even if they work at the same paper.
It's true.
Same thing as not all talk show hosts are the same, even if they work at the same station. Although, again, let's reiterate, it was not us.
It was not us.
That said that
the trainers to
be fired. It was not us. It was another radio station that happens to be the flagship for the Mariners. Might have been their morning show, from what I hear. But today, Mike Varell writes, M's biggest issues can't be fixed at the trade deadline. I read this column, and he went after Cal, big time, and Wilson, and his managerial moves. I loved it. Well, here's the thing. Because again, not all guys, I'm different than Chuck. Chuck's different than me. Softy's different than all of us.
How boring would it be if we were all the same?
Well, that does take place in this market. It
does exist.
You worked there as an intern for a while. I
did.
Yeah. Okay. And Justman used to work there. But yeah, everyone's different. Well, in this case, Varell's usually kind of the nice guy, and they just switched hats. But he's right. And 2 games against this team doesn't fix things. But they needed to do that. So let's give credit where credit's due. They needed those wins.
Yes, they did.
They really needed those wins. They need, even if Cal still can't hit. I thought yesterday, if you missed it, Joe Sheehan had a really good segment with Joe, as we always do. At the end, he was talking about Cal and Julio. To paraphrase, Cal's still a concern. That's undebatable. Whether it was pre-injured list, post-injured list, spring training, World Baseball. I mean, we were all pissed that he wasn't playing the World Baseball Classic. And I'm not so sure that didn't just screw his head up a little bit, getting benched because we're going to go with a Dodger catcher instead. But he wasn't good, so I guess I can understand if you're trying to win it. And he hasn't been good all this year. Julio, as Joe pointed out yesterday, has really truly been his numbers resulting numbers are bad luck. That's what they are.
Yeah, there's a greater discrepancy between what his expected numbers are versus where his results numbers are. And that happens a lot in baseball.
It does. And usually it evens out.
It does.
It hasn't evened out for him in the month of June.
No.
It just hasn't. And Joe pointed out, you look at what he should be having an on-base percentage of 380.
And that's not us saying that, his numbers should be a lot better. He's fine. It's more of there's nothing wrong with the process right now with Julio Rodriguez.
Right,
It's not like Cal,
Right.
where did you see his at-bat yesterday where he swung at a pitch 2 feet above his head?
Was that his last at-bat?
And then took a pitch literally middle.
That was the last at-bat.
I think it was.
I think it was, he called third strike on the last
Yes.
at-bat. Yeah, because that's the only, I literally watched one inning. There was another thing going on that I was way more interested in.
Probably the World Cup.
That would be it. But I did watch that at bat. It didn't matter. They already put a crooked number up and they were fine.
But the point is that it's not like there's a problem with Julio and what his like I said, his process.
And I'm glad Joe said that because I'm looking at just numbers going, God, Julio's been awful in June. And then he's like, yeah he's hit the ball. And I hate I hate. I mean, Goldie, I love you to death, buddy, but I don't care how hard that ball was hit. But sometimes you do. Like, and if you hit it right, and I mentioned to Joe, I said, you can just think, if you're a baseball fan, just think about it. How much different is it? You lace one down a foul line, right field line, left field line.
Right.
You lace it, and it's exit velo of 108.
Yeah.
But it's like an inch foul.
Yeah.
You can drop one in and bloop one in. Who did that on Monday? Somebody did that on Monday for the Mariners, Randy or somebody.
Right.
And you bloop one in, and all of a sudden it's a double.
And again, there is a place in baseball for the hit it where they ain't, like make good contact and that stuff.
And go the other way.
Exactly.
Go with the pitch.
Right.
They're doing a shift, all those things.
But when we talk about like his expected stats or the exit velo and stuff like that, it's called predictive, right?
Yes.
It's showing that we expect things to turn around for him because his process is good. He's getting good pitches to hit. He's hitting them. It's just he's been a little unlucky in June.
So we will. So that's our Mariners conversation for today. We may get
great.
back to that
Sounds
later
good.
because it's a big day for soccer. It is also NHL free agency day. I can tell you one original member of the Kraken is no longer here, and that would be Jaden Schwartz. Looks like he has signed a contract with the Colorado Avalanche.
Going to the enemy. Wow.
I don't get the contract.
I mean,
signed for a lot of money.
There's a lot of those today.
Like, that's like, what are we doing here? 3 years, 9.75, 3.25 per at the age of 34. And he's been a non-factor for this team the last couple of years. So you can. Mason Marchment last year was here too. He signed with San Jose.
6.75.
God, NHL free agency is stupid.
It's dumb.
I mean, it is dumb. Oh, by the way, did I see that Jason Robertson turned down, or Zach Werenski turned down a team?
Yeah, he did.
And would that team be the Dallas Stars?
Yeah, it would.
Weird. Daily Power Play, we'll get to at 145. Let's talk to Peter Fewing, your old coach, part of our great coverage of the World Cup. Big one tonight, U.S., Bosnia, next.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Man, it is huge tonight. I'm watching some visuals right now as we get ready for the game at 1 o'clock down at Seattle Stadium, a.k.a. Lumen Field, with Belgium and Senegal. But down in Santa Clara, empty stadium now, but it'll be popping a little bit later on tonight. This is the number one story, period. End of discussion. Would you agree, Anderson Hurst?
No doubt about it.
So that's why we're bringing in the big guns. Our coverage here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM, Sports Radio 950 on the AM dial, and across the iHeart Radio network and the iHeart app of the World Cup has been sensational because we've got a team that is top shelf all the way through. Anders, Jackson Feltz, Steve Zakawani, Danny Jackson, and our next guest joining us right now, longtime coach at Seattle U. Just a soccer legend in the Northwest. Peter Fewing joins us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Peter, how are you?
I'm doing great, Ian. I'm doing great. I'm in section 135, about 5 yards from the center circle, and about 20 row X, whatever that is.
Wow, was that basically your entire pension from Seattle U you spent on that, or what?
Yeah, I have some friends. Who owe me money, and it worked out. So, yeah, that's how that worked. Yeah, Ian, before this. Yeah, no problem. Before this started, I had 0 tickets to any games, and I thought, like a bunch of us, well, we'll figure it out. So this is my 4th game where Brian Schmetzer texted me at 8:50 before the Bosnia Qatar game, said, "What are you doing?" And so we hung out for a game. It's been really wonderful.
Well, you, the Schmetzers, not just Brian, but obviously his late father Walt and the twins, and like you guys are soccer royalty in this city, and I got such great respect for that. Before I get to the game itself today, what you're going to watch here, the game tonight, and everything else. Just as someone who, again, this is your life, and there's, I throw Cliff McGrath's name in there as well. There are some people in this town that have been pillars of the soccer community forever. What has it meant to you when you look around and you see the crowds, not just in the stadium, but around the stadium? You see the excitement in this area for the World Cup. What does it mean to you personally?
Well, surreal is not a good enough word, to be honest with you. And I'm standing next to James Riley, and longtime sounder, and Fred Mendoza, who 25 years ago said, if we build this stadium, we will get the World Cup here. And I did an interview with the Athletic, and I called him Willy Wonka. He just went around to all of us, the names you just mentioned, and said, we got to get out in the community and tell everybody to vote to pass the stadium. It didn't pass on the first try. And so we're, out recruiting for Seattle U, and then we're out recruiting, and I'm pulling people aside saying you got to vote for the stadium. And so to see it filled every game so far, and this game will be no different, 66,000 plus, it's phenomenal. I just love walking around the stadium. I have yet to get here any earlier than 2.5 hours before kickoff. So it's been really fun. And just seeing so many friends around here, you can't help but walk down Occidental and see like 60 people to 100 people that you know. So it's been really fun.
Peter Fewing with us. Anders is with us as well. Before I bring your former player in, just tell me, was he just a good team guy? Why'd you keep him around there at Seattle U, old Anders Hurst?
Good left foot, good goal scorer. The fun story that I tell all the time, and I apologize, Anders, is that when he was 15 or 16, I coached him on a youth team. And about 2 minutes into the game, he talked back to me. And so I looked at, Kevin Sakuda, who's the now SPU coach. And I said, Kevin, teachable moment. So young Anders sat with me, and we discussed respect and listening and all that kind of stuff. It worked out. We recruited him later to Seattle U, so it was he definitely figured it out.
It's Anders, you and I are going to have a couple of those teaching moments here down the road, all right?
Sounds good, yes, yes.
All right, I want to get to the game you're going to watch. I want to, obviously, the headline. Everybody wants to know about what both of your thoughts are on the U.S. game tonight. Anders, I'll start with you, and then we'll go to Peter real quick. What we saw today, England having to struggle mightily. I mean, really against the DR Congo. Like, Anders, that's World Cup knockout soccer in a nutshell?
Yeah, I mean, there's no givens whatsoever. You're going to have smaller countries provide challenges to bigger countries that you've never seen before. Paraguay beating Germany. I mean, I guess Morocco is a smaller country compared to the Netherlands with their soccer history, but you just never know, and you can never count anything to be a sure thing. So even though the United States on paper should be the better team than Bosnia and Herzegovina, they have to go and do it, and they have to get to that round of 16 game in Seattle to make sure that we can let's experience another U.S. game in Seattle.
Pete, does Germany prove like that as well? Like what happened to Germany? They get knocked out. I mean, I know they've had struggles lately in the World Cup, but that's still a world power. Is that kind of a good little lesson for whether it be the U.S. or any other team as they get here through the round of 32?
Was that one for me?
Yes.
Yes, I do think they can get through the round of 32. It'll be interesting to see what they do lineup-wise. The first game, Paraguay, was the 4-2-3-1. Then when Pulisic went out, they went with three at the back. But the guy on the right side, Ream, our 38-year-old, I think he was on the right, he's going to end up having to go, if it's three at the back, he's going to.
Might have lost Peter there.
Pretty loud in the stadium.
What's that?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've got they play with they're a 4-4-2, and the kid who comes off the bench, Mejia, got goals for him. He scored two. So it'll be interesting to see the tactic of what the U.S. comes out. Do they come out with a 4-2-3-1 so Ream doesn't get exposed, or do they kind of risk and put him as one of the three backs?
Pete, what's the biggest challenge that Team USA will face against Bosnia? I mean, I think we're all just kind of looking at this thing and, like the naive soccer fans, I'll put myself in that category. We're kind of just penciling it into the round of 16 on Monday here in Seattle. Like I said, Germany gets knocked out. England was on the ropes. We've seen it. Ecuador's supposed to give Mexico a bigger tilt, and they didn't. Mexico ran them over. But as we all kind of look ahead, what are the challenges that Bosnia puts forth to the U.S.?
Yeah, like I said, I like their right winger. The two guys up front, Desco and Dimarivic, are very talented. It's going to be, Ian, to me, it's like a national championship, right? I think the stakes are so high. Every single game, emotion is a big factor. Getting your confidence early, restart, making mistakes or not making mistakes, right? And then your big guys doing what they're supposed to do. We saw it with Mbappe. We saw it with Kane. Saw it with Messi, right? Guys coming through and carrying their team. That's going to be very important. So I think the energy that the Bosnia fans bring will be really interesting. It'll be curious who wins the war in the seats, because the Bosnia game here, there must have been 55,000 Bosnians. So out of the 66. So it'll be interesting to see who shows up. I think that energy the fans bring does help the teams quite a bit. So, yeah, I think this is like a championship final, but it will be in the round of 16 and every game after that.
Yeah, I'll jump kind of on what Pete is saying there, because I said that this is one of the biggest games in United States men's national team history, not because of who you're facing, Bosnia and Herzegovina, not because of the moment in this World Cup. It's the round of 32. You've been to further moments in the World Cup in your history. It's because this is really the first time, at least in my lifetime and watching the United States, that you now have expectations surrounding your team. You have expectations. You're expected to go win this game. You have pressure, and it's a different way to play a game when you are expected to win versus in the last three World Cups, the U.S., when they get to their knockout stage game, they're facing the Netherlands, they're facing Belgium, where they're pretty big underdogs and you're kind of playing with house money and you've already kind of accomplished what you needed to. That is not the case with this U.S. team. There's pressure. If you were to go out in this stage, there would be a lot of question marks, and everything that you built up in these first couple games would come crashing down. So I agree with Pete in saying that this is a huge game, not just for the moment itself, but for the expectations that are put on this team.
Pete, would you agree with that? This is the biggest game that this country's ever had in soccer, more than, and it'll change if they win because it'll be the same thing on Monday. But Pete, would you agree with that?
I would. I agree.
I know it's pretty loud in that stadium.
Out of the stage, but now I think it's, hey, we can win. But this game this afternoon will be end-to-end, wide open. I don't see any team bunkering in. And so, I think it's a game that we can win and keep moving forward.
Pete, I'll wrap it up with this and let you get inside and hang out with the great James Riley, who I believe was an original Sounder, if I'm not mistaken, when they came back to the MLS, and the rest of the group there. Before I let you go, the game you're going to watch here in a minute, a lot of us are thinking it's going to be Belgium practicing and training right now at the Sounders facility, which would be a really fun thing. They get to stick around, almost a pseudo home game for them. U.S. on Monday, but Senegal poses some problems. So give me some quick thoughts before I let you go on what you're going to expect to see this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm hoping the Belgian comes to play. De Bruyne, for me, pulls a lot of strings, but I saw him play here against Egypt, and I felt like they were a little slow in their attack. If they can play a little quicker, this Senegal team is super fast. Their counter, right, their pace, their ability to ping the ball one side to the other. So it's going to be two different styles in this one, and De Bruyne has to be able – he can score, he can set people –
Yeah, I'll piggyback on what he's saying. De Bruyne is going to be a huge factor for Belgium.
I don't know. I couldn't pick. I'm almost leaning towards Senegal on this one.
Whoa.
There it is.
Calling it upset.
Let's go.
All right, Pete, we'll let you go in and enjoy the game. Have fun, and we'll look forward to more of the great coverage here with us and everything else. But enjoy the day. You and others that have carried the torch for this sport forever deserve it. Go have fun.
Thanks a lot. It's very kind of you, Ian. Thank you.
There you go.
Take care. Have fun, you guys.
There you go.
That's
Bye-bye. Peter Fewing, former coach, longtime coach at Seattle U, and now a big part of our coverage, part of Fox 13's coverage, Sounders coverage throughout the years as well. I was just looking back at his record. I think he took over from my old coach. For
Pat Rainey.
Yeah, he took over for Pat Rainey in 1988.
Yes,
you don't want if Pat ever came on, we wouldn't ask him about Ian. That's for damn sure.
That's actually hilarious.
Felt bad for him, kept him on the team. Yeah. Listen, I think you said something that's worth kind of jumping on a little bit.
Yeah.
This game tonight for the U.S. is the importance of it. I don't think can be overstated. For the reasons you just pointed out.
Yeah.
The goodwill, the excitement for the sport, the enthusiasm that's been built up over the last 2.5, 3 weeks of the group stage. The momentum needs to continue. The round of 32, this is new too, right? Because the extended field.
Correct.
Yeah, so it was an interesting thing. Like I'm watching all this, yesterday Mexico had not had not won a game in the knockout stage since 96.
In a long time.
I think 86. 86.
Yeah.
Well, but that was always around a 16 game.
Exactly.
So this is a little bit different.
Yes.
I think if we're being honest, you're right. The U.S. has built all this up, but to get knocked out, not in a knockout stage, but kind of in the new knockout stage, this is like, hey, I made the tournament, the NCAA tournament. That's great.
Right.
But I got knocked out on Tuesday in the round of 76 or whatever the hell they're going to call it next year, right?
Yeah.
Like you need to win this game if you're the U.S. It is the most important match that we've had in this country probably ever.
Yeah.
Probably ever. And, I mean, listen, there's been qualifiers to get in.
Yeah.
There was the famous qualifier, what are we doing here, that they didn't get in.
Exactly.
But this is the most important game that this country has played in men's soccer ever.
Yeah, I think.
And that will be, if they win,
yeah,
then we'll have that same conversation on Monday. But I would say This may be more important than Monday.
Is. And I was just about to say that because of, again, this is the first time in my lifetime the U.S. has played with pressure, with expectations, right? And you can still kind of go in, depending on what happens in a couple hours, you can kind of go into that game if it's Belgium. And you could slice it in a way that Belgium's the favored team. And if you win today and then go out in the round of 16, I'm just playing scenarios in my head here.
Sure.
It wouldn't be the end of the world if you crashed out at that point. You would still have won a knockout stage game. You would still have that feeling that there's something building for the United States national team. Yes, it would be a little bit of a letdown for sure because you expect to go and win that game. But I still think overall people would look back on this World Cup if you were to win this game and then lose on Monday as a net positive experience.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were to lose today, everything that it would be just come crashing down. The difference in how you look back on this tournament, if it was a success or a failure, is so great on the result, and it's so dependent on the result today that's why I believe it's as big of a game. I know you went to the quarterfinal in 2002 relatively unexpectedly, but again, that's when you didn't have expectations. Now you do. What do you do with them? It's so much different than playing with house money and just trying to play as an underdog and frustrate a team and move on. But now that you have those expectations to jump up to be one of those teams that are seriously recognized throughout world soccer as one of the best teams in the world, you have to win games like this.
I'm just looking back. I believe, if this is right, that in 94 when we hosted the World Cup the last time, the U.S. finished third in their group and then got knocked out in the round of 16. Is that right?
Yeah.
Does that sound right? By Brazil, right?
Yes.
So, and that was, American soccer was in a far different place then.
100%.
It should be better. You're seeing, you look at, DR Congo today, like them being able to compete with England. Now, it's interesting listening to the Fox broadcast on that. And of course, we had it on 950 on the AM dial. A lot of those guys for Congo actually play in the Premier League.
Exactly.
So they were playing against teammates and everything, but the U.S. didn't have those guys in 94. You said something about expectations. I think you're 100% right. The expectations are that they win today at 5 o'clock this afternoon. You hear the game, by the way, here on KJR. That's the expectation. The expectation is they win today.
Yeah.
The next expectation, you hope you win on Monday.
Yeah.
I think, so Peter called Senegal. You think the same?
This is about as 50-50 of a game as there is.
Who's a better matchup for the U.S.? If you're sitting there and you're the advanced scout, and you're sitting at Lumen Field, you're the advanced scout for the USA, and you're watching and you're thinking, okay, who's a better matchup? Because we're also in a matchup world now, right?
100% we are. Well, if you look at history,
we've never had success against Belgium, right?
Well, and not only that, but recent history, because you played both of these teams in the lead-up games. You played Senegal right before the World Cup, and you beat them.
Yeah.
And you played Belgium a couple months before the World Cup, and you lost. So if you're looking at that, you would say Senegal is a better matchup for the United States. But they're both playing different than they were, a little bit ago. I think Senegal kind of struggled in their first couple games, and they finally broke out in their last game, similar to Belgium.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think the quality of Belgium would still be kind of a tough test for the United States, and they could deal with the athleticism and the power that Senegal brings. So I'll say Senegal is a better matchup.
Yeah, so we'll root for Senegal then. That's what we'll do.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay.
Even though I may have a, wager going the other way.
I may have some juice going the other way along the way. No, listen, they're showing some visuals right now on the countdown to kickoff on
Looks
Football
awesome.
and it's, we had Peter on.
You could hear it.
It was crazy. I'm shocked his cell phone worked. I know he cut out a couple times.
Sure.
I'm stunned it worked at all.
Yeah.
Like when you said, we'll get Peter on today. Great, super. From the stadium, like, oh God. Technology is a wonderful thing. It's working better, but I was stunned it worked because looking at the visuals around and in the stadium already, it's insane. And I can't. I've tried to think about this a little bit. It's not even daring to dream. It's just like I wonder what it would be like. I wonder what Monday would be like. All I know is I need to get the hell out of there at 3 o'clock. So I ain't going to the game, and I want to get somewhere. I'm watching with my daughter, who I coached, and she played a lot of soccer growing up. And I was like, I've got to get to her place ASAP. I have no idea how that's going to happen, but we'll try on Monday. So, okay. let's do this. We'll take a break. We'll come back, and we'll wrap up hour number 1. We've got John Canzano is going to join us. One thing I didn't touch on, in the headlines, which I need to, and I'll do in the next segment, a significant day also in college athletics. And Canzano is going to join us coming up at 1:20 today. I don't know if you guys heard, Chad Dewing was on yesterday from our iHeart station down in Portland. He was on with Softy and Fane. He painted this glowing, rosy picture of things going on with the Blazers right now and Tom Dundon. I don't think Canzano or most people down there share that. In fairness, Chad also is the Mike Benton for the Blazers, the radio host for Rip City Radio. So maybe he needs to be a little bit different in terms of his eyesight. But there's a lot of problems going on in Portland. We'll talk about that too. Could that affect Seattle's NBA bid? We'll get the latest from him and also the significant day in college athletics. That's at 1:20 with Canzano. And then coming up at 2 p.m. today, we'll kind of give you a little feel what's going on down at Lumen Field and much more. 93.3 KJR FM. All right. Coming up at the top of the hour, we got big match down at Seattle Field. Do they call it Seattle Field or Seattle Soccer Stadium?
Seattle Stadium.
Seattle Stadium. Even though field's still visible from the roof.
Correct.
Lumen is not, however.
Correct.
They've got the duct tape over it to make sure you don't see it.
It is pretty funny because if you listen to last night's game,
yes,
Derek Ray,
yes,
who is one of the better commentators in this World Cup, I believe.
Yeah, he's done a good job. Him and John Strong, for sure.
Well, no, that's the U.S.
Oh, the U.S.,
John
yeah,
Strong
yeah.
and Stu Holden.
Yeah,
Derek Ray
yeah.
is one of the English guys.
Yes.
I think you could tell that like they have certain regions where they broadcast a lot of the games. He's done a lot of the Mexico ones.
Right.
And he mentioned not just in this game, because I've broadcasted the games in the past where he's done it from the Mexico City Stadium.
Uh-huh.
That's normally called Estadio Azteca because that's just a huge name that everyone knows. It's a very famous stadium. It's legendary. He still calls it the Azteca. I don't know if someone has let him know or,
he just
does it because he wants to.
Yeah.
Because Azteca isn't a sponsor, but it's
no.
I don't know, but I found that out yesterday.
Azteca? You mean the Mexican restaurants right here?
It's not sponsored by Azteca.
One down in Tukwila. I think that one's still open. Yeah, one in Burien. Sure, why not? Somebody from down there, they go, really? No, listen, and we should mention Peter Fuga's going to be on with you tonight later, right?
Yeah, 4:30 pregame, 5 o'clock kickoff for the USA Bosnia game.
And we'll have that game for you right here on 93.3 KJR.
KJR FM.
Yeah. John Canzano is going to join us coming up at 1:20 today. Big day for college sports, and it's not just the new Pac-12. There's a new Big Sky. There's a new Mountain West. The group of 6 conferences. Mount Big Sky obviously is not part of that, but the group of 6 conferences. There's a bunch of additions. North Dakota State moving up to Division 1A, or I guess FBS level from the FCS level. Sacramento State moves to the MAC, which is weird. Northern Illinois. All these teams are kind of moving around, but the new Pac-12 starts today. And I know you're sitting there, you're a Husky fan, you're like rolling your eyes. It's not really the Pac-12. Whatever. Fine, that's a you thing. It's not. I'd be a fool to say it is. It's the best of a really bad situation. It could be better in the long run in terms of if they can add 1 or 2 more schools. They're not necessary, but there's a couple that seem to be enticing. There's a lot of other movement potentially that could happen in the next couple of years. But Teresa Gould, Oregon State, and Washington State somehow were able to salvage this thing. And I do, and I'll ask Canzano this at 1:20. I think it's important to note, I don't know if, like, you basically brought the best from the Mountain West. Okay, that means you're not quite the tallest short person, because the tallest short person would be in the Sun Belt or the American or the MAC. But you went out and got the best schools in the West geographically, and you brought them in. That's a nice accomplishment. Whatever happens down the road, that's a nice accomplishment. What does happen with this conference, who knows as we look ahead, but I do truly believe that it's a good day in what has been a really bad situation for the last couple of years. And I'm the first to admit this. I really struggled, and I love college football. You know that, Anders. I don't just need my school. I just love college football.
Yeah, in general. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's massively honor. It's a huge honor for me to have a Heisman vote. I take it serious. I study hard for it. I watch a lot. Even if I got hockey games going on, I'll come watch games till 3 a.m. if I've got them on tape after a cracking game. I love college football. What has happened to college athletics makes me sick to my stomach. I think it does a lot of people, even if your school is in a decent situation. If you're being honest with yourself and you're Washington, the only decent situation with the Big Ten is financial. That's it. Like, Heather Tarr doesn't like it. Danny Sprinkles had 0 success in basketball, and probably will be hard-pressed to ever have that kind of success that you could probably have had in the other conference, where you had to worry really about Arizona and UCLA. After that, you're kind of you could be number 3. You'll never be number 3.
Right.
Chances of winning a Big Ten football conference title, probably not great. Not with Michigan and Ohio State, and Penn State should be better with Campbell there. There's just a lot. But financially, you're in better shape. I'd love to be in your situation financially. You make the best of a bad situation for Washington, and I would probably put UCLA in this category, maybe even USC. You made the best out of a bad situation financially. Is it good for you competitively? UCLA's been fine. They won women's basketball title. They've been okay. They've been just fine in that regard. Mick Cronin has been okay. But what do? You salvage something. And today we salvaged something in the Pac-12. And I would just point out, it's about football. It's always been about football, right? It's just about football. The new Pac-12 in basketball is loaded. It is really good. Top to bottom, it's not the Big 12, the ACC, or the Big 10 or the SEC, but it might be number 5. And I'm looking at you, Big East. I'm looking at you. Because Gonzaga raises the whole boat. Utah State in basketball, San Diego State in basketball. Colorado State was a tournament team 2 years ago. You're damn good. Football, we'll see what they are in the fall, but new day. Good shout out to Teresa Gold. She kept this thing going, as did the leadership, those who stayed at Washington State and Oregon State as well. We'll take a break, come back. Canzano at 120, 49451, Tacoma Dodge text line, 93.3 KJR FM. if maybe it came down to it's move the Blazers to Seattle and we're not going to expand, perhaps, but the owner isn't the people that run the building in Seattle. It doesn't pencil out. It doesn't make sense from a financial standpoint. Dundon's already the cheapest guy in the world. Like, he doesn't have money, like, by ownership standards. His net worth is less than what the Blazers are worth. Think about that. Like, he owns just over 15% of them. They're still looking for the rest of the investors, I believe. We'll see what John says. But if he had to negotiate a deal with One Roof, Sports and Entertainment, that's not going to go well for him. They're not coming here. If I'm a Blazer fan, I'd be really concerned that Nashville's on the horizon. Like, leagues are now falling in love with Nashville. Hell, the country's falling in love with Nashville. And if you've ever been to Nashville, you know why.
Yeah.
At least one area of Nashville is really fun.
Yeah.
Like, Broadway's insane. The country music capital of the world. And I think still fairly affordable to live in. People love Nashville. Now, would you have two teams in the state of Tennessee, Memphis and Nashville? Sure, why not? Well, I mean, you have a team in Oklahoma City, so all bets are off. I'd be worried about that. I'll go back to it over and over again. The Blazers will be fun just because they're getting better. They've kind of gone through the rebuilding stage. They're still doing it. I don't know if Lillard, how healthy he's going to be this year. He's working out and looking good, but I mean, he's aging. They've got some young players. John Morant's, that to me is just an embarrassment, but what have you. Maybe it's the sign of a bigger deal to come. Apparently they were never in on the Jaylen Brown deal, according to Jason Quick today from The Athletic. But as I'm watching this, that's not what I want. I want our team.
Yeah.
We can't ever get our team back necessarily, our team being the Sonics, but I want our team. I don't hold any true ill will towards Portland. We would joke about it all the time, the Portland sucks comments and stuff. But
it's more rivalry, right?
But that team is their everything. I just know. Like, when the Sonics left, it was the worst day in Seattle sports history. The worst. And I don't know if there's a close number two.
There's not.
I mean, you could look at Super Bowl 49, sure.
It's not even close for me.
You were in the Super Bowl,
yeah.
Right? Like, there's no...
And you had won it the year prior.
Yes.
No.
You already won one.
It's not even close to me.
I don't want that to happen to them because it would be as bad as it was for us here. Multiply that by 100 for them. They don't have an NFL team. They don't have a Major League Baseball team. They're probably never going to get an NHL team. They've got the MLS, which is a big deal there.
Yeah.
Bigger probably than the Sounders are here. The Reign is it the Reign? No, not the Reign. The
Thorns.
Thorns, or the NWSL team, for a certain audience, a big deal, but still not a pro sport of one of the four majors. WNBA just got going. No, man, that's not what it is. I don't trust Dundon. I think he wants to move the team to Nashville.
I think he does too.
There's people talking about Austin now as well. We need our team, and I can assure you of this. The group that is going to bring the NBA back here to Seattle, they want no part. They don't want blood on their hands.
No.
They do not want that blood on their hands.
Well, and I don't think Dundon wants that either.
I think he wants to go to Nashville.
It would make no sense for him financially to buy a team and then move them to a place where he doesn't even own the arena.
Or even control it. Now, I don't know what the deal is at Bridgestone in Nashville. He'd probably have to. It may not be a great deal for him there.
Sure.
But they're redoing that building. They're trying to get that thing up to snuff.
He could get into it, be a part of it or something.
Maybe that's a different deal. Yeah. I don't think he'd move it to Raleigh. Where the Carolina Hurricanes play. I think that market wouldn't really be up to sustaining and having the competing franchises, but that's a concern for me. So we'll talk to John about that here in a couple minutes. I don't want any part of it, man. I don't want no part of it. I hear that and I just want I want the NBA back, but I don't think I think I'd draw the line there.
I agree.
If you want to move Memphis here, absolutely. You want to sell Memphis to the group here and move them? Sure, I'll take that. Memphis doesn't care.
See,
but that's like the last resort.
Yeah.
Let me just say that. That's
okay.
the last resort. Like if it's no NBA or moving Memphis, then I think I'm taking Memphis.
Yeah.
If it's no NBA or Portland, I might just say we're good. Come back and check with us in a couple of years. I don't. And I think it's also, when I say that, I can say that knowing it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Because the blood on the hands of that group ain't going to happen. And for no other reason, that market's important to them.
It is important to them.
Yeah.
Very important.
Canzano joins us next.
Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back. No score, Belgium and Senegal. They're in the 19th minute. Anders, real quick before we bring Canzano on, quick thought on what you're seeing so far for what could be the team that's the U.S. plays on Monday in Seattle.
Yeah, Senegal actually looks like the better team. They've had a couple chances. Belgium have really yet to get going in this one.
All right, thank you very much. Joining us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline, our friend John Canzano. I say our friend, he's my friend. Known him for, we both got to Portland in 2002. Good times back then. Yellow Hummers getting pulled over, coming back from Sonics games. Some dogfighting going on. All kinds of fun stuff. And I left. He stuck around in Portland. He's the king of all media. He's the icon down there. He joins us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for the intro. Appreciate you. Yeah, we go way back. I think I kind of blame you for you kind of sucked me out of the print world and you spit me into the radio world, and it's your fault.
We did a show.
Anybody's mad, it's your fault.
We did a show together. Like, it was kind of an hour when he first started dipping his toes into the sports radio world, and I was kind of on my way up here at that point. But we did it for a few months, and then you've taken that. And what are you doing? Tell people now, because I know there's a lot of Bald-Faced Truth fans that subscribe to the website. I've been wondering when they can hear you again. What are you up to these days before we get into all the news of the day?
Well, today's a new era for the Pac-12. It's a big new opportunity for the U.S. men's national team in the World Cup. And today I launched BFT Unfiltered. Right now the episodes are on YouTube, hour long. I interviewed John Strong, the voice of American soccer, and I had Pat Kraft, the Penn State AD, on the show today, but it's brand new on YouTube. Adidas is the sponsor. I think people in your region are going to hear a lot more about it, because I think eventually it will become a syndicated radio program. I got a number of affiliates that are going to carry it now, but having a lot of fun with it. Brand new studio. So I'm eager to get some feedback from your listeners as they check it out.
Well, it's awesome, buddy. Congratulations. Well deserved, well earned, doing your own thing, and it's going to be a cool thing. I should mention, I want to mention this. This is a cool story. You mentioned the World Cup, and the guy on the call tonight for Fox, John Strong, you mentioned him. Was he not your producer for a while?
Yeah, I gave him his first job out of college. He came to work for me. He was 25 years old. I would like to say he knew nothing, but he was Bob Costas when I got him. I mean, he was like, I saw it right away. I called him Strongopedia. He was knowledgeable. He was a 50-year-old man walking around in a 25-year-old body. And he was just so good on air and so knowledgeable and so locked in. And then here's the thing that set him apart. And people will notice this on the broadcast tonight at 5 o'clock as he's calling this game with the United States and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and he knows who he is. He's not trying to get a viral moment. He's not trying to get people to follow him on social media. He's there to join you in your living room and call a soccer match, and he loves the game of soccer. He was always way more into it than anybody else, and we made fun of him for a long time, but we now all sort of get the thing, and he tolerated us, and now I think he's looking around. He said he got glassy eyes when he was in Seattle because he was there, and he was like, so many people understand what he loves so much, and he saw it right there in your stadium. What a proud moment for Seattle.
Well, good for you too, though. I mean, I mentioned that the other day when we said, hey, we're going to have John on this week, and John Canzano on this week, and I said, one of the cool stories is that John Strong, who's the voice of American soccer, he started with Canzano down in Portland on probably 750, I guess, or whatever station you were on at that point. Yeah, and worked his way up, and I love that. There's no nepotism. The guy calls a great game, a great match. Anders, my producer Anders, is a big soccer guy. He's doing our coverage for 100 stations across the country with iHeart. Anders is doing you guys are doing a hell of a job, Anders.
You.
But as you're saying all that, Canzano, Anders is nodding his head. You're agreeing with him and with John Strong?
Absolutely. One of the things that I love about him and Stu, they do such a good job together, is they're very knowledgeable about the game, but they don't talk down to you. But then you can also, it's very accessible as a new fan as well. It's very hard to do that on a broadcast, especially with a bunch of new fans coming in and enjoying this at one time. It's honestly, that's such good coverage. So we're lucky to carry that on iHeart, and we're looking forward to the game tonight.
Canzano, you're a star maker is what he's saying. You're a star maker. That's what you are.
Here's the thing. I have assembled a number of people who have gone on to become pro sports agents and broadcasters and other places. And here was the thing, and you probably feel this way too. People gave me an opportunity, and I was always looking for talented people that would really work hard and were self-starters too, because that's my biggest frustration. If you've got the brain and you've got the energy and you're a self-starter, man, you can go a long way in any business. But I remember going to John Strong's wedding. He had me I was his best man at his wedding. I don't know what kind of judgment that is, but he made me the best man, so I'm giving the speech or whatever. When I get done talking about him, his uncle comes up to me, and his uncle says, you know what you need to do here. And we ended up having a conversation in the middle of the reception about how I need to set John Strong free. Like, he had been with me for about a year, and I was like, 100%, if he's working for me in 2 months, that would be a bad thing. He was just passing through. He had such talent. I could tell he was just passing through. And then Furness, he made me his agent. I negotiated his first deal with the MLS Timbers. He went to work for them as their play-by-play guy. I sat down with the president of the Timbers and negotiated on John Strong's behalf. Now, I will say this. I didn't get him a dime more in money. It came down to like other things. Like I said, hey, he needs 2 season tickets so that his wife and his kid can come to the game. Hey, he needs, we started negotiating some ancillary things. I was a little like Ben Affleck in Good Will Hunting, negotiating on behalf of Matt Damon. But I was not only his best man, I was his first agent. Don't let him tell you otherwise.
I love it. What a great story. John Canzano joining us. Yeah, John will be on the call tonight on Fox and also here across the iHeart network as well. You'll hear the simulcast, and really cool. Awesome story. And I'm with you. Listen, if you can help people along the way, all of us, someone opened a door for us, and it's our job to do the same for the next generation coming up. All right. I'm going to get to the Blazers before we're done, and a conversation that I heard on our station yesterday that I want to get your thoughts on and how it relates to Seattle and expansion and Dundon, all those things. But let's start first. You mentioned it. Today is the day. It's the new Pac-12 begins. And yes, for all you Husky snob fans out there, they're going to, look down your nose. It's not the old Pac-12. We all understand that. I mentioned this earlier, John. I think Teresa Gold, I think that Oregon State and Washington State, they made the best of a bad situation. What are your thoughts as this conference gets going? As here we are, 3 years after the fact, 3 years after all this thing imploded. What are your thoughts today?
Well, it's interesting. Just before I came on your show, I got a phone call. My phone rang, and it was Teresa Gold, Pac-12 commissioner. And she said, she was just taking a moment to kind of call some of the media members who had covered, sort of the demise of the original conference and then the rebuild. And she said, I kind of went through all of my friends and my family, and then I started getting to who else would understand what hell we've been through. And she said she started just calling some rando media members, and she finally got to me. But, the conversation largely ended up being about not just what they went through, because everybody wanted them to go away, Furness. I had a conversation with a Power 2 commissioner very early on that said, hey, they should just accept relegation. Mm-hmm. And everybody just wanted them to go away. They fought back. They punched back. It isn't the old Pac-12, but it's better than accepting your fate. And I think anybody who's ever, if you're the descendant of an immigrant, if you are somebody who has a family member who had to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, you understand the survival instinct and the motivation that goes into that. And I think as I listened to Teresa Gold, what I heard today was not a commissioner who was saying, hey, mission accomplished. She was sort of now pivoting into the work isn't done. we have to matter now. We have a responsibility now to do with this platform. You know, we've created this platform. Now we have a responsibility to go make it matter. And so I think getting to the college football playoff, mattering in the NCAA tournament matters. And then 5 years from now, do we look up and we go, hey, these Pac-12 members, were they all better off because they joined the Pac-12, or is it negligible? I think that is a to be determined conversation.
Yes.
But, you know, I was in that Whitman County courthouse when Gary Libey, the judge, they should put a statue of him outside every Pac-12 stadium. When Gary Libey made that ruling, that was a major victory. That, like, if he doesn't rule in favor of the Pac-2, it ends there. They join the Mountain West. They're playing Wyoming. They're playing New Mexico, and instead they've got their own conference.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And they took the best of the rest of the rest of the West, right? They took the best of the rest of the West. They took the best of the Mountain West. I guess maybe we could debate a little bit about UNLV if they should have been included in the best. And I know it's their decision, not the Pac-12's. But in the end, they put down this 8-team, basically an 8-team football league, a 9-team league when you include Gonzaga with basketball. And I think that's one of the parts. I know we live in a football world, John, but I don't think it should be underestimated at all. The value of having Gonzaga say, it's time for us to make a move. We're not going to go to a power conference. We're not going to go to the Big East. We're going to join this conference for basketball reasons. And then all the rest of our student athletes will benefit as far as, women's soccer and men's soccer, if you have it, baseball, what have you. I think the Gonzaga element is huge for what they do for basketball.
The Gonzaga equation was fascinating. I went there and I talked to Chris Standiford, the AD, and I talked to Mark Few about that decision to join the Pac-12. Remember, they had tried to get into the Big East. They had dabbled with that. They, were flirting with the Big 12 and couldn't get the Big 12 to really give them a distribution that made it a no-brainer for them. They were stuck. And I think it meant a lot to Gonzaga that Teresa Gold got on a plane and went to Spokane. And anybody who knew the history of Larry Scott, the Pac-12 commissioner, hell, he didn't want to go to Pullman. He didn't want to go to Spokane. He wouldn't have done that. But I think it meant a lot to Mark Few, and it meant a lot to Chris Standiford and Gonzaga's community that the Pac-12 commissioner got on a plane and showed up in person and said, you're going to get a full media distribution, and we need you. Because I can remember that at that time, the Pac-12 had struck out going after Memphis and Tulane. UNLV was going, we don't think so. And, if you just leave with San Diego State, Boise State, Fresno State, Utah State, Colorado State, that's fine. But there was something missing. And Gonzaga added this prestige to the conference. It validated the Pac-12. It made it look like a really good basketball conference. And so I think that was a real pivot point. And I remember the conversation, the mood on social media shifted when they got Gonzaga. Now, because if you get Texas State without getting Gonzaga, everyone goes, oh, look at, you've become the Sun Belt. But instead, it was more viewed as Texas State joining the Pac-12. And then everybody looked at UNLV. And I still think UNLV, there's a question for UNLV out there. I don't think they got the money that the Mountain West promised them and that they would get. UNLV is looking over at the Big 12 going, hey, we don't need the Pac-12 to get there. But I wonder after a couple of college football playoff cycles here, if the Pac-12 champion gets in with that group of 6 berth in the first couple of years here, I wonder if UNLV is going to look back and say that was a mistake not to go.
Yeah, I have to think they will, because if the Big 12 wanted them, they would have already been there, right? I think that said, if like Wazoo and Oregon State learned that long ago. They learned that in the first, 3 months of everything imploding back a few years ago, that if they wanted you, they would have got you at that point in time. And all the groveling in the world's not going to help you. And so, maybe UNLV wants to be the big fish in what has turned into a very little pond as far as the Mountain West Conference is concerned. But we move ahead with this conference. The TV deals, the media deals, the revenue, all that stuff, where does it rank in your mind compared to the other group of 6 across the country?
Well, I think the Pac-12 right now, I think it's the American and the Pac-12 at the top. And I think that if you're looking across the G6 conferences, yes, you've got a James Madison. Yeah, you have Sun Belt teams and Conference USA teams and Mountain West teams that might might rise up in a given year, but I think that's getting more difficult given how teams are scheduling, given that, the American and the Pac-12 have sort of fortified themselves. I really do think this last year where we watched Tulane and JMU both get into the playoff was a little bit of an outlier because the Pac-12 was not yet a conference, wasn't eligible to have its champion in there. I think now that things are more lined up, I think you're going to see it be a race between the American and the Pac-12. I think it's those two conferences. And I said it today. I think the over-under, it's 5 years. If we're looking at a 5-year cycle for the Pac-12, I think the over-under on it being a success is, can you get in more than 2.5 times? Can you get into the playoffs 3 times? Because I think it's going to be that kind of race between the American and the Pac-12 at this point. I think the Pac-12 is deeper, better top to bottom. But, getting into the playoff is about your best team, right? It's about, it always has been. And so I think, is it Boise State? Is it San Diego State? Is it Washington State? Is it Oregon State? Is it somebody else? And put that team up against Memphis, put it up against Tulane, put it up against the JMU of the world and let it rip. And, and I think UNLV is going to try to make a case in the Mountain West, or New Mexico in the Mountain West. But the bottom half of that conference, I think, is really going to become a problem. And I think the way that the Pac-12 came up with flex scheduling might be the genius idea of the year that nobody's talking about yet, because if it gets to late in the year and it's neck and neck with, a Boise State and Tulane, or a Boise State and UNLV, and the Pac-12 has the ability to set a matchup that makes its conference champion look even better using that flex week, and that ends up being the difference. I mean, we're going to look back and go, gosh, that was so smart of Teresa Gould in her conference.
John Canzano joining us here, Bald-Faced Truth. All right, here we go. We've got a lot going on down there in Portland. Let me first ask you about the Ja Morant trade. I mean, they just had we just had the Jailblazers Netflix thing. Are we trying to go back in time? Did they miss Sebastian Telfair and his gun and his weapons charges? I mean, what, the guy can't shoot. He's played 70 games in the last 3 years total. Like, what's the story with that trade?
It's all about, every trade in the NBA is my problem for your problem. And I think, the general managers all are like normal people. Everybody listening to this thinks their problem is the biggest thing in the world. And so there are GMs in the NBA who will say, hey, I have a bad contract. I will take a bad actor for a bad contract. And that's kind of what you had here with this deal between Memphis and Portland. Blazers get away from a Jeremy Grant contract. It's like a $70 million expense over 2 years. It's a bad deal for them. They're taking on a guy who has had a couple of suspensions with firearms related. This is not great. There's an exhaustion factor in Memphis with Ja Morant, but anybody you talk with that Memphis organization will tell you that, man, it took a lot for them to give up on him. And it was because they saw such hope and such promise in him. Now, can you pair him with Damian Lillard in Portland? And can you get him to not bring his entourage? And can you get him to arrive with a chip on his shoulder and locked in? And if you can do those things, there's the potential for this deal to be really good for Portland. My first glance at it was, I don't like it. My second, third, fourth glance was, I get it. There's tremendous upside. And then I started thinking, am I going to sit here and root against redemption? Portland, I think it's been long enough. We saw what Bob Whitsitt did. You lived it. I lived it. Mm-hmm. He went too far with the whole, let me take anybody, anytime, forget culture. But I think if you take, Ja Morant and you stick him inside an ecosystem that's got good young players, some veteran presence with Damian Lillard, and a fan base that is going to wrap their arms around him mostly, I think it's got a chance to work. And I think, it's far better to me to take that big swing and to take a risk and to try to do something big than to sit back and go, well, we'll live off Jeremy Grant's $70 million over the next 2 years and not really go anywhere. So I see the upside of the deal. But, Al McGuire had this great quote once upon a time, late coach. Al McGuire said, you can have one donkey in the locker room, but you can't have two because then they breed. And that's sort of what I think the Blazers are doing with this. I think they're betting that their culture will override whatever Ja Morant is bringing to Portland, and I kind of like that he's going to arrive a little bit pissed off about how the world is betting against him right now.
See, one donkey Rashid, two donkeys Bonzi, three donkeys Quintel. If you have all kinds of donkeys,
too many donkeys.
Too many donkeys. John Canzano with us. All right, I mentioned earlier So yesterday, the guys the afternoon had one of your colleagues, one of your peers, a media guy, our buddy Chad, doing on the air, and he's like, "No chance. I'm not worried at all about the arena deal getting done. I'm not worried about Dundon. Everything's good. You guys are nuts, and all this." And the more I listen, whether I'm reading and hearing from you, Dwight, anybody down there not named Chad, I hear the opposite. And I said this earlier. I go, listen, man, I don't want Portland to come here. I don't think they would. In fact, I can tell you right now, they wouldn't, because there's no way the group here would make that happen. The Kraken value that market. They're not going to burn that bridge. Plus, he'd have to do a deal with as a secondary tenant. It makes no sense. But I mentioned that, and someone said, and I thought this was strange, I have business associates and family that live in Oregon. The Trailblazers are pretty much irrelevant. And I'm like, listen, they've got issues, they got problems. That's the main game in town. What's the latest on Dundon, the arena, and any kind of stress that might be involved down there for Blazer fans?
I think that this is a really dicey situation. And I think I'm going to preface it by saying this. Tom Dundon's not a fan. He's a businessman. He wants the best possible deal he can possibly get. He is using every bit of leverage and every bit of anxiety and every bit of fear to get that arena deal that he wants. We all know, and Seattle knows it better than most, that these things get dicey and they can go sideways very easily. I don't love the politics of Portland. I don't love that there hasn't been a lot of leadership. I don't love that people don't see the vision and the worth in having a pro sports team and investing in it. The estate of Paul Allen did a very smart thing prior to the sale when they sold the Moda Center to the city of Portland for $1. And everybody went, what in the world are they doing? They sold it for $1. Well, they gave away the tax burden on the building. They gave away also the, for $1, they got rid of the burden that they had to refurbish the arena and update the arena and manage the arena. And that all falls on the city now. And I do think it's ridiculous that the city is having an issue with pouring some public dollars into this thing, because guess what? You own it, whether or not the Blazers are playing in there or the Wiggles are coming to town. That is your building. And so I think, the city's being very short-sighted, and I don't think they know what they're dealing with Dundon, because you know damn well that if Tom Dundon doesn't get a deal that he likes from Portland, and it's got to be a sweetheart deal for him, he's going to turn and he's going to look at other markets. That's what good business people do. That's what shrewd business people do. We are in a capitalist society. This is an entrepreneur first. This is a guy who made his money in subprime automobile loans. He is not a holistic human being. He is there to wring every dollar he can get out of it. And so I'm warning people, be very careful here, because this feels to me more like a 50-50 proposition for the Blazers than anything. Like, I don't disagree that, Chad Doing is, he's pro Blazer and he loves the team and he wants to see them here. I am more of a realist, and I think this could go sideways very quickly. And I think, the Blazers could end up in another city very easily. There's a little Clay Bennett part 2 playing out, and you know it better than anybody.
I 100% agree. I mean, it just screams Nashville, honestly. It screams Nashville to me, with Bembry doing a building and Nashville. Everyone's in love with Nashville. It just screams Nashville. I'd wrap it up with this. Do you think that and where is it at? Is it the city or the county they're waiting on for the funding?
They're waiting on the city.
Okay.
It's the state has already said, hey, they're on board. And the problem is, where is the money going to come from within the city's budget? And it's death by committee. It's too many meetings. There's too many people involved. It's, oh yeah, we're good. And there's not enough urgency. And so, you get a frustration. I've talked to, people at Nike. I've talked to people at Columbia Sportswear. I've talked to people at Adidas. It's difficult to deal with city leadership in Portland. And they don't run like a business. They operate like layers of bureaucracy. And so, you get a guy like Tom Dundon. He wants an offer on the table. He wants to debate. He wants to mull through it. He wants let's negotiate. And I don't think they can even get to that point right now with Dundon, because there's just too many layers right now, and they're trying to figure out where the money's going to come from. And my fear is that he is probably out. Let's be real. He's probably already out talking to other cities. That happens. And seeing what he can get if he doesn't get what he likes in Portland. And I think, if the Blazers leave Portland, it'll be a stain on the city. The fabric of the city will unravel. It won't be the same. And I will blame city leadership if that happens.
Final thing real quick, John. Do you think that the NBA, they're not going to do anything with expansion in July at the Summer League? We're hearing fall. Silver talked about it last week at the draft, looking at 28, 29, but they've got to get it done by the end of the year at the latest. Do you think that they have to figure out Portland before they can award expansion?
They love leverage. The owners will take care of each other in that way. And so I think they absolutely would love to leave that possibility dangling and say, hey, Portland might have to relocate. That's coming in the next month or two as the season approaches, the possibility of Portland relocating. So I think there is a plausible scenario there that, you've got Vancouver, BC, you've got a place like Nashville, you've got Seattle, you've got Vegas. I don't think anybody's going to relocate to Vegas, but I could see the league trying to sell the idea on one of those other cities that, hey, instead of expansion, take the Blazers, take them in a relocation, pay a relocation fee, and then they try to get more money, even more money, pitting those expansion targets against each other. But I think Seattle's getting a team. I don't think Seattle wants the Blazers, but I do think that they will use that as leverage. I think the league will do what they always do.
What do we type in YouTube? Bald-faced truth?
John Canzano, bald-faced truth, johncanzano.com, my Twitter, my Facebook. You can get all the way to BFT Unfiltered using any of those lanes.
Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations on the new deal. And you and I will talk again soon, my friend.
Let me know how it goes. I mean, give me some feedback. Tell me if the studio looked good. I got a nod to Bill Walton in the studio. I think we're having some fun with it.
I will do that. I will check it out later tonight, my friend. Thanks for spending all this time with us, and congrats on a big day for you. That's John Canzano, Bald-Faced Truth. Go check his stuff out, will you please? Subscribe to the Bald-Faced Truth, and also go out there and make sure you check out his YouTube as well. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and wrap up hour 2 next.
Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Interesting text. I know we're doing text at 2:30. Just to follow up on Canzano, we just got a couple minutes here. The Moda Center isn't that old. What could we possibly require for that upgrade? Well, it actually was built the same year as Key Arena in the mid 90s, and
it needs upgrading.
Yeah,
for sure.
We've talked about Key Arena before. I've had this conversation with you guys before. Part of the problem with Key Arena, one of the big problems with Key Arena, among many, was the ease of access in and out for semis for shows, concerts, big concerts, big shows. Key Arena had one way in and one way. You could get one truck in at a time and one out at a time. Like that was it, and that was impossible. They lost a lot of big shows because of that, and even then, it was hard to get in and out because that. If most people had never went down it, but this little place they had to back down, it was just a nightmare. It was awful. So the infrastructure, the guts of the building, and the Motor Center is not much better. They don't have to go down a long circular driveway that's going down and then uphill, but you do have one way. It's really bad. Plumbing, infrastructure, electrical. I mean, the building is old. It's worn. It needs upgrades for locker rooms. It needs upgrades all over the place. So, yeah, I mean, it needs work. So it's not just that. By the way, I just saw Sally Bagshaw heading south on I-5. She's consulting Portland about the arena deal. You guys are great. It's true. Sally, how's Sally doing today? How's Sally doing down there in Soto with all the fun and activities going on? Is she okay? How we doing, Sally? How we doing?
Still know that sports is not, worth investing in?
No, they're not. They're not.
I don't know the exact quote that was used, but
let me just think for a sec. Well, let's get to a break. We'll come back and hour number 3 coming up next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. We're at the half. Anders, I need an update.
1-0 Senegal. As I mentioned, they've been the better team. However, since Senegal scored, Belgium finally seemed to be waking up, and they're pressing for that equalizer.
That game is being played at Seattle Stadium.
Yes.
Later tonight in Santa Clara, San Francisco Stadium, United States.
Stadium.
Bay Area. Is that what they call it, the Bay Area Stadium?
I think it said San Francisco / Bay Area Stadium.
Yeah, because it's like if you had to drive to downtown San Francisco from there, it would take you like 3 days. It's in Santa Clara. I'm looking at the empty stadium right now. It's just a sea of red seats that are empty.
And then you look at Seattle's.
Yeah, they would have already been there.
Exactly.
They are showing outside. I mean, I'll tell you that's a miserable experience to go there. I don't know where people are parking because they're not letting them use the parking lots.
That's really lame.
Miserable, and there's no transit really that goes there. Maybe ride the roller coaster that used to be there. I don't know. Anyway, that's tonight, 4:30 pregame. You got the pregame, right?
I do. Me, myself, and Pete Fewing, as you heard earlier today.
Kickoffs at 5, USA, Bosnia, 93.3 KJR FM. It's a round of 32. It's what they call the knockout stage.
It is the knockout stage.
England was down 1-0 early. Actually, they were down 1-0 most of the game.
Yeah.
75th minute, 86th minute, some guy named Harry Kane scored 2 goals. He's really good at soccer. He passes Pele, by the way, to move to 6th all-time in the World Cup goals list. That's a pretty good company.
Yeah, I think so.
Arguably the best of all time, and you just passed him?
Yeah.
That's all right.
Pretty good.
Belgium, Senegal, by the way, the winner will face the U.S. Bosnia winner, too. I should mention that. Kraken in the midst of free agency. We'll get to that in a second. We'll do this the latter half of the segment, Anders. I'll produce on the air for you.
Okay.
A little daily power play. M's win the second game of their series against the Angels yesterday, 8-3. Brian, was good. 6 to the third. 4 hits, 2 runs, earned a walk, 5 strikeouts. They go for the sweep tomorrow. They're off today because of the soccer match taking place. Bryce Miller on the mound for Seattle tomorrow. NBA, all kinds of moves. Lakers picking up Walker Kessler from the Jazz for a whole slew of first-round draft picks.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
God, the Sally Bagshaw comments never get old on the text line at 49451. Man, oh man. I wonder what city in America is happy with their government. With their city government.
Very
city
few.
Council. Like, I wonder who really is. Like, I wasn't a fan of Harrell at all.
No.
Mostly because I just thought he was more of a self-promoter than a
Try
doer.
and take credit for a bunch of stuff that he had nothing to do with.
It just
and then his whole like basketball thing that he tried to pull
that was
out.
like the end. But I'd already lost faith in the guy at that point.
Yeah.
We saw him over at Seahawks like 2 or 3 years ago, and like I was sitting with Softy. Softy says, "Oh, hey Bruce," he looks at us. He just gave us both a scowl. Like, wow, aren't you friendly? Anyway, and you know what? Probably all I took at that is, oh, you must listen.
Yeah. Good.
Because I would scowl at me too.
Yeah.
You know, I would scowl at me as well. But yeah, I don't know. Like listening to Canzano a second ago, very different. If you were to listen to that again, if you missed it, John Canzano on it, Bald-Faced Truth. If you listen to that in the last 7 or 8 minutes, we talked about the Blazers moving and expansion, how it affects Seattle, what's going on with the city there. If you listen to that and then listen to Chad Dewing from Rip City Radio with Softy and Fane yesterday, they could not be further apart in their opinions. Now, who's right and who's wrong, time will tell. I'd probably put my money on Canzano.
Yeah. He has more of an incentive to be, like he said, a realist.
The reality with Chad, for being honest, the reality with Chad is that he is he's the Mike Benton for the Blazers. He doesn't work necessarily for the Blazers, but he is the pre and post game host on the radio for the radio network for the Portland Trail Blazers, and he's probably hoping and singing a company line and some other things. But I make no mistake, Dundon is very much looking around. And you know, John had a good point because I've kind of wondered all along, and we've gone through this here in Seattle before with buildings and arenas. Like, who should invest in it? Well, frankly, the owner of the building should. Well, if the owner isn't the team owner, then it should be the city and the government, whether people like it or not. We invest in a lot of stupid stuff in cities, like we really do. I don't know, buying fentanyl for people, whatever we're doing, right? I mean, there's a lot of stuff we invest in. Every city, and again, it's not just us. Every city does that. I think if you looked around and said, well, is it worth investing in a building to renovate it, to keep a team there? And it's not just basketball, it's concerts. I like the Wiggles, as he pointed out. You'll be doing that soon enough. Wiggles Live or whatever the hell it is.
God.
Sesame Street Live, Sesame Street on Ice, Disney on Ice. But all those things are important. They're part of a quality of life that you get when you live in a bigger city. The delay that I want this thing to get figured out, and hopefully for Portland's sake, it gets figured out that they stay in Portland and they get everything done, all the money approved and all that. Chad said it was a county. John said it was a city. I don't know. They need to get stuff approved. They haven't got it all the way approved yet. I hope they stay. More importantly, what I hope as a Sonics fan, as a Seattle sports fan, because this is what we care about. I mean, I won't lose any. I'll be upset and sad for Portland if they leave, but I won't lose any sleep over. But what I'm worried about is I feel like the NBA is a league that just lives on the following: the ability to procrastinate. I know. I'm a professional procrastinator. I know better than anybody. I know what procrastination is. I'm really good at it. Probably a lot of you listening are really good at it as well. That's what's going on right now. They're procrastinating. And Silver, if you give him a reason to not make a decision on expansion, because there are dissenting votes in the NBA, not just James Dolan, there's others. So if you give him a reason to delay things, which the Blazers may be that reason, rest assured they will. I would say, because I asked Anders this earlier, I said, what's the Senegal-Belgium match? Is it 60-40? He said closer to 50-50. I think it's probably 65-35 that we have an expansion announcement before the end of 2026 for Seattle in the good way. I just don't like that 35% opportunity.
Yeah.
I'd like to take that off the table. And I think you can't take it off the table until you figure out what the hell's going on with Tom Dunn and the Portland Trailblazers. Because, as John mentioned, rightfully so, the NBA, every league loves leverage. You want leverage.
Yeah.
I don't think Seattle's realistic leverage. I would disagree. Vegas might be. Vegas doesn't care. If you're sitting in Vegas and you're like, hey, we could get the Blazers, cool. Awesome.
I'll take it.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Why would we care? We have no loyalty to Portland. So that definitely does exist along the way. We'll check your text coming up at 49451 coming up at the bottom of the hour. Just to wrap up his Pac-12 conversation too. I think what he said about what Teresa Gold did and the two schools and then getting other schools to jump on board, I agree with it. It's still impressive.
Yes.
Boise State is a very good football commodity. Maybe not, well, certainly not Big Ten.
Brand-wise,
it's desirable. We'll see how things play out over the next couple of years. But there's no bigger brand in non-power. Let's just go back before the world changed.
Right. Non-Power 5.
Yeah. When we still had a Power 5, when the old Pac-12 still existed. There was no bigger brand in the group of, I guess that would have been the group of 5.
Right.
There was no bigger football brand than Boise State. So you're kind of the king of the small fish.
Unless you're talking Notre Dame, but
they're part of They're part of the group.
I know what you mean.
Their AD has a seat at the college football playoff table.
Yeah.
So they don't count. But yeah, Gonzaga is the number one school in the country that's not in a power conference. You could probably start to make an argument St. John's is getting there.
Yeah.
But the Big East isn't. Most of the Big East is awful. Marquette, fleeting moment, good. DePaul's probably the worst basketball program in the country. Go through the list. Gonzaga is the thing. They're the team that says, hey, Duke wants to play you in a neutral site game. That's who they are. They got those two schools. That's impressive. But I'm with John. Let's see what happens over the next few years. College athletics are a mess. They're just an absolute disaster. And we'll see what happens as time moves forward. But it's a good day for the schools that aren't in the SEC, ACC, and Big 12. It's a good day for those schools that are now part of the Pac-12. Okay, should we do a quick little daily power play? Let's fire away.
Here come the Kraken. Good half numbers in the way. Down a shot. He scores! With Bolton Everly shoots and scores! 3-1 Seattle. And here's that one back for Newman. He scores!
This This is the Daily Power Play.
Kraken hockey, baby.
Montour off the bench. Score!
On your home for the Kraken. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, what do you say?
The Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
All right, your daily power play, your home for the Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM. Kraken have made one move today. Nothing earth-shattering at all. Free agency begins today for the NHL. Started earlier. They signed a guy named Curtis Douglas. He's large, 6'9", 250 plus. Actually, unlike another player who is 6'7", he plays like he plays like a big guy. Kind of mean, has a little bit of skill. Probably go to Coachella to start the year, but Anders and I were daring to dream, put him on a line.
I like it.
Put him on a line with Jacob Melanson, and Melanson becomes one of the biggest players in the league at 5'9" or 5'10".
Patrick Alvin had him in Vancouver.
Yep.
He brings him here.
Yep.
I'll just put that in your head.
Your fourth line needs to have a little bit of something.
Scumbag to it?
You gotta, how about just grease?
Yeah.
And you do with Melanson, but you need more grease than that. So, anyway, you had a question about free agency day because it's been insane.
Let's play a game.
Okay.
We're going to play a game.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the moves in free agency and a couple trades.
Okay.
As well.
All right.
And you're going to tell me if you would have wanted the Kraken to make that move.
Okay.
Okay. We'll kind of do
because they're going to get crushed for not making a big move today.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
All right.
Let's start with the free agents. I'm just going to do kind of names that are relatively known.
Okay.
Boone Jenner.
Yeah.
Signs a 4-year, $5.75 million AAV deal with the Capitals.
Say that number again.
4 years, $23 million total, which is $5.75 a year.
No.
Okay.
No.
Just checking that. Eric Comrie.
Backup goalie?
Backup goalie. Goes to San Jose, 2 years, 1.15.
I mean, by the way, Boone Jenner had 38 points last season.
Yeah. That's a no. Old friend Oliver Bjorkstrand signs a 1 year,
You don't need a goalie, by the way.
Yeah,
I go back to just because you got Decord, you got Grubauer on a contract, and Coco's your goalie of the future. So yeah.
Oliver Bjorkstrand, old friend, 31 years old, 1 year, $4.5 million with the Rangers.
He'd be a fourth liner here. So
and
no,
we just talked about how we need our fourth line to have some grease.
Yeah,
to it.
he could kill penalties, but I love the maestro, but no.
Another old friend, Mason Marchment.
Oh God, I don't. You could pay him $1. I don't want him here.
5 years, 33.75 total, which is a 6.75 AAV.
For a guy that might quit on you and won't show up when he's supposed to work out or do off-ice stuff and all that. No.
The Sharks are doing some weird moves because they also traded for Darnell Nurse.
They had a ton of cap room.
Yeah.
They had a lot of cap room.
They're not really filling it well.
Yeah. They had that. Here's the problem. I could even we can stop. Well, you can give me another one, but the thing with the NHL, because the cap went up so much,
every team
has a ton of cap room.
Yeah. And
teams like the Sharks that have a lot of guys on entry-level contracts, not big deals yet. Celebrini, Smith, those types of guys. Yeah. Their goalie was a first-round pick, but still in a young Askarov. I mean, all those guys, they have money to spend, and you start spending it. Let's give you this example.
Okay.
The Kraken had all that money to spend early on as well, right?
Yep.
Well, let's go through one of the... And he bounced back last year. It was great. But they just handed out a contract to Philip Grubauer that he probably could never fulfill. And that hurt them mightily because then they couldn't trade him when Joey became the number one guy.
And everyone wanted to rip the Kraken for signing Chandler Stevenson and Brandon Montour to big deals when they had a bunch of cap room.
Those contracts have aged well, actually.
I would rather have those guys than any of these free agents.
Yeah.
Right now.
I mean, Boone Jenner's 33 years old. He had 38. Like, what is he going to do for you?
Andrei Kuzmenko, 1 year, $5 million with Pittsburgh.
I kind of like Kuzmenko. But you don't.
He's been at 3 different places that haven't worked.
But you don't know if it's ever going to work. He's the ultimate tease.
Yes.
and to pay $5 million for a guy that may end up not being worth $2 million or $1 million, yeah, no.
Sergei Bobrovsky, 3 years, $7 million.
Again,
for a 37-year-old.
37-year-old goalie. How many years? 3?
3 years. $7 million AAV. That's in Toronto, by the way.
And he really flourished under his goalie coach, a guy named Robbie Tallis down there. I'll see what he does, as did Solars, but we'll see what he does in Toronto. Toronto's in a win now mode. They're desperate. Because they got McKenna number 1. They got Matthews. They're trying to keep Austin Matthews from leaving.
I'm looking at more names.
Every team's got a different priority, right? That's the problem.
The one signing that Seattle made was Mackie Samoskevich, 3 years, 3.85.
I'd want him over a lot of those guys you just talked about.
I love that value.
Yeah.
Now, the only reason why the Kraken might be getting a little bit of stick is because it's not a longer-term deal.
Yeah, it's 3 years.
And, if he breaks out like we expect him to, you're going to have to pay him even more.
Good. That's a good problem to have.
That's a good problem.
Good problem to have.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Real quick, I'll give you the summary. Jason Botterill just did talk a moment ago. We won't hear the sound just from Mike Benton. Yeah. He's still looking at trades. Trades could carry deep into the month. Team could have tried for bigger free agents today, but they don't move the needle. This is a good thing. Bots, this is from Bots. The free agents today, and you just went through it, they don't move the needles compared to biggest need. Plus, do not want to block kids from coming up. Mackey, Berkeley, Oscar Frisker, Molgaard, etc.
And I like the distinction there, because if there was one to move the needle, they would go and make it.
Yeah.
But they're not just going to sign someone because they have the cap space.
And I kind of think they did that with Chandler Stevenson.
I think so, too.
I think they needed Montour.
Yeah.
But I think they did that with Chandler Stevenson.
And look, he's still a good player and has a role in this team. But yeah, you can look back on that and see maybe that wasn't the timing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Nico Hischier, 5 years, $11.7 million.
Per year?
Per year.
Love the player, don't like the contract.
Yeah. I agree with
He'd
that.
help you, though.
He would help you.
He'd help you.
He's a needle mover.
But he stayed with the team he was at.
He's re-signed with the Ducks.
He wasn't going to go anywhere.
Right.
That's the other thing. People have to decide they're going to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think he'd go back with the Mariners last year with Josh Naylor. And I know that contract, there's a good chance. I think there's a really good chance the Josh Naylor contract, we've all talked about this. I mean, if you had $1 for every time that Chris Crawford said this, we'd be rich people right now. I think the Naylor contract had the potential when he signed it to look good for a second. And then when you kind of look a little bit deeper, had a chance to really not age well at all. Right? Well, man, Anders, it's not aging well.
No, it's not.
And that's the thing with some of these, but Naylor was cool because he wanted to stay here. We love that. The Kraken are in a kind of a place where the Mariners have been a lot in their history, in their 50-year history, and that's where people don't want to come to Seattle. They don't want hitters. How many times have we heard the following? Hitters don't want to come and play at T-Mobile Park or hit here. I think we had a guy here that just won a World Series with the Dodgers. Did we not a couple years ago?
Yes, Teoscar Hernandez.
That didn't want to come back. So it happens all over the place. There's different reasons to go places. The Naylor thing was really cool. He wants to be here.
Yeah.
The problem is
maybe he's not the best player.
I mean, they
cool.
were, but they stuck in a hard. They were in a rock and
They
hard
needed
place.
a first baseman. Yeah,
and I think if they didn't retain him, even if, and I bet, God. These are the things you'd love to know that you never will, right? Unless you get it off the record and you can even talk about it. But I wonder what some of the underlying numbers were telling the Mariners about Josh Naylor. Don't do it. How I wouldn't be surprised if there was when they're having their meetings, I always picture Moneyball, and everyone that the Mariners have in that room is, what's the guy's name? Jonas, who's the actor that was in Moneyball?
Oh, Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill?
Yeah.
They're all sitting around going.
He gets on base.
Yeah, but they're all looking at Naylor going, no, don't do it. Don't do it, right? And I wonder if that was the case, but they had to re-sign him. If they didn't re-sign him, they would have just got obliterated by people. But sometimes those contracts, they're not going to age well. And the Naylor one so far has not. With the Kraken, the Grubauer contract really didn't age well. That's the one that I kind of look back and say, Ronnie messed that one up. There was just giving him that kind of money. It just was not right. Montour's contract, which people eviscerated over through the league, is just the dumb.
How?
It's because it's the Kraken and they paid a lot of money for a defenseman. He's arguably one of their 2 or 3 most important players. I think he's better than a couple of guys in the Canadian Olympic team myself.
I agree.
I like him. I like him way better than Hannafin. So anyway, that's it. All right, 49451. That is the Tacoma Dodge text line. We got a ton of text today. We'll get to that. Let's get an update. Do you have the soccer music?
Oh yeah. I just got rid of it. Hold on.
Hang on. Give me the soccer music. I got this for you. I got this for you. Pot up Softies thing. Will you for me real fast? Is that potted up?
Now it is.
He came in and gave me this treat. So who are the USA going to play, Anders?
Looks like it's going to be Senegal. They just scored a fantastic goal, by the way. Great finish. Chest and volley. 2-0 up on Belgium.
Wait, you're a pro player and you can hit a volley and not send it into the upper deck?
Yes, that is a possibility. Ian.
That's weird.
That is weird.
Never seen that before. That's crazy. All right, so 2-0, as they would say in the soccer land. Belgium's in all kinds of trouble. They might as well start packing their. You know what? I bet the Sounders equipment staff's already packing their bags down there in Renton as we speak.
Yeah.
In Tuckwell, I should say.
I'm literally texting my buddy right now. He said something funny. I'm going to give him credit. He says, kind of drew the short straw having Belgium be the top team we got in Seattle. They're so boring.
Well, considering just now they're crossing midfield for the first time all day. Down 2-0.
They are really boring.
All right, we'll come back. Check your text next.
Kraken and the 12th Man, brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back. 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. I want, for those that sent in a couple talkbacks, I'm going to be very open and candid with you. We're going to work through some things in terms of talkbacks in the future. Not so much the ones that we can't run, thanks, because our company doesn't want us to. Clifford. Although we got to get that one back. I think we
got to get Clifford back.
I think we can negotiate.
Yeah.
We'll
make something happen.
Purple Sheet's on vacation or gone for a few days. Maybe he'll come back refreshed. We can talk him into that one. But no, we got to figure out, because apparently the show before me wants to do the same things. We're not going to run the same stuff every day. So either they do it or we do it. We'll figure it out down the road. I'm not sure which. We'll figure it out, because that's what happened today. So instead, I'm going to read your great text. Oh, by the way, 2-0. Senegal still over Belgium.
Yes. 68th minute. Sorry if you're recording the game.
That's a you problem. I'm sorry.
I mean, we're sports
You're
radio.
listening to sports radio, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Anders, are we getting more nervous watching what's happening to Belgium? USA better be ready to play tonight.
See, I talked about this in the break. I replied to that texter. Thank you for texting in 425. I think this shows me more about how bad Belgium is than how, Senegal's looking really good.
Well, I wonder if he's saying, though, hey, no, Belgium wasn't really, that was a 50-50 game.
50-50 game.
Like the U.S. is like a minus 300 a favorite tonight.
I've seen like up to 500 or 600.
So it's different, just because I'm kind of reading. I think we're reading two different things with that text. That's the beautiful thing about text, is you don't know. But I think what he's saying is the U.S. on, let's use it, upset alert.
Upset alert.
It's college game day. Are they on upset alert?
Well, if they were paying attention to the last couple days, they would have seen it.
Hello, Germany.
Before this, yes.
Hello, Germany.
Hello, England, earlier this morning.
Yeah, right. But you think that Senegal is a decent matchup for the U.S.?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. They beat them right before the tournament started.
They're more fun to watch, aren't they?
Yeah.
Belgium's kind of boring.
So boring, man.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
I would agree. Okay. Let's see. 49451. If nobody wants to come here and trade, is that then isn't overpaying the only option? Yeah, it is.
If there's good players available.
But you don't overpay for a guy just to get a body. You got bodies.
Yeah.
I think what they're saying is good. I'm happy with the city government in Enumclaw, says the 530.
There you go.
Well, listen.
The Claw.
Listen. The Claw is a special place.
Special.
I love the Claw. I'm a big fan of the Claw. Farrelly's opening a new location in the Claw.
Let's go.
I mean,
I get to, when I go to Crystal Mountain, when I drive through there.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's now
that's a must.
I'll give you
stop.
your stops. There's Phil's.
Okay.
Which stands for filling up your growler, but it's like a little tap house.
Okay. Love that.
There's Phil's. The Mint, really good.
Okay.
Rainier, really good.
Great.
I don't know off the top of my head. I can't remember the name of the Italian restaurant, but there's like a little family-owned Italian restaurant. Sensational.
Okay.
Is it Pursuit Distilling? Really good. Yeah. I mean, it's a gem. Yeah. So, and listen, as long as I'm with you. I'm into the city of government.
Let's go.
City government in Enumclaw.
Yeah.
Right. Very much so.
425. Can't wait for this lame soccer stuff to be over so we can talk real American sports again.
You're just an idiot. I'm just going to tell you right now. You're just like when people say stuff like that. I know you're trying to get a reaction, and I just, you know what? And I fell for it. I gave you the reaction. But if you're that guy or woman, but if you're that person, you've got issues, man. You really do. If you can't get into this, and I don't expect you to get into Belgium and Senegal.
Sure.
Like we are, but I'm curious because that's who the U.S. will play.
Exactly.
You and Peter Fewing said it great in the first hour. The momentum that has been built up, the excitement that's been built up. If you're a sports fan, how can that, because you're listening to the station, I'm assuming you're a sports fan, not just, maybe you're just a one-trick pony. I only like the NFL. Don't ever talk Mariner baseball. Don't ever talk college football. I only like the NFL. If you're that person, then that's fine.
Sure.
But if you're a sports fan, how can you not have been caught up in this excitement, especially with our country having really the best players, easily the best coach they've ever had?
Yes.
Which makes a massive difference in soccer.
Coaching matters.
just all the excitement around it. God, I wish the England Congo game today would have been like on prime time, like at night, because that was drama beyond belief.
Game.
Yeah. If you can't get into that at all, then that's fine. That's your prerogative. I've talked about it before. There's sports I could care less about tennis. I will, if I watch a tennis match, unless it's McEnroe and Connors and they're both in their 20s again, I don't care.
See, that's a good comp for me for like a casual, because I'll turn on tennis for the Wimbledon,
right?
Or for
I don't know the players anymore.
Yeah,
like they used to be bigger than life.
Yeah, like Federer,
Nadal.
Nadal.
Yeah, you got Chrissy and Martina.
Yeah,
Steffi Graf.
Yeah,
Martina Hingis. I mean, the women's side was awesome.
Yeah,
Connors, McEnroe, Sampras. I can't name any of them anymore. So I don't know. That's just all right. What else you got?
615. Belgium is a super cool country, one of my favorites in Europe. That soccer team is a different story. Well played.
Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Somebody's explaining to me why the cell phones are going on and same bandwidth. Okay.
Just talking about Pete in the stadium. Like,
listen, here's the deal. If I need that information, I'll go find Terry Ryan. Now, actually, I'm wrong. 206. I appreciate you sending me out in there, because if I went and asked our engineer Terry Ryan, I'd get like a 3-hour dissertation on it. So this is actually a nice little. I like Cliff Notes.
Succinct.
Or do you have lecture notes at Seattle U?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Exactly.
It's so much better.
Yeah, right.
That's a lecture note version of that. I like that. Let's see. What else we got?
I'm glad. Ian?
Yes.
Glad the Pac-12 is back to existence. F the Big Ten and F the SAC. This comes from a lifelong Husky fan. Wish we were back in it. Not that we deserve it. I'll be rooting for the Pac-12 over any other conference teams minus the Huskies. 425.
That's interesting. Yeah, listen. You guys, and somebody texted right after that too. 5-alarm flyer. What do you expect us to? I've always, once I got over my initial sadness and bitterness, well, I'll never get over it, but I understand.
Understand what they're doing, yeah.
Like, you'd be a fool not to take that.
Exactly.
Like, you had to take the money. Now, Washington and Oregon just got screwed in the process is all. Like, they just got screwed. Like, because UCLA gets a full share.
Yeah.
Because why? Because their women's basketball team's good? Mick Cronin complained?
Mick Cronin?
They're not even a big deal. I bet if Softy asked Petros, they're not even a big deal in L.A. Not at all. Although Petros must be the happiest guy on the planet. We'll check with Softy in a few minutes because LeBron's gone.
Yeah.
Either it's the best thing that ever happened to Petros or the worst thing.
It's true.
Kind of like for
Can't complain about it now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like content every single day.
Yeah.
John Canzone out of Oregon. Show sponsored by Adidas, not Nike. That's hilarious. Well, actually, Adidas is
American headquarters.
Their American headquarters are based in Portland too. There's just the campus isn't quite as big as Nike's. Are not there in Beaverton as well. So,
right.
Let's see what else. Keith Miller. What the hell is wrong with Seattle? Mariners and Kraken both struggle to bring players here. Having paid more, and baffles me. Is it that much better in other cities? I don't think so. I think they're different situations. Mariners people we talked about earlier. Like, people don't want to come here and play in T-Mobile, right? Because Anders, it's the marine layer effect.
Oh, God.
But isn't Teoscar Hernandez a great example of that?
It is. Yeah.
I mean, Rob Refsnyder's having problems with the marine layer. That's his issue, right? Has to be.
Has to be. That's the only thing going wrong with him. That is the only reason why he turned into one of the worst players in baseball.
425. This is a good one to wrap things up. If you're a sports fan and can't get excited about a USA team in any sport on the verge of making history, you're probably rude to old people, hate puppies, and good beer. Probably.
Yeah.
If you hate beer, puppies, and the United States of America, what's wrong with you?
There's something going on there.
What the hell's wrong with you?
Let's go ahead and end it off. Keith Miller. Never liked to watch soccer, but this World Cup is definitely a better cut of steak. Love how the refs are waving guys up after they wilt over every bit of contact. Go USA.
Okay, now I mentioned the tennis players and people get texting all the hot ones. Gabriella Sabatini. I thought just okay. I thought she was just okay. Gabriella Sabatini, thumbs up or thumbs down, Softy? Oh, he's doing his voice to text. I don't think he knows how to type. What was that? All right. Leave me alone. Get out of here.
He's on the air. You can see him on the YouTube.
Look, you're on the YouTube, fella. Get out of here. We'll check in with Knucklehead next. Anders, I need an update. Softy needs an update. What do we got?
It is 2-0. Senegal up on Belgium in the 84th minute.
Might be 3 here in a second.
Senegal. Senegalese. Senegalian. Senegalino. Didn't we figure this out the other day on the show?
You did. It was, what was
Senegalese, I believe.
Okay.
Senegalese.
We'll go with
like
that.
people from Senegal?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Senegalese.
Senegalese. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
We were debating if it was Senegalese or
really
Senegalian.
What you're saying
No, we're talking about people from Italy.
What you're
are
saying
they
is
Senegalese or are they Senegalian?
what you're saying. Oh, by the way,
you mean people from Senegal? No, that's wrong.
I've been handed this note here, sir. I've been handed this note.
That's not a note. That's your grocery list.
Sports Radio KJR brings you the $250,000 USA giveaway. Your chance to win a $2,500. Anders, why did you not give this out earlier?
You forgot to do
on
that
your show
at
sheets.
1 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
I have a producer who reminds me every day at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's the only thing he does well.
Well,
Everything else,
he's not even here today. He's not even here today.
Everything else he stinks at.
His wife has a toothache, so he's not here.
Every day at 5 o'clock, he says, your keyword, magic. Your keyword today, fruit.
It's actually trip.
And I am scared you know what list that I'll misspell the word on the air. Fruit. F-R-U-W, the number 6.
Why do you have to spell it out?
Just in case somebody, I don't know, man.
In case somebody...
You know what? I do it to sound smart. That's why. I can spell vegetable.
Fruit. F-R-E.
That's right, exactly.
W-I-T. We've got a goal.
God.
We got a goal.
By Belgium?
This is not over
It's
yet.
2-1.
Glad I cashed out.
Here comes the Belgiuminians.
Oh, hey, is this okay for you to be betting on? You're our broadcaster, dude.
You can't do that.
I don't have
man.
any inside information.
Sure you do. Yeah,
Anyway,
right. Whatever.
trip at 93.3 KJR.com.
Look how nervous he's getting.
I know.
I asked Purple Sheet
It's
ahead
in
of
your
time.
contract, man. Your iHeart contract that pays you $1,000 a game.
I wish it was that
You
much.
can't. You
Are
can't
you making
bet
I would
on
have
the
done it for
game.
$1,000 a game.
I heard you
It's
making.
not.
I heard you're making $2,500. I heard instead of giving people this $2,500 in the America 250 contest, they're
Trip
paying
at
him.
93.3KJR.com.
If you can get the word right, you can get paid. All right, that's it. Yeah.
Just guess. Fruit.
Today's word is bus. B-O-R-C. A dollar sign.
God.
Damn it. I screwed it up again.
Oh, God.
This would be a choke job if Senegal can't pull this off, huh?
Yeah, that would be bad.
Holy moly.
How come?
When do they pull the goalie? When does that happen?
It does not happen.
They're going to do it right now. I think they just went to an extra attacker. Yeah, they get 6 on 5
You can
now.
put the goalie in the attacker's box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pull the goalie.
When would you do it?
Well, the thing is, if you do that, you can't put him back in.
No. Wouldn't you? Didn't the
Forever?
Sounders do that a couple years ago with Alex roll down?
Yeah,
Remember?
but that's just because their goalie got hurt and they didn't have a backup.
So hang on a second. So if you pull the goalie, right, if it's time to have a baby and you pull the goalie and you go to extra time, you can't put him back in?
No.
So what do you do?
That's why no one does it.
So what you're
What
saying
do
is,
you do?
so if you put like
What do we do?
if you had a forward on the bench, and you took your goalie out and put the goalie jersey on him and made the forward the goalie, he's out there.
Right.
But the problem is if you go to shootout,
Then you're screwed.
Then you're really hooped.
Where do they buy the Mickey Mouse gloves at?
Online, Amazon.
That's what I want to know.
Just go to your Amazon
Where
account.
do they get the Mickey Mouse gloves?
Amazon account.
Disneyland?
Yeah. Do you like those?
When I first saw those Mickey Mouse gloves, I thought they were goalkeeper gloves. No, those are Mickey's gloves.
Those are Mickey's.
Those are Mickey hands, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, what
By the
bothers
way,
me...
Belgium's going to score here.
Yeah, right. What bothers me about this, by the way, is that if you're in the... And you tell me, Andrews, if they still do this. I will admit, I have not been to a World Cup game yet. I might go on Monday.
But you went in South Africa.
I did, but that was 16 years ago, and I forgot. I might go on Monday, okay?
All right.
So when they add extra time on the clock, like let's say they had 5 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they show you in the stands, in the stadium?
Yes.
They do?
Yes.
Because they used to not do that.
Yeah, I know. I think
and that
they've
would
changed.
drive me freaking nuts.
There
I'm
were
like,
I remember going to Sounders games where I literally took out my phone.
Oh my God.
did they just score?
They just scored.
Wow, Belgium just scored.
Oh my
Sorry
God.
to interrupt your story, Andrews. Apologize for that. But didn't that drive you nuts when you go to a game? Like, why do people watching on TV know, but I don't know, and I'm in the stands?
Wow.
This is BS. Yeah, Belgium just tied it up.
What do you think?
2
Unbelievable.
goals in the last 2 minutes.
If we were allowed to do live betting in this state,
I cashed out. I literally did in the 80th
but
minute.
I
So
wonder.
I'm so glad.
I wonder 8 minutes ago when it was 2-0, what you could have got for a live bet with Belgium, like plus what?
Let me ask you this:
Massive.
Do they shoot people in Senegal like they do in Colombia?
I do not know. I've never been to Senegal.
Remember that story?
Yeah,
we
that
don't
was bad.
need to go there to
No.
understand what's going on.
Well,
remember the Colombian soccer player
yes.
story?
It was before I was born, but yes.
Guy got shot.
Yeah, 94.
Yeah, getting off the plane.
You know what?
I mean, if they lose this game, should they just maybe go somewhere else?
There's some guys in green right now that are thinking that exact thought.
We're gonna go live in Florida for a while.
This is not good.
Holy
I don't
moly,
like
man!
this.
That was almost. Oh man, look at that.
Wow.
This is incredible play-by-play by us, by the way.
Yes.
And we can-
man, I was
we-
almost look at that.
We can.
Hey, what just happened there?
We can do this because we have the rights.
We do have the rights. We are your home for the World Cup.
Look at that guy. Oh, that was good.
That's the coach. Coach could use some antiperspirant. I can tell you that. Or an undershirt.
We should keep it right here, and because we're carrying the game tonight, right at 5 o'clock.
4:30 pregame, sir.
Ian and I should, and Andrews, you too. You could be the sideline reporter. We'll just carry the game here, and we'll do live play-by-play.
Okay. They got the ball. Who's got the ball?
Yeah.
Who got the ball?
Somebody has the ball. They're moving left to right.
How many?
The coach got a yellow card.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. For what?
He said a bad word. Can't say a bad word. Actually, do you like to? How about the rule where if you cover your face, you get an automatic red card?
Is that true?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
That's nonsense.
No, okay, let me explain the whole rule
You
here.
know what? I don't want your explanations. Take your stupid, silly rules
Just go
and
with-
shove
just-
them up your keister. Okay?
All right, you don't want it? Fine.
I don't want it.
No. All right. What are you doing today?
I don't know. I want to find out. Why is that? Why did they do
I knew that was coming too.
it? Why did they do a red card?
So the reason is because there would be lots of racist remarks. that
Really?
People would. No,
Jeez.
it's a huge issue. In
Some
soccer.
sport you cover.
Yeah,
Holy
hey,
moly.
it's a huge issue.
What if you're walking up to a guy and then all of a sudden you cough and you like try to cover because you're coughing? You're like you're kicked out.
So here's a question.
Like you're done.
Here is an honest to God question. Keep the music going. I hate it when you cut it early. Here's an honest to God question. So the Belgium coach just got a yellow card from the referee.
Correct.
Are they all speaking the same language?
Usually, like, there's a common language.
Which
and
is
probably
what?
English.
That
to be
right
honest.
there?
Yeah, probably.
Double birds?
Two middle fingers.
The thing that you just put on YouTube.
So you
yeah.
think the majority of coaches in this tournament can speak English to communicate with the officials?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
got it.
And if you've heard all the officials when they do their announcements, they do it English, broken or whatever,
Yep.
but
Yep.
it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
They should do it like Charlie Brown's teacher,
Look
by
out!
the way.
Look out! Look
Ow!
out! Oh,
That was close, but no.
All right. Softy will
Great
provide a play-by-play.
Yes, I will.
For extra
Yes, I
time,
will.
which is coming up.
That's right.
In addition to that, Petros?
Petros at 4, Mike Florio 3:10, Fun with Audio 3:45. And then we're going to head to the pre-match show. Is that offsides, by the way? We're going to head to the
close.
pre-match show at 4:30, kickoff at 5 o'clock from Levi's. I'm sorry, San Francisco Bay Area Stadium, whatever the hell
I
they're
need to know
calling
what
it
to
now.
listen to today. Are you going to ask for
First
it?
5 minutes of Petros is all you need.
Okay.
Then you can cut it off.
With Florio, are you going to ask him about Rossini?
Oh, God,
and the cop?
dude. I was talking to Travis about that because both of us worked with her. That is getting cringy, and it is getting, for me, uncomfortable. You guys saw that clip, right?
Yes.
On the clip of her getting pulled over?
It's not getting uncomfortable.
Trying to talk her way out of it? Dude,
is
it was
uncomfortable.
terrible.
So bad.
It was like a "do you know who I am" type thing. Oh, my God, it was awful.
Yeah.
Just awful.
I heard you do that all the time.
I want the whole story to go away.
All right, we'll see.
I do what? I talk my way out of it? Yeah, I say I'm Ian Furness.
They double
give me 2
tickets.
tickets.
Yeah.
93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go on this Wednesday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Softy Dick Jackson. Jackson's out. Travis Moger, the Ogre, in for Jackson today. Headlines right here brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. As cold as the Rockies.
No, we play football. I believe you call it soccer.
We got football or soccer coming up at 5 o'clock tonight. We got the Americans versus Bosnia-Herzegovina from Santa Clara. Pre-match at 4:30, kickoff at 5 o'clock, and the knockout stage on the World Cup coming up tonight right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Ty Kennedy from Arizona,
yes,
son of arguably the greatest tackle in Husky history, is in my book. That'd be Lincoln Kennedy, has announced a commitment to the Huskies.
What else we got? World Cup today. England bailed out by 2 goals from Harry Kane. He passed Pele for number 6 all-time on the World Cup scoring list. By the way, England gets by the Congo 2-1. And how about this? Down the street at Lumen Field. Oh, my God. Belgium down 2-0 in the 85th minute. They get 2 late goals to tie the game at 2 apiece, and they are heading to extra time at Lumen Field as we speak.
Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan selected to represent the Mariners in the All-Star Future Game. And Brian Wu, did you see he set a new franchise record?
Yes, I did.
Most scoreless innings pitched at Safeco/T-Mobile with 31 as the Mariners beat the Angels last night.
And then immediately gave up a run, by the way, after that. Lakers acquiring center Walker Kessler out of
Kentucky?
Close, Auburn. From the Utah Jazz for unprotected first-round picks in 2031 and 2033. You know what? It's 2026. You should never, ever have unprotected first-round picks. And a first-round swap in 2028 and 2030.
And here we go.
And now, 2 goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All right, let me ask you guys. Mike Florio is going to join us, by the way, in a matter of minutes from now on the radio station. Is everybody in the mood? We all feeling patriotic for the game tonight against Bosnia-Herzegovina? We all feeling up for the task, taking these bastards down. Everybody in the mood tonight?
Yes, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
I want no spoiler text, though. I've got to watch it on tape.
Well, I hope everybody's fired up for this one because I've been waiting for payback against these bastards for a long, long time.
The rivalry's been hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Really.
Don't they owe us something, by the way, for arms or something or weapons that we provided them during some war or something? Or
I bet the president would say
didn't we give them grain or bread or whatever back in the day when there was like people were struggling there or whatever, something like that? They owe us. Yeah, exactly. Those bastards owe us for crying out loud. So come on, guys, let me hear it. Let's go.
Hey.
USA. Can't wait for this thing tonight at 5 o'clock, pre-match at 4:30. We're going to be dodging traffic on the way home from Lumen Field after the Senegal-Belgium game gets out. Just went to extra time down there. Is that how you say it? Or is it added time?
That's correct.
Added time is when they add it to regulation, right?
Yes, correct.
Some guy was, flopping and wailing around like a dead fish on the pitch. And
the
they
old +6.
Yeah, so they added 6 minutes.
Yeah.
That's extra time. Or added time.
Or stoppage time.
This is extra time that they're doing right now.
You're learning.
Okay, gotcha. I want to make sure. Well, listen, we're all soccer fans here now. I mean, I was talking to Moger off the air about this, Dick, that this game on Monday, if the Americans make it, ticket prices are now back up over $2,000 on Venue Kings. I told you that I got offered a pair of tickets by a buddy of mine for $800 face to get in the door. Very good seats, by the way, like in the south end zone, which are now going for about $3,500 on VenueKings.com.
800 a piece?
800 each, yeah, $1,600. So they're about $2,500 more to get in the door for those exact seats that I was offered.
And why'd you turn them down?
Because nobody wanted to go. Nobody cared. That's the point.
Well, yeah, that's
13 days ago or 19 days ago, before they beat Australia, nobody gave a damn. And what was I telling you, Travis, off the air? I've never been around a sporting event where the interest has skyrocketed quicker than with these guys.
Well, that's the American way.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, the American way with anything non-American sports, Olympics,
Wimbledon.
Oh, God.
I mean, whatever. The British Open.
Right.
Like, nobody gives a rat's ass for 3 years and 300 days. But, when it starts, and it's when in your country, and then all of a sudden we pay attention to it.
On the bandwagon.
I don't think
totally banned. I mean, Americans are a huge worldwide bandwagon.
Yeah, but I don't think, Dick, it's even when the World Cup started. It was after the Australia game. That was the game that got everybody fired up. Everybody saw the pregame. They saw the crowd. They saw the crowd down at the pier. I'm telling you, man, the ticket prices, you can go to VenueKings.com. You can ask Anthony. I'll give you his number. Text him. Look at the history of what those ticket prices were before the Australia game and what happened to them after. Everyone just all of a sudden got super duper fired up for this team, and prices have been climbing ever since.
But didn't the Australia tickets spike days before the Australia game?
I don't remember. I just know that the games after the Australia game, when people thought there was a chance they could make a run, really started to take off, right? Like the game today was like $400 to get in the door. It's not the World Cup. It's the American chances of making a run in this thing that people are fired up about, man. So anyway, yeah, if anybody wants to buy a pair of seats for the round of 16 game on the 6th of July now, you can wait and take your chances that they might go back up again or they might drop. They might drop on match day. They're about $2,100 to get in the door.
Well,
but
if
hey,
they lose today, they'll drop.
Let's take care of those sneaky Bosnian Herzegovinians first, and then we can talk about the game on Monday. Let's get to Mike Florio right now.
It's time for a weekly conversation with Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio. Brought to you by Simply Seattle. Tired of buying and repping the same old Seattle sports gear everyone else has? For the best Storm, Seahawks, Mariners, Kraken, Rainiers, Sounders, and not to mention the largest Sonics collection in the world, check out simplyseattle.com. Now with Mike Florio, here's Softy and Dick.
I wonder if Mike Florio is getting in the spirit for the game tonight at 5 o'clock our time. The Americans and the Bosnian Herzegovinians, is that how you say it, by the way?
He's going to have a bourbon, isn't he?
Coming up tonight, Michael is with us, ProFootballTalk.com, PFT Live, the NFL and NBC, all courtesy of our friends at Simply Seattle, where if you want to rep the red, white, and blue and rep the U.S. men's national team, be sure and use code KJR15 for 15% off anything on the website World Cup related at simplyseattle.com. Michael Florio, how are you, pal? What's going on?
What's going on, guys? Hello, buttholes. Let's go USA. Can't wait to watch it tonight.
Let's go.
This soccer is fun. Hey, it's fun, man. Those penalty shootouts, as I wrote at PFT yesterday, the NFL has nothing like the drama. I mean, it's like 11 minutes of tension that just keeps getting more and more ratcheted up. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing.
No, it's been really fun to watch, and we're going to carry the game at 5 o'clock, so we're all going to be in front of a TV or radio at 5 p.m. But, dude, there's a lot to talk about in the National Football League. First of all, I hate to bring the room down, man, but this unbelievable story about Chris Johnson's diagnosis with ALS and Lou Gehrig's disease, and a lot of people are wondering how much of this disease and diagnosis was because of football. That conversation is now happening a lot across the country. What's your take on this situation with Chris Johnson, man?
Look, it's impossible in any one case to tie ALS to football, but when they did the concussion settlement 12, 13 years ago, and any player who played in the NFL and retired before July 7 of 2014 was eligible for payment if they had one of like 5 specific conditions, and one of them is ALS. No questions asked. If you have ALS and you retired before July 7 of 2014, you get a payment. So that in and of itself tells us there's a connection between football and ALS, period. End of statement. And there was also a study that was done of all the NFL players from 1960 through 2019, I believe, or maybe it was 1991, whatever it was 19,000 players. And the finding was the incidence of ALS was 4 times greater for men who had played in the NFL than the average population. So, yeah, there's a connection. And there's been a lot of criticism of Good Morning America for not even mentioning that, and they should have. And the key question that should have been asked, this is something Jeff Pearlman said in a video on TikTok, the key question is, do you think there's a connection for you specifically? And if so, do you regret playing football? Would you have still played? I think those are fair questions.
Mm-hmm. Mike, how much egg does the New York Times have in its face for reporting Diana Rossini's FaceTime story as fact, which turned out to be fabricated, and how should they handle it?
You know, it's an awkward spot because even though she said it and
common sense would tell us that she wouldn't admit to such a clear breach of standards if it wasn't true. You're on notice, just given the entire context and the question of whether or not she's been telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You're on notice to go find that. And somebody did. Somebody who doesn't work for the New York Times found it. It's a matter of sending in the public record request, which happened. So, yeah, it makes them look bad. And it also took them a while on Tuesday to finally correct it. And then their final position was it's still unacceptable conduct to drop names and use your connections to try to get out of a ticket, even if there wasn't a FaceTime call to a coach. So the whole thing is just weird. And it just keeps getting weirder.
Yeah, no doubt. Mike Florio again with us on the air before Bosnia-Herzegovina and the Americans coming up at 5 o'clock. We're talking some NFL. What is going on with Brandon Ayuk, man? It's just every week another wacky, kind of just off-the-rails Instagram post, Twitter video, whatever, about the Commanders and doing this and doing that. How long until the Brandon Ayuk saga, at least in San Francisco, comes to an end?
Well, I don't know, because the problem is, while he's posting these videos, and there's been stretches where there's been multiple videos posted in one day, what he's not doing is what he should be doing to secure his release from the 49ers. All he has to do is send in a petition for reinstatement with the NFL from the 49ers reserve left squad list. Now, it's presumably automatic that he'd be reactivated. Of course, we thought it was automatic that Brendan Torsby would be put in the NFL supplemental draft, so who knows what the NFL would do. But once he's reinstated, if he shows up for training camp and he says, I'm ready to go, if the 49ers let him in the building, if they let him go to the weight room and risk that he drops a 35-pound weight on his foot and has a season-ending injury, if he goes out on the practice field and pops an Achilles tendon and it's a season ender, they owe him more than $26 million. So once he shows up, once he's reinstated and shows up, they're going to cut him. So if he wants out, that's all he has to do. That's what's so bizarre about this. He has an easy path to get out. He's just not taking advantage of it.
Mike, you mentioned Sorsby there. We know now he's not going to fight it. So what's his best move over the next 8-9 months before the draft? Is it to maybe be public, Instagram posts, here's what I'm doing for anti-gambling, or is it better for him to just bunker in? You don't hear a peep from him until draft day.
Well, I think that he needs to get good advice from a competent PR professional. There's been this wave of criticism. People wanted to see him punished, even though not being able to play at Texas Tech this year operates as a pretty significant punishment. He could have been the Heisman Trophy winner. He could have emerged as this year's Fernando Mendoza, the number one overall pick. But that's so subjective and speculative. We don't really understand and can't grasp the possibility of that happening. People wanted to see him miss a season. The NFL got what it wanted. He's going to miss a season. He's been essentially suspended for a year, and they've promised to let him in the 2027 draft in exchange for him not suing. So now, stay in shape, work with a quarterback's coach, try to become somebody who helps spread the word to young athletes about the perils of doing the thing that is legal for so many people to do, except professional athletes. Well, by the way, NFL players can bet on everything but the NFL, so that's wrong. College players can't. So get that word out and try to find a way to get your story out where you're asked the tough questions and you have good answers to the tough questions. It can't be a safe space softball interview. It's got to be a real interview or it's going to look phony.
Right.
I think that he needs to think about all those things, and otherwise get ready for 2027.
Well, Mike Florio's with us, NFL and NBC, ProFootballTalk.com, joining us on the radio show. She does every Wednesday, courtesy of SimplySeattle.com. Mike, I don't think we talked about this last week. I know we talked to Hugh about it when he was on the air with us last week, but a lot of NFL players are watching these World Cup games, and frankly, they're seeing how cool the grass looks on TV, right, in these stadiums. And I know the players for years have talked about the idea of playing on grass. Owners have never really gone for it, at least not all of them. Does the NFL ever maybe gravitate towards the idea of being more maybe agreeable to consider playing on natural grass versus field turf?
92% of the players prefer grass to turf, but the question isn't preference, it's priority. How big of an issue are you willing to make it? How much are you willing to give up at the bargaining table when you're negotiating with the owners on any and all points that may be part of the back and forth as they work out a new CBA? If they really want it, they have to go try to get it. And they have to ask themselves, are we willing to strike for it? So it's a bargaining issue now. The NFL isn't going to voluntarily give in, and I'm sure that 345 Park Avenue wasn't happy when the Bills voluntarily went from artificial turf to high-quality grass at their new stadium. But at this point, the owners are going to try to hold the line. The players, if they really want it, they have to do something about it. Are they willing to do something about it? They can talk all they want. It doesn't matter. And nobody's going to boycott games that aren't played on grass. They're not going to get the fans behind them on this. I mean, the fans will say, yeah, they're right, they should play on grass. But guess what? If they don't, we're still going to consume the product. So they need to prioritize it in bargaining. And at some point, they may need to be willing to go on strike over it. And we know that from the experience in 1987, it's hard to get a strike started. It's even harder to hold it together.
Well, Mike, we know what Terrion Arnold's future looks like if he gets convicted, but what does his future look like in the NFL if he gets exonerated?
Well, I don't think anybody's going to touch him until he is exonerated, and it's going to take some time for the trial to happen. Then the question becomes, if he's acquitted, it feels different, right? He was, even though it's not proven innocent, it's just not convicted beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
But if he gets an acquittal, then he walks away. And the question becomes, does somebody want to sign him at that point? He'll be a free agent if he clears waivers. The deadline is Monday, July 6th. I doubt that anyone's going to claim the final 2 years of his contract. And he'll just have to hope that someone will give him another chance. And, here's the reality. If this guy had been an all-pro his first 2 seasons in the NFL after being a first-round pick coming out of Alabama, the Lions wouldn't have cut him. Yeah. They would have found a way to circle the wagons and say innocent until proven guilty and every other standard that could be uttered to justify not cutting him. Examples get made of the scrubs and excuses are made for the stars. And even though he's not a scrub, the fact that he's been a disappointing first-round pick, I think the Lions realized we just need to move on from this. And they also may think he lied to them. There may be some stuff that we don't know, that the Lions know, that caused them to come to the conclusion that we just don't want this guy around.
Mike, before you go, we got the Jackson Smith and Jigba deal done in Seattle. Now Devin Witherspoon is up next, and doesn't seem to be anything really pertinent going on in that deal, but the Joey Porter Jr. situation in Pittsburgh, I'm not saying that one has anything to do with the other, but do they, and how close are the Pittsburgh Steelers to getting something done with Joey Porter Jr.?
They're far apart, and some would say the Steelers just don't think he's a high-end corner.
Yeah.
He's good, but he's not somebody who's going to get $30 million a year. Anytime you have a deal not done, especially for Porter, who's entering the final year of his rookie contract, even though he was the 32nd overall pick, he wasn't a first-round pick because that was the year the Dolphins lost their first-round pick for tampering with Sean Payton and Tom Brady. So he's kind of a first-rounder, but he isn't. He's entering the last year of his contract. And I suspect he won't set foot on the practice field until they work something out. The hold-in is the new holdout. It's too expensive to hold out. And most teams tolerate, to an extent, a guy showing up and not participating in practice until they work out a deal.
Mike, finally, what's going on with Geno Smith? We heard some news about some trouble, and then it kind of went away the last few days. What's going on?
Yeah, it bubbled up. What was it, last weekend, not this most recent weekend? There was something on social media, and then there was in that police had responded to a call that was made from his house in Florida. Initially, they closed the case, and then they reopened the case. And the last we heard, it was being investigated by the authorities in Florida, but there hasn't been anything more that comes from that. And even if he's not arrested, he still could face discipline from the league office. Ezekiel Elliott, remember, it's been 9 years ago. He got suspended 6 games. He was never arrested for domestic violence. If you've got a motivated alleged victim who's going to cooperate with the NFL, you've got a potential problem. That person tells a story the NFL believes. So it's just kind of watch and wait and see. And frankly, with all the other stuff that's been going on, I'd forgotten about it. I'm glad you refreshed my memory. I got to go see what's going on with it.
Hey, Mike, great stuff. Go America. Enjoy the game tonight, and we'll talk in a week, man.
Thanks.
All right, Mike Florio. See, he always pauses to think of some smart-ass response at the end.
He doesn't have one.
He just says goodbye. That's it. Well, we're getting ready for a big game tonight. And Bosnia-Herzegovina, pre-match at 4:30, kickoff at 5 from Santa Clara in the knockout stage of the World Cup. We'll get to a little fun with audio as well, and then Petros joins at 4, coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, we are back. We are back on a busy Wednesday right here, getting ready for the US of A in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Coming up, pre-match show 4:30, 5 o'clock, right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
No, we play football. I believe you call it soccer.
Looking forward to that game. Going to watch it on TV, listen on the way home in the car. We do have, though, a special Fun with Audio coming up next segment. We have a little bit of a, this is like a little pregame for the Fun with Audio segment coming up next at 3:45. Did you happen to hear the call? Julian Quinones. Is that how you say his name, by the way, or is it Julian, by the way? How do you say this kid's name? Julian Quinones. Is he related to Ray Quinones, by the way?
I don't think Travis knows
the
who Ray
former
Quinones
shortstop.
is.
Probably not.
Julian Quinones scoring the very first goal for Mexico. Was the game in Mexico City, is that right, last night?
Yes.
Against Ecuador, and you saw that the Mexican fans were up all night banging drums and playing music outside the Ecuador Players Hotel, by the way. Just veteran move by those people. All of them losing their minds last night during their 2-0 win over Ecuador. Let's listen in real quick to the call of Julian Quinones, no relationship to Ray Quinones, goal last night to make it 1-0 Mexico on Telemundo.
Mora, la pelota para Julián, ahí fuera de juego. Julián Quiñones va a encarar al área. Se mete Julián. El primero de México puede ser Julián.
First of all, there's two things I'm very jealous of right there. Number one, the way that they can roll their R's down there.
You can't do that?
No. Can you do it? Can you do that?
No.
God, you're turning me on, Dick. Holy cow. I cannot do that. I sound like an idiot if I did that, by the way. More than I do now. The other question is, and we've done this before on the air, it's really a World Cup tradition that we do every 4 years. And if I'm making that up, then who knows, because it was 4 years ago. Jackson's not here to do it, but I want to know about the size of your lung capacity. I want to know how long you can hold that for, by the way. That goal. Because if you go, that doesn't count.
No, it doesn't.
I want to know how long, of the three of us, who can hold the goal call longer. And then number three, how do we know that dude, and I don't know who he is, he's probably a big name guy. I should know who the guy is. How do we know that he doesn't have some sound bar at the stadium that he just hits over and over and over again, right?
See, I want to know, how does Andres Cantor, the famous Hispanic broadcaster that started that whole thing, how does he not have a patent on that?
Right.
Like Michael Buffer has on.
Are you allowed to do that? Can you patent the word goal?
The way you... Well, Michael Buffer was allowed to patent a bunch of words.
Right, but that's a phrase. Right, that's a phrase, not a word, right? I want to patent the word bus. It's mine. I own it now.
No. The way you say it in a soccer game, he should be able to patent that puppy. That guy should pay him money. He's just ripping off his call.
Maybe he did try to do it, and the Mexican patent office said no. I got no idea. But I want to go around the room. We'll start with Moger. All right, I'm going to time this, by the way. Okay. Who do we think will be able to hold that call longer of the three of us? Me, Travis, or Dick?
Whose lungs are in the best shape?
Well, I used to smoke back in the day, but I don't smoke anymore. So I'd say if anybody here has a chance of finishing dead last in this contest, it's probably me.
Why don't you go first, then?
Because my lungs are probably scarred more than yours are, by the way.
Give us something to beat.
Okay, I'll go first. You ready?
Yeah.
What's the prediction? How long I can hold it for you?
22 seconds.
22 seconds?
I'm going over.
You're going over 22? Yeah. All right, Dick, I'm going to start the clock. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Go!
Oh,
I can't even get to 11 seconds.
Oh, wow.
I can't even get to 11. By the way, how annoying is this? 49451. Text the radio
It's great
station.
radio.
How annoying is this? All right, Dick, you're up next. 3, 2, and 1. Go. He's losing it. See, I heard a couple of bumps there.
Oh, are you kidding
I
me?
heard a couple of bumps.
Wow.
Did you hear a couple of
behind
bumps?
the call, though? There was no force behind it.
If we're going to give it to him, it's 25 seconds.
All right.
I heard
If we're going to give it to him.
I heard a couple of resets. Couple of resets.
You think I took a
49451.
breath?
The circular breathing.
I heard a little bit. I heard a little bit of a
Oh,
reset
my
there.
God.
Not a full reset, but you did dip your toe in the pool. That's what I heard. So we're going to go to the audio.
It wasn't my voice cracking. It wasn't me breathing.
We're going to go to the text line and ask if that should be allowed. But if it is allowed, that is a new Softy and Dick show record. 25 seconds on the girl call. All right, Travis, you're up next. 3, 2, 1, go.
Pretty good.
See?
He's still going.
Look at his face.
What was it?
You got to 26 seconds.
Yeah.
26 seconds. Dude, we're going to have to call a paramedic. Somebody's got to be giving somebody
out
mouth to
guys.
mouth if this conversation continues. All right, so Travis got it at 26. I don't know. I heard a reset there. I heard a reset, but I'll give it to you.
It was a wavering.
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
I just want to know one thing. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most annoying thing you've ever heard on this radio station. Like in Dumb and Dumber, by the way. Hey, you want to hear the most annoying sound ever? We should have played that, by the way.
No.
That had to be, on a scale of 1 to 10, the most annoying thing that we have ever done on this radio
hockey
station.
spelling bee.
Yeah, but that was just embarrassing. Like, this is like annoying. Like, what the hell? Can you imagine tuning in halfway through that?
Like, what is going
Not having
on here?
any idea? I guarantee you, somebody tuned in halfway through that and thought it was an EAS test.
We can get in trouble for that.
Well, we're fired up for tonight. Let's go. Come on, guys. Let's go.
How fired up are we? Like,
I'm fired up.
How do we quantify this? Right? Do we quantify this as equivalent to a Seahawk game? Like where we would sacrifice, like Seahawks Rams.
Oh, God. No. Like playoff game or even regular
Just a regular season game.
No, I would not do that.
Okay, so is it Seahawks Titans?
No. Like automatically lose the game?
Just like you.
No, I would
like
not
I could
do
give
that.
you a American win, but
No.
the Seahawks are going to lose a football game
No.
to somebody this year because of it.
No, I would not do that.
A Mariners sweep versus a Mariners get swept
Okay,
in a
first
series.
of all, I love the fact that you're bringing this up right now. It's 2 hours before the game, an hour and 20 minutes before the game.
I'm asking how
Sorry.
fired
He's
people
like, hey, how
are.
big a deal is this? Do we care?
Do we
Let me
care?
ask you a question. Would you give up 5 Storm wins for a win tonight?
No.
Okay.
Well, this year,
yeah, they stink.
This year,
They
there's
stink
different.
this year.
There's a different level
God
of what our
darn
goals
it.
are this
I
year.
mean, we're all come on. Everybody's all fired up, and we're talking about what we'd trade or what we'd give up. How
many Mariner wins would you give up? You either a losing streak or a winning streak.
I would have to
based
have
upon American win.
Probably for an American win tonight.
Yeah, so you
what
would have to
give
lose
up?
X amount of Mariner games in a row for American win. But if the Americans lose, you get an X amount of Mariner wins.
Not more than 1 or 2. I mean, Dick, I was looking it up that outside of 2022, when the M's finished 16 games back of the Astros and finished in second place, 2024, 23, and 21, they finished 3.5, 2, and 5 games out of first place. So you would have to make up a lot there, right? So would I give up 5 games? No, because that could be the difference between making the playoffs and not making the playoffs. Would I give up 1 game? Probably, but it's 1 game. Now, as we get closer to the end of this bracket,
every game gets
then
more
obviously
valuable.
You're more fired up and you're more patriotic and you're feeling it, right? Everyone's all on board. They're all Johnny-come-latelys or bandwagon jumpers. So for a World Cup championship by the Americans,
loss?
Probably would give up a Seahawks
I
loss.
totally would give up a Seahawks loss for a World Cup championship.
But right now for this game tonight, no, because they've made it past this round before.
Right.
They've made it into the round of 16. They've made it into the quarterfinals. They've never made the semis, and 1930, I think they did. But in our lifetime, they've never gone farther than that.
What year was the quarters?
I think that was in Japan. Is that correct? South Korea? Whatever year that was. 2000, early 2000 something. But it's been a long time, right, since they did that. So for something like that, I would think about it. But for tonight's game, no.
2002.
Yeah, but I'm excited. I'm nervous for tonight's game. I'm nervous at how many people are just automatically thinking this is going to be a cakewalk tonight.
Like Anders.
Right? Anders came in here and said they're going to kick their ass. And it's going to be 3-0. They're going to do what Alyssa Thomas did to Caitlin Clark. That's what they're going to do.
Fist to the throat?
Fist to the throat in tonight's game. That's what Anders said. We're going to break. Fun with Audio next on 93.3 KJR FM.
to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at the EQC Sportsbook. Visit EmeraldQueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by Bloometry Experts, trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or Bloometry.com. Now, fun with audio.
All right, boys and girls, we're back on a busy Wednesday. We got USA, Bosnia, Herzegovina coming up 5 o'clock tonight. Yeah. From Santa Clara right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Petros will join next segment, by the way, and break this whole thing down for us like only Petros can.
Nice.
On the radio show. Get his thoughts on whether or not LeBron should get his number retired.
Because he'll be totally unbiased.
We're going to bring that up, by the way. And you are unbiased?
No, I'm just
Are you kidding me?
realistic.
One guy hates LeBron. One guy lives on his ass. I mean, get out of here.
I asked the question yesterday, and you still haven't given me an answer.
What's the question?
Has there been any player that have had 7 All-NBAs and 8 All-Stars in 8 years with one team and has not been retired by that team?
Let me think about it. I'll text you after the game tonight. Okay. All right. How about a little fun with audio / hey, did you hear that? Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
Why don't we, let's jump around here, Travis, if we can. Let me go to number 3. On the Bussin' with the Boys podcast yesterday, Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, good player, by the way, was asked to name which NFC West team he dislikes the most, and his answer probably will shock nobody.
Who in the NFC West do you dislike the most, and why is it the 49ers?
It's actually, to be honest, I think it's a Seattle, man. That's a tough place to play. Their defense is a bunch of talkers. They have a really good team too. So I feel like every time we go to Seattle, it's such a hostile environment. Lumen Field's such a cool place to play, and they've gotten the best of us the last couple of times. So it'd be nice to get back on the winning side for sure.
Seattle, that defense locked you up pretty good.
I don't know about locked me up. I went for like 130, but we lost. Whatever happened.
So I'm looking at Trey McBride has been in the NFL since 2022. The Arizona Cardinals have not won a game against the Seahawks in Trey McBride's NFL career.
Wow.
Okay. Yikes. So no wonder he hates us. Let's keep it going.
He's
Dick.
fantastic, too. And I saw Florio tweet the quote out from Trey McBride today, and the quote makes it sound like he's a crybaby, right? But when
that's complimentary.
Then you have to listen to the cut.
I agree.
And you listen to the cut, and it was complimentary,
100%.
saying they're bleep talkers, and they can basically back it up. There's a reason why.
Totally. I like it. I like the fact that he's almost like crying uncle. He's like, hey, there's nothing we can do. They're really good, and their players talk smack, and we suck. I mean, I love that. All right, hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Let's go to 4, Ogre. On SportsCenter yesterday, Brian Windhorst was asked about whether LeBron's legacy is complicated because of all the different teams he's played for. Here was his response.
And I think that's what makes LeBron's legacy complicated for some, because it always appeared that after things in Cleveland weren't the way he wanted to go grow and get rings in Miami. And then he wanted to go back to Cleveland and got the ring. And then he went off to L.A. to try to get the ring, and he did. If he chooses somewhere else here at the end that he's got no connectivity to, say it's outside Cleveland in Miami, does it complicate it even further that once again LeBron James, one of the greatest we've ever seen, is going somewhere just to get a ring and not just finally close a chapter of somewhere where he has a connection?
We don't know where he's going. We don't know whether he's chasing a ring. That's number one. Number two, all the teams he's played with, he's delivered a ring. He's delivered a ring to all the places he's played with, and all the places he's played with are going to retire his number. So again, I say to you, how's that for a legacy?
Right.
I mean, what do you want?
Did you, first of all, I was kind of semi-confused and having like a senior moment for a second. I thought the first like 30 seconds was Brian Windhorst talking.
That was the question.
And that was the question, for God's sakes. But, I mean, I don't know. I guess it just depends on how you define chasing a ring, right? Like, of course he's trying to get another ring. I mean, even as a guy that gets every now and then irritated by LeBron, everybody's trying to win a championship. I mean, if LeBron was not trying to get another ring, he should retire, for God's sakes.
And how is it chasing a ring when you're the primary reason for the ring? Right?
Well,
It'd be one thing if LeBron was like, a good to very good player.
Sure.
And he kept just finding the best mega team that he could sign and be the third or fourth option on that team. And he did that 4 times and got 4 rings. Okay,
yeah.
that would be chasing a ring. LeBron's the reason they have rings.
Yeah, but nobody would say he's chasing a ring if he announced he was going to sign with Washington.
Right, but I don't
because
think
they won 17 games.
But
a
I
year
don't
ago.
think he's chasing a ring if he signs with Golden State. They're not. He's chasing a ring if he signs with San Antonio or Oklahoma City.
Well,
those are the only 2 teams that are capable in the Western Conference of winning a ring right now, in my opinion.
I would say that he would be chasing a ring even more if he signed with those teams. But you said it yourself yesterday. Golden State's going to be a powerhouse if they get LeBron.
They'll be good, but they won't be a championship
They could go
team.
from 37 wins to like mid 50s, late 50s, and who knows? I mean, maybe Steph Curry's motivated by this whole thing, and we see a resurgence down there. I would tend to agree with you that OKC and San Antonio would still be the teams to beat, but I don't think it'd shock anybody if they found a way to rally and get to the conference finals and maybe win it, for God's sakes. But
should we want him to sign with a crappy team?
No, I don't want him. I want him just to sign with whoever. I don't care who he signs with, honestly. I think it hurts his legacy, as the guy asking the question was saying, that he keeps jumping from team to team. But that's just today's NBA. He's no different than a lot of guys. But there are players that have stayed with their team for a long time, but I don't like I don't like these guys hopping around. It's just a personal preference.
Well, I'm trying to think, like, other than Steph, who are the mega stars in the last 15 years that have stayed?
Joker.
He's not been around as long, but
Joker's not going anywhere. Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's not a reflection of just him. That's why I said it. It's a lot of guys in the NBA are doing it, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I would love to see him. I would have loved to have seen LeBron stay with the Cavaliers his entire career. God, that would have been unbelievable. You realize, and we have to break here, how much more universally liked he'd be if that thing with Jim Gray never happened, and he stayed with the Cavaliers for 25 years. Which that's ludicrous to think a guy plays that long, but it'd be unbelievable. The perception of him would be totally different. All right, we're going to break. Headlines, and then Petros coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
FM Sports Headlines.
All right, boys and girls, here we go. Headlines on Softy Dick with Moger. Travis Moger, the Ogre, right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Headlines brought to you by our friends of Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
No, we play football. I believe you call it soccer.
We got soccer. We got Bosnia-Herzegovina and the US of A. Kickoff at 5, pre-match at 4:30, coming right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
How about this trade in the NBA? Jaylen Brown to the Sixers. The Celtics get Paul George, 2 firsts and 2 seconds. So you got Edgecombe, Maxey, Embiid, and Jaylen Brown on the Sixers.
Unbelievable. Let's do it. Let's get some pre-match analysis on this USA-Bosnia game from Petros right now.